It's the Day of the Dead. Everybody about to start their kind of long weekend. Most people are taking a vacation this week. They said over 45 million people are going to be on the road. You got to be on the road with the Grateful Dead. This is the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. Now, that song means a lot to us here because one time we had the ex-basketball player, Bill Walton, the great champion, and we brought him into this song. And as he came into the studio, he heard it, completely lost his shit. Chris was running the board. He was in the veto seat then. And Bill Walton was jumping up, slapping the glass and going like, now this guy's, I don't know, 6'10", 6'11", right? He's already wearing a tie-dye shirt. He's giving double thumbs up to Chris and then starts crazy dancing, right? And then Chris, being the little fucking acolyte that he is, starts crazy dancing back. And I'm just sitting here trying not to explode in laughter. I wish there was Periscope then. I wish there was Snapchat. So then he comes back and we're doing an interview about whatever, basketball. But he can't get it out of his head, this wondrous experience. And so he's going, you know, as a young player, I would have just a burning desire to win, a fire on the mountain as that guy brought me into. And he would, at any fucking chance, he would go back to, once again, you got to have that fire on the mountain, that community that only the dead could bring to. And I'm sitting here going, how do I not fucking just start screaming and laying on my back and kicking my legs? It was one of my favorite radio experiences of all time because that song now gave him the attention span of a toddler. He just kept thinking of Fire on the Mountain as if it was Santa Claus or something.
And how many times must he have heard Fire on the Mountain?
Millions, probably every day of his life. Every day of his life, some experience like, I got to get that song. And the reason why Chris played it is we had read, that's his, this is a guy who followed the dead. Even while he was a player, you just see this big, guy in the pit. And, we read, favorite song is Fire on the Mountain. So there was no weird cosmic connection. It's what Chris does. If you were in a TV show, he plays the theme song coming in.
How did you know?
How did this happen? You're not going to believe this.
I love that he couldn't get off, and he's like, I don't want to derail this thing, but I got to go back to Fire on the Mountain.
I wish he was together enough to say, I don't want to derail. He did not realize that he kept bringing up Fire on the Mountain. It was a fire on the mountain. And then, he's quoting lines, and we're all just saying, we don't, So that is the house band today.
Dia de los Muertos.
And if only Sublime would have covered that song, I think it would have been. But it sounds just like what Sublime did,
like
right?
Bradley's voice on that song would have been incredible.
Sad news for us here in New York City. When anybody from Brooklyn comes to do the show, they bring a pizza from Spumoni Gardens. And then last night, the guy who is the co-owner was shot in his, getting out of his car, walking to his thing. And the newspapers today made it sound like this is a 1958, mafia story. I have zero idea what was caught up in that, but it was, to me, shocking.
Yeah, who would know that Spumoni Gardens, the owner of Spumoni Gardens, would have been connected, or at least dabbling in that world?
I don't know how you make the leap. And this, it's 2016, so to start and call this a hit and stuff like that, all I thought was, Vito, you better, you're a usual suspect.
Oh yeah.
But every time that they would, for some reason, Italian guys from Brooklyn feel like they must bring a present every time. This is the best pizza in the world from Spumoni Gardens. You're not going to believe it. The cheese is underneath, right? That's the thing. That's their little bit. And you're just like, so the cheese doesn't get nice? Good.
Nope.
It's really good. And then, of course, some cannolis. Thank you for having us into your studio. It means the world to us. You don't have to do this. This is fine. Look who it is. It's our friend Liz Sets Fire. Liz Sets Fire. Liz, happy July 1st.
Happy July 1st, everybody.
What are you up to?
I'm driving into work, and, you guys were talking yesterday and a little bit this morning about people being able to take their nice little weekend vacations.
Yeah.
When you lived in Florida, it was great to stay local and visit the beaches, but a lot of us here in Florida are not going to be able to do that because spanning 3 counties, the beaches are closed for toxic algae. Now, I'm not an expert on this issue, but based on some research that I've been doing and my timeline being flooded with videos, it seems that there's, the sugar companies that are big down here are basically pumping off their waste runoff into Lake Okeechobee, which is ruining the lake. And then when it overflows, they pump all this toxic water out into the rivers that's now hitting the oceans and killing thousands of fish and wildlife and manatees. And seems like nobody's doing anything about it. The governor recently finally declared a state of emergency while at the same time taking $100,000 donations from Big Sugar. And, so we're pretty much screwed down here, and it seems like nobody really is talking about it or doing anything about it. It's driving me nuts.
You know what's interesting? I don't even know if the people up north are familiar with the term Big Sugar, but there's only a couple sugar companies, and they seem to own them from the fields all the way up. But it's very mysterious. They never use anybody's names. They just say Big Sugar. I'm looking at this crazy algae. Where did this come from, Chris? This video.
This is from Jensen Beach.
And how many counties? 3 counties?
So far I think it's St. Lucie County, Martin County, and a little bit of Palm Beach County. They've shut down a couple of the beaches because the water levels are toxic. They're saying, not only is it dangerous for humans to swim, but obviously if it's, dangerous for us to be in there, it's killing off all of the wildlife.
Well,
and,
I'm gonna call Brody because those beaches are staying open. This is everything to us. It's the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just been something that's been on my radar, and then as my timeline is flooded with these videos, and I'm just like, why is nobody doing anything about this? Like, how come this isn't a bigger deal? Like, it seems like this should be a huge issue.
Because it's Big Sugar. I work in big radio, and we don't take on Big Sugar.
Yeah, growing up, that was such a common term in Florida that I didn't realize that it wasn't discussed other places. I didn't realize that they had the stronghold down there.
But they just use the term Big Sugar. They don't use a corporate name. They don't use...
No farms or...
No, well, they don't use any gentleman's name. It's just Big Sugar wants it this way. And I think all the way from Florida to Louisiana... If you want to run for office, you have to be connected somehow with Big Sugar.
Oh, definitely. It's pretty much shown that, Rick Scott has been pushing things off that can apparently help the situation, and it's all due to the fact that, the Big Sugar companies have some options through 2020, so he's trying to push off till 2021. He just wanted to try to bring some attention to it, and if anybody's interested or wants to learn more, most of the information that I've been finding is from bullsugar.org. It has all of the videos and articles and everything you need to know to learn a little bit more about it.
All right, that's bullsugar.org. Well, good luck with it, Liz. It sounds crazy, though.
It is nuts. And I'm just, I know some people think that, this is hippy-dippy environmental issue, but it causes a lot of problems with us. Most of our revenue is caused by tourism and the wildlife and fishing in the beaches, and if we can't do that, then what does that mean for our economy?
All right, this is called bullsugar.org?
Bull, like bullshit, but bull sugar.
Oh, bull. Okay, so we went to bull. And
I think it redirects you to a Facebook page, but it has, it's pretty much an aggregate site, and it has a bunch of articles and videos. There's a terrible video of a manatee yesterday that actually swam up to the shore near a person's home, and it's like a carpet of algae. They can't breathe. The people are actually using their hose water to try to give the manatee some fresh water.
It's madness.
It's just nuts. It's really sad.
All right, Liz, Thanks for calling.
Thank you so much for letting me talk about this. You guys have a great vacation. I'll miss you.
You too. Enjoy yourself. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, those kind of issues, you think that's something that everyone could get behind. Everyone could go, come on, we don't want this for so many different reasons.
Don't bring up the algae, please. Try and have a nice weekend. I don't want to see a sad manatee getting squirted with a hose.
Sad.
I'm going to write a kid's book about that. Hosey, the manatee.
Big Sugar's going to shut that down quick.
Okay, Chris. I mean, I'm glad that you're joking around and all. You're normally in a bad mood, but this is important to the people of that area.
And I call bull sugar on that.
I thought it was bowl.
Bull sugar, like bullshit.
We don't talk that way. All right, Chris, I'm picking up on you now, saying that it's fucking warm in here.
Yeah. I got sweat going.
I guess Wiki figures Opie's off. Better save a couple bucks.
Shut it down.
Shut it down. We got some stuff to announce this weekend. GPS, New York City, Saturday, 3 p.m. This is New York City, late 90s, early 2000s. A dare that came to us personally from Moby when he did the show.
Yes, we were discussing some of our past different scenes that we visited on the show GPS, and he was like, "What about my GPS?
What about
my day?
What about Moby?"
So that's 3 p.m. East this Saturday on Deep Tracks Channel 27.
So, and then later on today, we're going to have the full cast. We'll be playing for you with the town hall we did the other day with the full cast of Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. Hope you caught it last night. If not, the on demand and all that. It's a very good year for Robert Kelly because not only has he got this TV show, but if you go to the iBang, this comedian was a clue on Jeopardy. Answer: who is Robert Kelly?
Oh, man, that's awesome. Man, that is so cool.
Isn't that amazing?
Man, that is like such an honor to be a Jeopardy question.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That's you've arrived, baby.
Yeah,
you're here now.
You are culturally relevant.
Yes, Robert Kelly, a clue on Jeopardy. Looks like $1 million there too.
Hell yeah.
And that's John Hale with him, and is it John Corbett?
Corbett, yeah.
So it's he's with two Johns.
It's Janny's.
Janny's.
My two Janny.
Janny's. By the way, Johnny on his way to Crab Spot this morning, 10:50.
He'll be picking up his wife at 10:50 on the dot.
Hey, Frank, in the Boogie Down, what's happening?
What's up, Bennington's? Good Friday.
Good Friday to you.
Great pizza, but that war's been going on since one of the owners took the other owner's mixed pizza sauce recipe that goes back like 50 years.
You don't think that this guy got killed over gravy?
It's not, well, some people call it gravy, some people call it sauce. I guess you call it gravy.
Okay, either way, but you don't think that could lead to a shooting?
A sauce hit?
Yeah, you wouldn't think that this was like he was mixed up with some money issues with somebody. This is like just over sauce, you think?
Well, they were using it to open up another place, using the recipe.
This is it's an interesting model. What you see in there is, first of all, that's a breeding ground for quite a few criminals. That whole area, number one. Number two, this has been dating back. If you look at the history books down to, I think, 2011, where they actually had to have a sit down to talk about the pesto sauce, someone's penny alla vodka, and it's very crazy. But the names are usually the same: Fat Sal, Big Chubby Tony, Fat Nick. The truth is, it's all about people trying to get into other people's business, and I think that's what's sad about it, because the pizza's fantastic.
I know that people over there love the pizza.
It's beloved pizza in Brooklyn.
It is absolutely. People are just mad and crazy about it. But this was also one of those nice, quiet little Brooklyn neighborhoods, and then suddenly there's this shooting, which immediately they called the hit. Immediately,
yeah, it was the New York Post headline.
Yeah, and I think that's unfortunate, but I think you're gonna start seeing everyone's getting desperate. It seems to me that would happen in that neighborhood where a lot of the guys live, and it's pretty crazy. pretty crazy stuff going on.
All right, thanks, Frank. Frank in the Boogie Down Bronx.
I don't know if Frank is right, but what people often bring up about Spumoni Gardens is the sauce. They're always bragging about the sauce.
They love the
pizza.
sauce, because it's on the outside.
Yeah.
Hey,
Such
look,
a good sauce.
You see the difference between this and other pizzas, don't you? And then I go like this. Always go like this. Ronnie, get a quarter piece. Get a corner piece because it's a square piece. Get a corner piece. That way you get more to cross on the outside. It's so good. Take the pizza and slap it back into some sauce.
I went with a friend. He asked for an extra side of sauce, so he was able to dip the crust in the sauce.
They bring that up. They would bring a little bowl with sauce in it when they come over here. It had that fire on the mountain. Thanks, dude.
And then
they fucking dancing together through glass.
I wish I could have seen that image of these two men.
Now, in your mind, figure how long you think it lasted. And because the idea was we bring him into 15, 20 seconds of the song.
Sure.
He might have went crazy and started fucking pulling down fucking TVs.
Beating up the glass.
So I got to sit and let it roll for 4 minutes while those two are fucking slapdicking on the glass at each other.
I also gave him double guns, also. Bill.
That, I thought you were trying to be sexy. Who pretends to pew, 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 shooting another guy?
We're on the mountain, Bill. We're doing it.
I'm your fire. I'm your fire on the mountain.
Robert Kelly is a Jeopardy question. Or I guess Jeopardy answer. I don't know how they set it up.
Do you think he would have, he probably would have been surprised by that? I don't think that they go out and contact people. Just so you know, you will be a question on tomorrow's show.
I'll just tell you this. The picture you see was taken off of Fez's TV, and he's the one who contacted me last night. So excited, right? Down there in Florida where Big Sugar ran supreme. Like, right now, he is not doing battle against Big Sugar.
I know. He needs to. He needs to.
No. He wants no part of that. He's salt water down there. He was born there. And he knows not to play games with Big Sugar. It'll turn into some weird body heat type fucking movie. But Fez has that because he tapes Jeopardy. So when he was actually watching it.
Every day he tapes Jeopardy.
Grandma loves Jeopardy. Who taped over my Jeopardy? And when I say he taped it, I mean he literally did.
Oh, God.
Taped it on an old He doesn't believe in digital stuff. So he's got the old VCR.
He's an analog man?
Yeah, he's an analog man, bro. That's why he doesn't play games with Big Sugar.
Look, Big Sugar will crush all of us if they want to.
Get away from that! That's where I have my Jeopardy taped! You kids, you try to put your cartoons over my Jeopardy. Jeopardy's still there, isn't it? Gotta watch that Jeopardy.
Every goddamn day with the Jeopardy?
Oh my God, I'm watching my Jeopardy and Robert Kelly shows up. He's right there on Jeopardy.
Bobby!
It's Bobby! Kids, get away from the TV. I'm watching Jeopardy. It's like a fire. Fire on the mountain. But yeah, that really is amazing that he made that. Now here's the deal too. Did I tell you what Fez's little nieces call him?
No.
Christina Baskets. That's their nickname for him. They call him Christina Baskets.
Hi, Mrs. Baskets.
I really got that's good. It's like a fire on the mountain. You're a little too tired, so if the silliness gets there. I'm telling you, man, I feel like that must have been 4 or 5 years ago, and I feel like it happened this morning.
It was a great time that day.
I don't know why I'm enjoying this story so much. I wish I could have seen the dance.
According to Diane B., we shouldn't listen to Frank in the Bronx. E-Rock Radio says he's an asshole.
I know there was beef there.
There's been beef for many years, a kind of a burning fire. Fire on the mountain. Is he going to play that again? Did you play him out with it, too?
No, he made a reference to an obscure...
oh, yeah.
Grateful Dead. It was a Jerry Garcia solo album song. I couldn't tell you what it is, but then I found it in Delete and played it for him.
So he played it. So now he hears that. A fucking bell goes off like, they're playing the song I was talking about earlier. Again... Runs over the glass, licks it. They fucking are dry humping the glass.
No.
Just jamming with Bill Ball.
Oh, Billy! Fucking Chris is being forced to press his fucking tits on the glass. It was horrific. And someone wrote,
prison lovers.
Where can I see the Robert Kelly thing? It's up on the iBank today. That's gigantic to me.
I think that's huge.
And you used the right. What did you say? Cultural what?
I said he was a culturally
relevant.
Yeah, he's culturally relevant. That's exactly
nice.
it.
Boy, I'm glad it's not reverent. I don't want him to fight a cultural bear.
No.
That would be terrible.
That bear was awful.
This picture up on the iBank today. I have seen a lot of stars come through this place before. But when this young lady came in, she was almost mobbed by other women. Women love Sarah Paulson.
I was one of those women.
Now, if you go over to the iBank, there's a picture of Miss Sarah Paulson topless today. I can't see it from here, but I think is it W magazine?
It's W magazine is what she was topless for. Why
are women so crazy about her?
There is just something about her. She has like this. First of all,
is there a fire on her?
Fire in her mountain.
Whoa! I got it now. Mound.
No, she's incredibly beautiful. She's very talented.
Yes, but a lot of people are. But the women in this place, I forget. There was some town hall, and then all the employees. The women, they're gathered around there and they're like, she is unbelievable.
Yeah.
They were talking about her the way dudes talk about the ladies.
Yeah. It was a group of women and we were all standing there just looking like
pressed against the glass.
Dancing.
I just yelled.
Look at her fire.
And I came over and I'm like this. Man, she is hot. And they're like, shut up. This has
You
nothing.
don't understand, Sarah Paulson.
Because she is an icon in the lesbian world?
She is, yeah.
And she dates an older person, they say?
What is,
she dates the mom from fucking 2.5 Men.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
I always forget that actress's name, but
no one ever even once heard it. She's just the mom from 2.5 Men.
Holland Taylor.
Yeah, Holland Taylor.
Boom.
Yep.
She was on that, it was like 60, Studio 60. Is that her, right? She was on that one. That was a big show for her. And then she had another big hit show. But women are crazy about her. We're going to announce our Montreal Unmasked. So if you're in Canada, come see us. Well, not in all of Canada, but if you're in Quebec or you're just swinging by, a lot of Americans go there too for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll announce that a little later on in the show. And then we'll say, yay, yay.
And then we're going to go to Montreal.
Yay. We're going to do it. That's if Chris is allowed to leave town after this.
Hope so.
Shooting.
Are you involved?
I mean, if you're just charged, you got to get convicted first.
Captain D says, was the question on Jeopardy, who was the most uncomfortable at Comedy 101? Oh, I don't know. Robert Kelly was on fire. A fire on the mountain. You didn't even let me get to it. Just hearing the word fire, you didn't know it's coming.
He did it again! Yay!
Her name was Sarah Paulson. Her name was Sarah Paulson.
Her name was Sarah Paulson.
I just got this, just came across the newswire. Liz Sets Fire is missing. Liz Sets Fire. Fire on the mountain.
You don't think it's Big Sugar, do you?
Jeez, Chris. Wait a... Yes, that was the fucking joke without you beating it to death. Okay? Without you fucking taking a sledgehammer.
Because you remember she called earlier about Big Sugar, right? Do you think that that's what,
Wait a minute.
Putting two and two.
Wait a minute. Hold it. She called earlier. And this is Liz Sets Fire, right?
Yeah.
What did she bring up?
Big Sugar.
Big Sugar. Our friend Maureen has called us at 844 Rock God. 844 Rock God. It's the Bennington Show filling in for Opie right here this morning. Maureen, how are you, darling?
I'm good. How are you?
You like this Sarah Paulson that all the kids are talking about?
I don't know much about Sarah Paulson.
Well, check her out. The latest
American Horror Story.
Oh, that's Sarah Paulson. Yes, I definitely know.
Yeah.
Now,
all the way back to American Gothic, if you ever saw that show. It had the little kid from Sling Blade in it. And,
am I watching the new American Gothic? Is that on again?
There is an American Gothic, but it's a completely different one. Do you remember the first one?
I don't remember the first one.
I never saw the first one.
I saw the fucking first episode. I think it's a 6-episode run. Terrible. And yet I'm going to keep watching it.
Really?
Because it's a mystery. It's a mystery I know is going to be solved.
Well, that's the thing. I find that you and I watch practically every show the same. In fact, my daughter and I tried to save The Grinder, but we were with you.
I know. I love The Grinder, and it's gone forever.
And originally I was going to call to see if you had ever seen this old movie from 1974 called Bad Ronald. That was a made-for-TV movie.
It was based on my life. And I tried to sue the shit out of him.
Well, it was a movie about a kid he was picked on. He tried to ask this girl out, and all the kids made fun of him. And as he's walking home, he runs into her younger sister. She's making fun of him. They have a fight. He pushes her. She hits her head, and she dies. Then he goes home. He tells his mother and that he's buried this girl. She's like, "Oh my God, what are we going to do?" She decides she's got to hide him, and they wallpaper over his room, hide him in the wall.
Oh, God.
He stays there, hopefully till this blows over, and they forget about that this girl is missing, and because they're going to suspect him. And in the meantime, the mom has to go into the hospital for an operation, but she tells him that it'll be okay. Unfortunately, she dies in the operation, and he's trapped, in the house. A new family moves in. Now he's...
What's he doing for food?
He sneaks out. She's left him like a little door where he can sneak in and out. But when the new family moves in, he has to kind of sneak out, when they're asleep and steal food out of
like
the refrigerator.
Like a mouse.
Yeah. Well, eventually, he's gone pretty crazy, and he's now obsessed with the 3 daughters that live in the house. And
I don't like this Bad Ronald. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, it was a really crazy. I mean, this is 1974, so I was 9 years old, but I've never forgotten it. And when you were talking about weird movies from the 80s, I always think of this Bad Ronald, and it was the same kid played Bad Ronald that was also in that movie, The Little Girl Down the Lane. You remember that with Jodie Foster? That was another creepy.
Yeah, this guy had a creep fucking career.
Yeah.
Bad Ronald.
But I thought maybe you had seen it because we usually see.
I'm going to go home and watch it today.
But besides that, when I saw that crazy story on the news last night, that I wondered if you guys had seen that the crazy homeless man that's walking the streets of Manhattan, and he grabbed a woman and tried to shove a bag of feces down the back of her pants.
This is actually my neighborhood, so everybody's talking about it.
Are they?
Yeah, only they're calling it a shit bag.
Yeah, I was trying to...
And one of the guys said... He tried to shitbag her. And I go, first of all, you can't say that as if it's a phrase that we all agree is common. And then they were saying, people are going like this, that they know this homeless guy, and he's afraid of disease.
Yeah, well, he did wear gloves.
Yeah.
And I saw it reported by Maurice Dubois, and he referred to it as just a bag of feces.
Yeah.
And,
hey, he tried to shitbag this woman 2 blocks from here.
I'm not ready for that to be a verb yet.
It is, because it's the second person he tried to shitbag.
Well, when I saw it, all I could think of was Tracy Morgan doing Woodrow.
He's very close to that. That's true. See if that was Britney Spears that he tried that with.
You see, he like pops the gloves off immediately and runs.
Yeah, perfect crime.
No one will suspect Woodrow.
But they're going like this. He apparently on the news. They're like, he apparently has mental problems. I'm like, does he?
Yeah.
Let's not be so quick to judge. And then the kid yesterday who got naked on top of the ticket counter, I was dancing around. He's from Roosevelt Island.
Really?
He's a 21-year-old male model, and there's this giant thing like you jump out of a building, you hit it, one of those blow-up dolls.
Yeah.
This fucking guy somehow misses it. Lands on the street.
He missed it.
Breaks his arm. It's like a 3-story drop off that. So I don't know how you'd miss it. It's like missing a football field.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
But I'm like, both these stories are on the news last night, and the hit that took place in Spumoni Gardens. I'm like, what year is this in New York?
Is back.
Yeah. All we needed was a Democrat as a mayor.
Well, that's when Gail said she can't get that fire on the mountain out of her head. That's what happened to me when I saw this news story. 15 minutes later, I'm still cracking up thinking of the woman, the way she looked. Like, what's happening?
I can't imagine. Yeah.
She was thinking I'm getting shitbagged right now.
All right, Chris.
She wouldn't think that
fucking,
because
by
it's
the way,
never been done.
that looks like you. That dude dresses the same way you do. All right, Maureen. Thanks, sweetie.
All right, be careful out there in Amity when you're away.
Amity means friendship.
All right, have a great break. I'll miss you.
Yeah, we'll miss you too. I do like the fact that it's a summer break that everybody agrees on, except for Spencer Berger. We caught him by surprise.
Yeah.
And he likes his internship so much that he was kind of pissed at you.
He never wants to miss a day. That's what I found out about Spencer Berger.
That's great. Coach, on the other hand, says, whatever.
She doesn't care.
Yeah. Then she yelled, smell you later. And,
that's mean, Coach.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then she jumped into her electric car that she has.
It's cool, though.
All right, somebody wrote this about Sarah Paulson topless. Would these be called martini glass tits?
Because they're like perky? The perk?
You could, I think because you could put them into a martini glass.
I've never even heard this term, but I would say yes. By the way it's described, yes.
That's a martini glass titty.
Now, have you heard this term before?
No, but I can adapt to it immediately because I feel like, yeah.
Why would you dab to it?
He's like, martini glass titty. That I can dab to.
By the way, when our boy Spencer fucking sneezes, he goes into an immediate dab.
Yeah.
And you said you called it a vampire sneeze.
Yeah, vampire sneeze. But you don't normally throw the arm out, the opposite arm out, thus making it a sneeze dab.
He's an innovator.
People have already written this in. Some people call them Hershey Kiss tits.
I've heard that before.
I hadn't.
I don't know
and
what.
Here I am from Pennsylvania, and I don't even know that term. Look out the window of the boss, kids. You can see that all the street lights are done like Hershey's Kisses. Yeah, I know. We take this fucking trip every year. We're going to go on one roller coaster ride and then into the factory. But yeah, she's amazing. But the women love her even more than the men.
I think that she appeals to women. I think she does. And I don't know what you call those tits, but I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it. You do it wrong. That is not how he did.
I like it.
You're like, I like it. He doesn't do it like that. He says, I like it.
Captain D is apologizing for the... Oh, look, there's a picture of Bill Walton just still enjoying fire on the mountain. Look how tall he is compared to every... Yeah.
Giant.
He was one of maybe the last great white center. I always loved him on NBA games, too, when he was calling stuff because he would rant. I really miss him.
He'd go off on crazy tangents.
Yeah, and they were always amazing. Kevin Hart is going to be in Montreal, too. That's up on the iBank today. Chris, that would be a perfect addition. Because you got one extra spot.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Brian, New Hampshire.
Yo.
Brian. Yeah. What's happening?
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate old Centaur there on getting in on time this morning.
Oh, thanks.
Doing a good job. I'm proud of you.
There was a great Trump story out of New Hampshire yesterday. They're like something was dropped or some bang or something like that happened, and he goes, "Uh-oh, is Mexico attacking?" And yeah, everyone kind of laughed and got a kick out of it. But then, once it gets to the news, they're like, "Really? These are the jokes that we're at war with Mexico? We're not."
It was a plane going over his head. He said, "Are they invading?"
They don't.
That could be Mexico invading.
Yeah.
What? And by the way, why bring attention to that? That only just shows holes in your plan for the wall.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't build it where airplanes can't get over it. How big do you want this wall? Wall to the sky?
Into space.
New plan. There's a dome.
Wall in the sky, keep on turning. All right, it is the Bennington Show. Here is, but by the way, this is what Kevin Hart is doing there. It's a show where people can pitch pilots to him. And, we went up there last year, and our guy Dan pitched a pilot, and it was picked up by Fox. Vito, maybe this is time for you to go up there and be the Dan of the year, if you will.
I could try to develop something to pitch to the old Hartman when I get up there.
What would you pitch to Hartman, as you're now calling him? By the way, Hartman is actually a name, so be careful with that. You might be pitching the wrong person.
I don't know.
You gotta have one idea in the back of your head.
All right, I always had an idea for a show where you take people who make bad Yelp reviews and you make them go debate with the people they made bad reviews about.
Hold on, I'm trying to turn off a TV in my mind right now. That sounds terrible.
Yelp fight? Is that what it's going to be called?
I would call it Yelp Court.
Look, they start punching each other, and when one of them yells Yelp, the other one wins.
Yelp! You got me, Yelp!
I will beat you until you say Yelp.
And then you have to delete the post.
And if not, you get to double post if you win the fight.
Looks like this restaurant sucks, and I beat the shit out of the owner.
Either that or it's for the lease. I now own this restaurant.
There's a fire. Fire? Really, it isn't that funny, you two. You're like babies today. Not a big sleep night last night?
Oh, no, I was up at 2 in the morning.
No, I did good.
Sense.
I did all right.
I picked up 2.5 hours altogether.
I think I had a good, solid 3.5 at least.
All right, Garth wrote this in. Shitbag is in the Urban Dictionary, but there's a picture of Chris Stanley.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if you'll relook at that, Garth, that's shit dick. Let's go over here to Trent, Indiana. Trent.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Good morning. So I was just wanting to call in following the conversation that the lady called in about crazy-ass movies.
Okay.
When I was a kid, the craziest fucking movie I've ever seen was called The Peanut Butter Solution. Did any of you guys see that?
I have seen it. I have seen that movie, and it is very bizarre.
Yes. Talk about a trip movie that's supposed to be a kid's movie.
So, as far as I remember, a kid is convinced by his friends to go into what they say is a haunted house. So they're telling him, oh, go into this house, it's haunted. And they're kind of just punking him a little bit. And one of the other kids jumps out and scares him. And he's so terrified that he loses all of his hair.
Yes.
And then I don't know who comes up with the peanut butter solution, but it's some sort of
two ghosts. It was so these two ghosts come out that they burnt in the house. Basically, the house had caught on fire and they burnt and died. And in the mix of that, he goes back to that house and he's like, I'm going to fight my fear or whatever. And these two ghosts come out and they give him this solution that he can go back home and make himself. And when he does, his hair comes back and then it just keeps growing. And then all of a sudden, these people try and steal him, and they take him and they have these child labor workers that basically cut his hair to make paintbrushes.
It's a very bizarre movie.
Oh my gosh, it is the fucking craziest movie.
The people eat acid, they make movies, and then they just show them to kids.
Yeah. I guess this is a children's film because it's so weird.
Ian in Jersey. Ian.
Hey, I just had a question about Bobby Kelly on Jeopardy. Did any of the contestants actually know who he was?
They were all shouting it out at the same time. If you go over to the iBang, I think the story was fictional musicians, and Robert Kelly gets mentioned on Jeopardy. He has made it, folks.
That's it.
We're playing the town hall at 2:00. All the stars are there, and Robert Kelly is just hilarious and the funniest person in the room, as always. Is John Hale the guy who plays the bass player?
Rehab, yeah, John Ailes.
John Ailes. Okay, good. He wants to come in and do the show sometime. He's the guy. It was really sweet to me because they were in here all day long doing different shows and stuff, and then there was going to be a live thing for Town Hall. So I say to those guys, come over, and I go, man, you guys been in here all day. And John Ailes is like, yeah, it's great, man. You know what I mean? Like, he's a working actor who is on a series that's working and just loving life.
He has such a great look, right?
He's the one who looks like a rocker.
He really does.
He looks like an old, 1970s, 1980s rocker. I mean, I think he's the guy who they looked up and go, all right, this is going to give us some credibility. So those stories are all up on the iBang, as well as the martini glass breast.
Beautiful. Of the beautiful Sarah Paulson.
Here's Peter in New Hampshire.
Hey, Ron. Hey, everybody. Yeah,
Hey.
I think martini tip comes from the fact that they made the first champagne glasses out of the shape of Marie Antoinette's breast.
No, is that a true story?
First of all, champagne glass.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe they that was the original.
Oh, okay.
18th century. They kind of
And then she had long, odd nipples.
Freakish.
Yeah, where there's a line.
Stem. There's a stem to this.
Not the flutes. Who said flute?
I said it's not a flute.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's why when he said champagne glass, I was like, ugh.
You
that
mean
is
her
a weird...
dick? Well, this is Peter. Pretty good prize closet, my friend. Pretty good prize closet.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
It's a pretty good prize. It's a pretty good prize. Prize closet. We have good prizes. It's a pretty good prize. It's a pretty good prize. Prize closet. With pretty good prizes. Hey, man. Guess what I got for you? It's the Iceman, signed by Steven Dorff.
All right. There you have it. Pretty good prize. Pretty good prize. Right here on the Bennington Show. Filling in with for Opie today. Friday, the official kickoff of July 1st. July 4th is the official kickoff to summer. Summer starts now.
We're having a summer.
We're having a summer. This is one of those weekends that if it does rain, the people at the boardwalk are on, we're pretty much destroyed. Summer is shot. No one saw this coming, that there would be rain on the weekend. But it looks like a beautiful, warm, hot summer weekend. And you go out there and sum it up a little bit. Get some. What I like to say.
Get some summer.
Get some. Go get some. Go get yours.
All right.
I'm going to be staying on Amity Island for some time, staying with the Kittner family. They said they had a spare room.
Oh, boy.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
But the woman that I'm staying with, it's a B&B. And she's still wearing in black and sometimes comes over and slaps your face.
You knew there was a shark in there.
Strangers?
And you let the people swim anyway.
Well, yeah, there's sharks in the water, honey, because it's an ocean. It's not a fucking swimming pool. Then I'd be freaking out and shutting down the pool. But in this case, yeah, there are sharks in the ocean.
But my boy is dead now. I just wanted you to know that.
There's also jellyfish in that ocean. There's whales. Okay?
You knew there was jellyfish in that ocean.
Yeah, I did.
And you let the people get stung anyway.
There's swordfish, seahorses, kelp. I have no fucking control. We live on an island.
You let the people swim in kelp.
Yeah, because of Big Sugar.
You could have closed the beaches.
Don't listen to her. She's hysterical. He immediately, no one does anything to help Brody. He comes in, she's out of her fucking mind. I knew this bitch since high school.
She's wrong. She's wrong.
Brody, listen to me. Don't let her ragtime get on your fucking nerves here. Those beaches are staying open. I don't give a shit if there's a million sharks in there. I will throw kids in the shark fucking mouths as long as the beaches stay open.
What kind of shark is that?
You see these anchors on my suit? It means I'm an ocean guy. Oh, boy, Joss. That's a movie you got to watch this weekend. Now, since 74, that started the big summer movies, right? Having a summer movies. And out of all the summer movies, you want to have July 4th as your big opening. It's a 3-day weekend. It should be gigantic for you. This year, Big Fucking Giant and Tarzan are coming out. Both of them are $200 million plus movies. Steven Spielberg's Big Fucking Giant should be a big fucking hit. They're now saying they're worried about both of these movies. They make these shitty movies for fanboys, and fanboy stuff showing up.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about Big Fucking Giant, there's something there that looks like it's going to be a miss. There's like...
The people who saw it in Cannes, they were fucking crying.
Really?
They were yelling, Spielberg is back in some kind of a crazy French thing. And so I heard about it then, and I'm like, oh, I got to see Big Fucking Giant. Never heard another word about it.
But that's the kind of thing,
There's
like,
no hype.
When I say it seems like a miss, I'm sure it's good. Like, it just seems like something that's not going to connect.
Not gonna do it. I have zero desire to see this. Maybe because I'm not 8. Maybe because I can't watch a movie about a big fucking giant anymore. And Tarzan, really? We're still fucking doing Tarzan?
Never see. That I'll never see. I might see Big Fucking Giant, but I won't see Tarzan.
Who are the big stars in Tarzan? Anybody know?
Dude from True Blood, Alexander Skarsgård, Christoph Waltz, and Margot Robbie.
All right, first of all, Margot Robbie is in every fucking movie. Every movie now. She's in it somewhere. I just saw Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, the movie over the thing. Didn't get the greatest reviews. I watched it yesterday. Liked it.
Really?
Yeah. I give it 4 big apples. That's what I'm giving it right now.
Of how many?
And no wormy apples, right?
30 Rock was in it, right? Tina Fey. She was terrific. It was like a drum, but I didn't go to see it at the movies because the trailer for it made it look like some crazy Animal House movie. And it wasn't at all. It was more like Good Morning Vietnam with Tina Fey. I don't know why it wasn't a hit.
No, I want to see it. Yeah.
Go ahead and say it. It's right on demand. I demand that you watch it. Randy, what's up?
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Miss Soundboard Fez. I got a problem with the towels hanging on the rails down the ocean. Why can't we hang our towels at the hotel on the rails down the ocean?
I think they think that it looks bad, but I got to put it out there next to my bathing trunks. Put it all right there. I'm staying at the Seabreeze this weekend. Should be nice.
Air those trunks out.
But they get mad if down at the Jersey Shore, if you put your towels over the railing. We give you a nice fucking railing, and you're treating it like a clothesline.
And you're blocking the view.
I don't know why people feel the need to get so upset about that. I think it looks summery. You know what I mean? It looks like you're having a summer.
I never knew people had a problem with it.
The people who own the hotel, though, like you don't have people walking by bitching about it.
Now, is the Jersey Shore also where on the boardwalks they started to do the thing where they ban baggy pants and they say you're not allowed on the boardwalk if you're wearing baggy pants, which, you know, everyone knows.
Code.
That's
Code
exactly.
word? Yeah.
It's for, but I thought that was insane because they were saying if your pants are sagging and your butt is out, like you could be ticketed.
Yeah,
but
well,
there are people walking down in bathing suits.
Yeah, but here's what they're saying at nighttime. They don't want you. What they want to say is we don't want any minorities in here.
Right.
You know, we're
Exactly.
trying to have a nice
Clearly.
summer. But they're saying at nighttime they try to dress code it up a little bit. Nobody pays attention. It just gives them a chance to say, we warn you when the cops come in to break up a gang of 2.
Right. We think this situation's getting out of control.
I mean, you're basically looking at a place that's nothing but pizza and skee ball. You know what I mean? You can't act like...
That's our whole economy.
Yeah, you can't act like there's a dress code now.
People are walking around in, you know, bathing suits and flip-flops.
Here is Jason, Panic in Detroit.
Hey, what's up, Ron? Big Sugar Bennington.
Hey, what's happening?
Happy Canada Day for all the Canadians out there.
Happy Canada Day, everybody.
Happy Canada Day.
We're on our way up to Montreal in about a month.
Hey, Ron, I noticed this the other day, and I was reading all Albert Brooks' movies. All his past movies are going to be available on Netflix starting today.
Now, I want you to understand something. So, Albert Brooks's movies are available on Netflix, and our team put up to me what I read. Big Apple books are available on Netflix instead of Albert Brooks movies on Netflix. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to rewatch. I'm making this the summer of Brooks, and I'm going to rewatch all the movies in the order that they came out.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Tell me I'm not going to have a wonderful vacation.
You're going to have quite a summer.
Yeah, I'm going to have the summer. Who put up Big Apple books? Was that Coach?
Coach is on the phones today, yeah.
Sweet job, Coach.
That was Spencer Berger.
Spencer Berger? I didn't even know he was in today.
Yeah, he just got in.
Oh, yeah, because he can't come too early on a Friday. Spencer Berger, I expect that you would know Albert Brooks. I consider you a man of taste when it comes to films.
Yeah, I know who Albert Brooks is. He played Marlin in Finding Nemo and Finding Dory.
Wait, what did he play?
He played Marlin in Finding Nemo.
I didn't see it. Is that good?
Yeah. Wait, you didn't see Finding Nemo?
I didn't see Finding Nemo, no.
Oh my god, dude. That's like one of the best child's Pixar movies ever. It came out when I was like 6.
Yeah. I don't like cartoons. I gotta be honest with you.
Okay, I could see that at your age, but hey, a lot of people know about it. Dory's famous quote, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. I mean,
Coach
you should be
is
able to
dying
know
over
that.
the age joke. She's having. What is it? Just keep swimming?
Yes.
That's a good motto for life.
But isn't she a fish?
She doesn't look like one.
Oh, she's not a fish? Who's singing Just Keep Swimming?
Dory is.
Yeah.
Dory is.
All right.
Dory, yeah.
Dory.
Yeah.
Now, doesn't a fish have to keep swimming?
Yeah.
Yes, always.
So that's her motto. Just keep swimming.
I don't get it.
Like, just keep
You like all the
along.
cartoon movies?
Yeah, like since I was little, I used to see Monsters Inc., The Incredibles, a lot of those Pixar animated movies.
What's your favorite one?
Out of those Pixar movies, it's a little hard to tell. I mean, they all seem pretty good to me. It's so hard to pick one.
Hey, did you see the Snapchat that we all did? Me, you, and Gail did our coming up at thing, and then we all acted like we were like Charlie's Angels.
Snapchat,
like Spencer Berger, and then we all went, yeah. It came
That
out
was our
pretty
big
good.
thing. Coach never got to do a Snapchat with us yet.
I know.
Coach is kind of under the shadow of Spencer Berger.
I know. He's out in front right now.
By the way, first time I ever heard her laugh, age joke done about me. Yeah, I'm happy to say, Coach, that I'm too old to watch cartoons. I said the same thing when I was 7. I think you move on from cartoons same time that you move on from Pampers.
That's it.
That's it. No more cartoons. I would like to put you know how they have those blocks on that? I like
Parental
to put
box?
Yeah. I want to put that on every cartoon that comes up. It's a fire. We're going to break here. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to announce the unmasked that we'll be doing in Montreal, Canada. And everybody seems to be a buzz about the trip. You're looking forward to it, Gail?
I am so excited for it.
I am too, because I like to watch football games in French.
They're the best.
That's the most exciting thing.
Really? 3 downs? They have 3 downs in the Canadian fucking league?
Canadian fucking league. No, Chris. Thanks for starting a border war. We'll be right back. Bennington. It's the Day of the Dead. Friday, July 1st. Basically the kickoff to your summer.
This is the beginning of summer.
Enjoy.
And enjoy this Dia de los Muertos.
It is the Bennington Show. We've already told you a couple of cool stories this morning. Robert Kelly, it's up on the iBank today. He was a Jeopardy question yesterday. You can't beat that.
That is a huge accomplishment.
And GPS, New York City in the 90s and 2000s. That's on tomorrow, 3 p.m. on Deep Tracks, Channel 27. By the time that comes on, I'm going to be deep into the summer.
Yeah. I hope it could be the starting soundtrack of your summer.
I'm going to the ocean, mountains, lakes, and rivers and amusement parks. Immediately on one day, first day of the summer. Gail, when you brought up the baggy pants, people were saying that's the Wildwood Boardwalk. You're still in that deep South Philly vacation spot. That's why the North Jersey people have no idea what you're talking about.
There you go. So it's the Wildwood.
Living in the wild wood. Lots going on today. I see Brett Favre heading over to Gruden's camp on ESPN.
Yeah. He usually has rookie QBs, but for this season of Gruden's QB camp, he just is bringing in Brett Favre.
No one else?
No one else that's been announced. They just announced Brett Favre.
Well, all you have to do is see the new rookie QBs, and that's who's going to be coming in. But all the guys that are drafted high go and do the show, and then he's going to do a special with Brett Favre.
I think it's very exciting. Brett Favre's going to be great on that show.
Okay. All right.
Hey, did you guys see this this great tweet from Christana? She has given us a beautiful welcome for this morning's show. Chris, you have it?
Wake up. It's Bennington time.
Who's that cool guy?
I don't know. He's adorable.
Let me hear it again.
Wake up. It's Bennington time.
That kid looks like trouble.
He ain't too good.
He ain't too good at all.
He looked like a young Nathan Arizona.
One more time.
Wake up. It's Bennington time.
That's got to be a regular for us now.
Wake up. It's Bennington time.
Can I set my alarm to that?
Yeah, I would like that too.
Just over and over?
I'd like to jump on that myself. If you're making alarms for everybody, get me one of those. Remember how women used to just care how people dressed at the big movie openings, the red carpet? Now it is celebrity airport style. That is a thing that is judged all the time.
Now, I thought most airplane travel style has just become leggings, sweatpants.
Yes.
So now they're saying, what's your comfy cool look?
Yes, that's what they're saying with this. Like, they love, rather than see people dressed up, they love to see them in fake pajama bottoms, which they're calling clothes.
Now,
I think you could dress too comfortably.
I think that there is a level of too much comfort. Like, if you're wearing some sort of pant that has like little clouds or bunnies on it, and it's clearly a jammy pant,
right,
then you've taken it too far. I mean, it's not the time of wearing.
How about when you're carrying a pillow from home?
Or a neck. I find the neck pillows to be awesome.
Really?
I
thought they're for people with bad necks.
I've tried to use them. Terrible. Maybe because I have a giant head.
But that's not what we're talking about, whether you like them or not. We're saying, is it acceptable for people? A neck pillow, I don't have a problem with. A pillow, I think, looks ridiculous.
Yeah, like a full pillow. But the neck pillow is a common purchase for travelers.
It's like it's a waste of money.
But I do think it's interesting.
You're off topic is what we're trying to tell you right now. I think that when I was little, you might be able to go in the car or on a plane in your jammies because you're a child.
Yeah.
When adults start to go in the car and in the jammies, no, you're not going to fucking do that. That's crazy. Dress up like a person. I'm not saying you got to put on a tux, but be dressed like a person.
Do you miss the time of the like you wore a tie, you wore your Sundays best?
No, I'm not saying you have to do that at all. But don't dress like we're at a fucking sleepover. We're getting on a plane. And you know what? You're going to Pittsburgh. Stop acting like you're on your way to the Orient.
I think that a soft pant is acceptable. You want to wear a soft pant.
You don't want to wear something that's going to draw attention to the fact that you're taking a nap.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
You don't want to look like you're like bunny slippers away from coming down the stairs on Christmas morning.
I think they're all butt and bunny slippers. If you look at these pictures, it looks like they're fluffy slippers. Is A-okay?
I'll rock sweatpants or like basketball shorts. I think those are acceptable just because you want to be comfortable.
I got to say this. You in sweatpants is never acceptable outside of a gym situation.
What if they're velour?
Even worse.
That's what you wear at fucking funerals.
I would love to see him in a full velour tracksuit.
I'm sure he has it.
Oh, get ready for that. Get ready for that trip out.
By the way, this fucking maniac told me that when he did the stand-up at Comedy 101, he was going to wear a red leather suit, much like Eddie Murphy in the 80s. And I'm like, do not go spending money on fucking Comedy 101.
It's only $200. Well worth.
While he was on stage, I was like, I wish he had that red leather fucking suit on.
That was more about me than anybody else. I just want that red leather suit.
It would have fucking worked for you too, dude.
Guys, I want to bring it to your attention. People are still tweeting me about yesterday's Periscope in support that I was hit. I was struck by a bird that flew by me.
I realize that I'm not getting enough sleep and we're almost at vacation, but I couldn't have been more annoyed that you kept bringing that up yesterday when I didn't see it and I'm right next to you. Chris didn't see it and he was in front of you.
Look, the bird was right in front of Vito. It flew behind me. It touched I think a wing touched my head.
I'm sitting less than a foot away from you. I don't see the bird.
You're saying there's no bird?
There's no bird.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was struck by the wing of a bird. I was struck by the wing of a bird.
Here's Alex. Alex in Boston.
Hey, what's up, boys and lovely lady? Let me tell you, there's no better way to start the morning than listening to you guys. I love you guys.
What a nice thing to say, sir.
Oh, love you guys. My God. Listen, I can't wear. I used to wear sweatpants like Vinny Boombats over there, or Vinny Boombats to the airplane. But the slight vibration of the airplane made me rock hard, and I can't wear sweatpants anymore. So what I do is flip-flops. Flip-flops are the way to go.
No, a man should never have his toes out on a plane. First of all, they bring up fire exits and everything on a plane. You want to have on some fucking shoes to protect your feet.
No. I need my toes to breathe, especially going from New York to L.A.
You know what?
York,
Here's
New
the
York
thing.
To South America.
Say you want your toes to breathe is the same thing as saying you want your asshole to breathe, your balls to breathe. Yes, everybody wants it, but no one wants to sit around and look at a dude's hairy fucking toes while they're flying.
The whole flight.
Or smell his stink foot.
And I should also remind you, a flip-flop is not good. What if you need to run? You're running late. You need to run for the plane. Like, if just there's a lot of times you're going to have to pick up your bags and run for your...
What if, you're wearing a flip-flop and you want to walk backwards for a second? You lose your fucking footwear. These are go-aheads, folks. They're 100% go-aheads. No, I can't fucking stand to see a man sitting there in flip-flops. It's going back to keep swimming like with Dory.
Yeah.
Hey, get me Spencer Burger. Spencer, quick question about Keep Swimming, the Dory story, right? Is that Dory the Explorer? Is that who's swimming? What is sorry? Just had to say to him. Okay. All you gotta do is turn up the fucking room in there, Vito. Okay. The Dory that you were bringing up, right?
Oh yeah. So what was the question again?
Is that Dory the Explorer?
No, Dory from Finding Nemo.
Yeah. Well, who's Dory the Explorer? Is that an actual explorer?
No, she was on a Nick Jr. TV show in back in the day.
All right, you could. What are you doing, Vito?
I have to control the microphone.
He's fine. Maybe we could do cartoon trivia with you.
Okay.
You come in, see if you could stump me at cartoon trivia. Okay. Give me any trivia question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Swiper the Sneaky Fox?
Was he on the Flintstones?
No, he was on Dora the Explorer.
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that one.
Okay.
I know Flintstones, I know Jetsons. After that, I tapped.
All right, I'm going to throw out a question.
Okay, see if I can get it or Spencer.
Okay. What is the name of Wally's love interest?
Bam Bam?
No, not Bam
Pebbles?
Bam.
No. Eva.
Eva?
Oh,
Eva.
Because you're doing an impression. Oh my God, a bird almost hit your head.
Look, that happened.
By the way, Spencer, you were there. Did you see a bird almost hit her head?
I think I was looking at the screen. I think I missed it.
Yes, we all missed it.
And by the way, there were supporters out there. People,
Athletic
there were some
supporters?
people who saw, some people who didn't see it, but there were people who said, I saw it. I saw the bird strike your head.
All right, this person said that they only flying Grateful Dead tees. Now, you're a world explorer, right? You've been all around the world.
I mean, I've been to some parts, but not all around.
All around the world. All right, let's get into this. Dressing. Is it okay to wear flip-flops on a plane?
I think yes, it's okay to wear flip-flops, but it just depends how warm it is.
And pajama bottoms. These women are wearing pajama bottoms.
Yeah.
I'll just point this out. Twice, you heard about somebody trying to molest somebody on a plane.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like while they're sleeping?
In the past week. First of all, sleeping next to a stranger? Please.
I couldn't.
Who would do that?
I don't sleep on plane.
Never?
Mm-mm.
Sometimes you can't help it.
I don't sleep in cars either.
Usually, it all depends though. Like when we're on a long distance flight, I usually start to fall asleep like almost towards the middle of the flight, and then I usually wake up before we start to.
But isn't it nice if you're just taking off, you fall asleep, and next thing you know, you're being bounced awake?
Oh God!
It's like time travel.
I wish that I could experience that.
Yeah,
because I don't love to fly.
Chemicals.
That's what I need.
Chemicals will help you sleep.
That's my medicine. That's my sleeping medicine.
Nolan, Texas.
Roland from Texas.
Oh my God, that team back there. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a difference between Dory, the fish, and Dora, the explorer.
Is this true, Spencer? Is there a difference between the two of them?
Is there a difference?
He's saying that there's a difference between Dory the fish and Dory the explorer.
Yes, there is a big difference.
Yeah.
Dora Chicana.
Is this true, what he's saying?
Chicana?
I don't think it's true.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Here's our buddy John in Mass. Hey, John.
Hey, buddies.
Yeah.
I don't have a good vacation. I heard there was an African-American gentleman there who saw the whole thing, and I heard he said that boy flew right into your head like he couldn't avoid it. Never saw that before. Boyd right into a woman's head.
All right. That's great.
Have a good
Thanks.
vacay.
All right, peace. Vito, you were there and you claimed with Gail there was a bird.
Yes, I did.
And is that because you back up everything that Gail says?
No, at the time, I really, a bird had flown in between Gail and I.
And it hit me. Its wing struck the back of my head.
But why does he back you 100%, which annoys the shit out of me? Like, if we were to pick teams right now, who would be your first pick?
I guess Vito.
Unbelievable.
We've been working on an alliance to take over the house.
Who would be your first pick?
Give me Spencer Berger. Your pick.
I'll take Coach.
If I take Chris, can you give us 4 outs?
Come on.
Because why? Or else I'm not taking him.
Please, Ron,
Our team has to get 4 outs.
Ron, take me.
When we played Sandlot Ball, we used to actually do that. Okay, I'll take him, but we're getting 4 outs. The other team will be like, yeah, take him. You get 4 outs. Who cares? All right. So who's your whole team?
I guess it's me, Vito, and Coach.
Okay, and it's me and Spencer Berger.
I mean,
and a player to be named later.
Chris Stanley.
All right, the iBang has went to the Periscope and got the video of this. What is it under the iBang?
Is this a bird assault?
And please read the article, would you?
This hepcat jitterbug swears she was assaulted by a bird in broad daylight in Midtown New York City. The distinguished gentleman sitting next to her claims she is overreacting. The eye in the sky does not lie. You be the judge in the people's court.
Timing. Here comes the plaintiff. All right, so let's take a look at this. Vito, you swear to it as well?
Yes.
I feel very confident right now because I know what I felt and I know what I saw. I saw the aftermath.
All right, me and the player, Spencer, and the player to be named later swear it didn't. The only person who wasn't here yesterday is Coach, right? All right, Coach, come on in here. Coach, you're going to be the judge on this. Wow, look how nice the park looks.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah. Come on in, Coach.
Judge Coach.
Yeah. By the way, Coach, Miss Bum Bum wants Messi to come back to Argentina. All right. I want you to watch this video. All of us are seeing it for the first time. And at some point, the bird comes in. And you claim is going to hit your head.
It is going to hit my head.
All right, let's watch it. It's up on the iBang if you want to play along at home. Or you can just drink alcohol today if you're already off. We're 2 hours away from Johnny picking up his wife.
He hurt my scoping. It's very weird. What happened?
All right, it happened so fast I didn't see a thing. All I heard was those two laughing. Did you see anything, Coach?
Yes, there was a little speck of thing.
Did it hit her? I don't even see the speck of thing. Do you,
I didn't
Chris?
see it.
All right, let me. They watch it because they slow it down.
I don't know. The sobriety hurt my scoping. It's very weird.
I saw it.
Now, do you believe it hit
It
her?
hurt my scoping. It's very weird. No.
Yeah.
Wait, there it
It hurt
is.
my scoping. It's very weird.
Yeah, I think the.
I do see a flash of dark. I don't see anything hit her. It's up on the interrobang.com right now. You can check it out along with Robert Kelly, who was on Jeopardy, and the fact that Sarah Paulson has champagne glass breast. All right, let's see it one more time. Coach,
I don't know.
I want you to make the call.
Very weird.
I don't see it.
What happened? He hurt my scoping. It's very weird.
Wait, okay, so you can't even see the wingspan of the bird. What if the bird is just like really long? Because like it
Wait a
doesn't
minute.
look like it hit.
There's the bird.
Wait, but I want you to go in and say what you were saying. It doesn't look like what?
No.
It doesn't look like the bird
Doesn't
hit her.
look like it, but he's flying really fast, or she. And birds have wingspan. I know.
Yes,
'Cause
bird
I've
has a
been pooped
wingspan.
on.
What's that?
I've been pooped on by birds. Those things are.
I bet it's been more than birds that you've been pooped on. You're from Argentina.
Look, I would have liked to have reviewed the evidence beforehand, and I would have liked to have approved it. We can't deny that the bird is there.
All right, there's a bird because he stopped it. Now, Chris. Yes. Now, so we see the wingspan.
Yes.
How close is that to Gail?
Might have hit her bun.
There's, what, a foot and a half?
I'm going to say more like 3 feet to 7.
No way.
It's a meter.
It is as close to Chris as it is to you. And Chris isn't going around trying to get everybody to say he got hit by a bird.
How can it be as close to Chris if it came from behind me? It can't be. And I will say this. This is what I'm going to put forth, okay? If you watch my reaction time, I react to the bird before it is in my eye line. So how then, I ask you?
Because this fucking kid screamed out like a girl.
I scream first, and I react before it is in my eye line. How did I know that there was a bird behind me?
I'm going to ask the people at home when you go to the iBang to check this out. Stop it the way Chris has, and you could see, like if this was a car, you didn't get hit by a car, right? That's what people go.
How am I reacting?
You can't go to, because let's suppose a cab came by, right? And you jump and the cab misses you by 1.5 feet. You then can't sue the cab company for this. If Chris throws a punch at me, but he misses by 1.5 feet, I can't take him to court to pay my hospital bills.
I think this is a situation like JFK, and there might have been a second bird.
All right. No.
Don't
you know
talk,
what?
Vito.
We're in silly.
Help me.
You know what? Vito's right. We're in silly town now.
God
because
damn it,
this
Vito.
whole thing,
I'm making real points.
I'm on your side. I really believe that because I saw a bird hit you. I saw a bird hit you.
All right,
The second bird.
I'm going to throw one more thing out. What you're saying to me then, if I am reacting to the bird behind me and I'm not hit by it, are you telling me that the wingspan, the wing speed could create a gust so strong that I could feel it? No, that bird, that's the size of the bird.
you could have heard the bird. You could have seen the shadow. No one's saying you didn't
Heard the
feel.
bird?
Yes, birds make noises.
No, it was not making a sound. It was silent. It came out
Wait
of
a
the
minute.
darkness.
I was just want to say anything. Out of all this time, she acts like it's crazy that someone could hear a bird. And the way she
Hear a bird, please. Tell me what sound a bird makes.
Like when Spencer Berger was acting like I was unhip because I haven't seen Dory the fish.
Sure, at your age, it makes sense. that
And
you
an
haven't
ancient
seen it.
person like yourself, but you probably remember Ben Franklin. You heard a bird.
I did not hear a bird. I felt a bird. I felt the wing touch my head.
But it didn't. We're saying it stopped. Chris, you've done a marvelous job.
Look at this. Frame by frame, we're going over this thing. That bird never touched Gail.
Perhaps like with JFK, there was a second bird.
I'm standing by the second bird theory.
No, there isn't.
No,
There's one.
Shut up with the
him
second
go.
bird theory.
He's turned it into a joke. Let him run with it. Her defense is a joke.
My defense is not a joke. If you watch my reaction time, you can see that I am reacting to the bird before it ever is in my eye line. There's no way I would be able to see it.
I'm also
and no
saying this.
gust of a wing.
If I was judging this, right, and I wasn't trying to use girl power, Coach, I would look and see that the
Sexism
bird
should be thrown out.
No, it's sexist that she was acting like, well, we can't tell how long a wing is.
How is that sexist? That doesn't bring sex into
it's
it at
dumb
all.
girl talk.
Many times,
Ooh,
many
no.
a times, I have been in a situation where a bird has flapped by me, and it's different than when a bird flies and hits you with his annoying feather things.
It's a wing, you mean?
Yeah. Or the tail. I've gotten hit by
Here's
the
what I'm
tail.
going to say to you, and this is why everything should be thrown out. If you remember, you guys were saying there was no bird. There is a bird there. So already, I feel like your case is very shaky.
No. We never said there was no bird.
You did.
No, hold on. We said we didn't see a bird. I didn't see it. Spencer didn't see it. Chris didn't see it.
Nope.
Why? It was almost 2 feet away from me. There was a woman sitting 6 inches from my back, but I don't see her either. You know why? I live in New York. I'm not going to react to every little sound and sight that I see in the city. A block away, a Chinese model boy was swinging his dick around in front of everybody.
I liked him.
Yeah. You liked him? All right, good.
This is a fun thing to say.
You don't have to. You don't have to take our word for this. It's up on the iBang today, and the bird was not close enough.
You know what it could also be? They did this thing where like they gave people a fake hand, and they put a wall in between that hand and their real hand, and they just had them out in front of them, and then they would hit the fake hands with a hammer, and they would feel it. So it might have been you heard the bird.
You might be stupid like the people who see a mannequin's hand get hit with a hammer and they start crying.
Seen that? It's scary.
I was touched by a bird.
Steve, Panic in Detroit.
Hey, I think Gail felt something, but it wasn't contact from the bird. I think it's the displacement of the air from the wings flapping. So between the air movement and the sound, she reacted. I do not believe there was contact.
That's the hotline. Here is John in Texas.
Yeah, the big question is, where was Vito at the time? Maybe Vito might have touched her.
Vito was on the other side, in between Gail and the bird. He started screaming, Carlos in Santa Cruz.
Bonnie, I haven't seen the video. But the way I'm picturing it, maybe she's reacting to the shadow.
I said that she saw a shadow as well yesterday.
This was not a bird shadow. This was a bird who just flew so close to me that his wing touched my head.
But you can see that it did not. This has been stopped. This is the closest it has come to you.
Wait.
If we're being kind, it's between 18 and 24 inches.
You should show the moment of impact because that was way after.
That wasn't
Can we
after.
see
There was no impact.
Because
All
it
right,
might have been
go ahead and
behind Chris.
hit it, throw it. Even though we have this great thing. Look.
It was never
Look,
near.
it looks like it's hitting Chris's head.
No,
but it's not.
No, it's way behind
It's
Chris.
coming out of Chris's
It's right there.
Go ahead. Hit it, please, Chris. It never came anywhere near her.
Look. You were saying there was no bird.
Let's forget it. This comes down to one thing. Gail was hit by a bird or wasn't hit by a bird.
I know what
the evidence is. Yes, you felt something imaginary. I get it.
But how am I reacting to the bird? I don't understand how I could react
Because you're
to...
a lunatic and you freak out if anything comes 2 feet from your head.
This is all the evidence we need. This frame by frame dissertation.
It isn't frame by frame. You're doing it. You're exhausted right now. You need this break more than anyone.
I'm just saying, Ron, Gail never got hit by a bird.
I know. But I'm just saying I'm concerned about you. You gave up drinking, all your friends, eating, caffeine, sugar, and cigarettes. You're giving up a lot. I want you to get a little help.
This guy isn't helping your case. And I'm saying that to you as a friend.
As a friend, I'm saying let's worry about him for a second. He's going through some traumatic thing.
Thank you, Ron.
And the latest seems to be, and I never would have believed this, anorexia.
Yeah. What? And bulimia. I'm purging, Ron.
I'm nervous. And, mental health is part of our thing. Yeah. You can go see someone. You don't have to tell me your problems. You don't have to tell Gail. But I want you to get some kind of help, dude. You're going through a lot of changes. A lot of shit happened to you this year.
I'm gonna get some help. I'm gonna stay clean.
So I don't care about staying clean right now.
Okay.
I'm saying you've quit everything, including your friends. This is you're taking away and you're not adding. Why don't we call today and just someone you talk to? You don't have to tell us what you talked to them about.
Okay.
You say okay. G-Man, what's up, buddy?
I want to ask.
Yeah.
And listen, a couple of days I've been stockpiling my Benningtons for the vacation.
Smart move.
Gail, I just wanted to check on you, make sure you're okay after that vicious mauling. I haven't seen anything like that since the actual movie, The Birds.
You know what?
I feel like I know your sarcasm, and I'm fine, but I was struck. I was struck by a wing.
It's impossible. How does it strike you if it's fucking 2 feet away? Yeah.
I know what I felt.
Well, what you felt was false.
It was phantom wing is what you felt.
This is how those kids at Duke University ended up going to jail.
Exactly.
Accused.
Yeah.
The bird's the same way. Love it or shove it says, for Christ's sake, can we just support Gail here? The poor girl was assaulted. No one believes her.
Thank you.
In the case of the bird, there should be proof. That's what bugs me. And this is why a lot of people don't believe assault cases took place. Any minute now, Vito's going to blame this on Roger McDowell. If the bird doesn't hit, you must acquit. Patrick, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I think everybody knows that the bird is the word. That's right. I believe you, Gail.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bite is the word.
Thank you.
Bye. One of the greatest songs of all time, I believe. She felt the wings of the bird wings. Everyone's saying that. That's a lie. She did not. It wasn't even the wind. The video was fake.
Video was fake. That was
Look, I did not have time to review the footage beforehand. I would have liked to before I made my case.
Well, we all seen it at the same time. There's no bird striking you, period. End of story. Done.
Just admit it.
I feel like I'm on crazy pills right now.
Yes, that's the way you're talking. Oh, look, there was a bird. By the way, people who go to the zoo are closer to animals than this bird was to you.
Nowhere near Gail.
It's a pigeon in the park. This is a normal thing that happens in the world. Brian.
Look, her hair moves.
Hey, Ronnie. Hey, Gail.
What's up?
Look, nobody saw the bird because Gail didn't have a turtleneck on. You got to put those girls away when you're going to broadcast live, okay?
There's some truth to that, too. Maybe that's what
there was a distraction there.
This is all about. Hard Rock Johnny!
First of all, that bird looked like it hit Chris, and he didn't even feel it.
No, he wouldn't
if
he
it
had
wasn't
with a fucking
even
bullet.
a bird.
Could make a nest in his hair. He wouldn't feel it.
What the fuck? At least I'm not fucking thinking things.
Well, what's that? What's that, buddy?
What? Chris, save that for the shrink.
Today, Junior.
It wasn't a stutter. That wasn't a stutter.
Stuttering Stanley.
Stuttering Stanley. Stuttering Stanley. At least I got a bird. Didn't bird.
Jenny, you better hang up and go pick up your wife. You got to go to Crab Spot.
Not yet. Sorry, I almost just got hit by a bird, Jim.
Damn you, Johnny.
No, seriously. There was a bird here. It almost hit me. I felt it, and then I heard it.
All right. Larry says that the point at which the wing impacts Gail Ann is hidden behind Chris's giant head.
That could be.
No, which means there's no evidence. You don't go convicting a bird without there being ample evidence.
So my word means nothing then.
No.
My experiences.
Your word or the bird? I take the bird.
My word against the bird? You take the bird?
No, because I have video fucking tape here. That's the problem with your lie. This is the kind of bullshit story you would have been able to get away with in years. Oh, kids, did I ever tell you about the time I almost got hit by a bird? True story. Come on, bring it in. And she's got a million of these, stories that everybody's got to listen to every fucking party or whatever. Now, I just go back to videotape and I go, you're listening to bullshit. Hey, did you get yourself a nice smoothie like that today?
No, I didn't get a smoothie.
I've now decided they're delicious.
They're really good.
How much are they?
I think it's $4.
You know what? Here's a 20. Get me 5. What is it, Vito?
The bird flew in between me and Gail, and it hit her, and I watched it happen. And
you see this videotape?
By the way, that's a form of evidence. Is somebody, an eyewitness?
Yes, you know what? Here's the problem. We're all eyewitnesses now. We all see this videotape. We see the bird pull out 2 feet from your head.
From a specific angle and partially obstructed by Chris's noggin.
He is, no, not at all.
Thank you.
That was the joke that Larry did. The truth is no. And Vito would not work as a witness because he's a hysterical, effeminate Italian. He's a mama's boy. Pure and simple.
Marissa Tomei worked in My Cousin Vinny, though.
Yes. You know Marissa Tomei.
Are you a bird expert?
You're a Marissa Tomei to me, my friend.
And by the way, in my neighborhood, we called that My Cousin Guinea. Here is here's John. John.
Yeah, I truly believe Gail because 2 hours ago I came fishing. I had my windows open on my truck. A bird flew through the passenger window straight across and right out the driver's side window, but he never touched me.
I stand with you, my friend.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, right? He claimed he's on the toilet taking a shit. He had the window open in the summer, and a fucking bolt of lightning came through, and he had to duck his head, and it hit the wall behind him. Now, he also says this, that his mother yelled, "David, duck." And then we're like, that's what we're saying. You're like, why was your mom in there when you're fucking dropping heat? And he said, and I quote, "The door was open." Now, I'm going to bring another alarming fact to it. Chris Stanley is sweating, and then look how much sweat in this chilly room.
It's freezing in here. It's freezing.
Doesn't stop the sweat.
You're detoxing, dude.
Oh, the caffeine?
Caffeine, sugar,
cheese,
alcohol, cheese. You're doing this. You're going to go into toxic shock. See somebody. Get your blood work done, some brain chemistry.
You get some time off.
Yeah,
Why don't you take some time to care for yourself?
Why don't you check into Bellevue for 4 days before you end up fucking naked on top of the ticket thing in Times Square, fucking
Whacking
shaking
your
your
dick
dick. At that point, they're going like this. He was making some obscene gestures that we can't show here. And you just see his arm going back and forth in front of a black dot. Brett, Oklahoma.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Well, here's the thing. She's clearly imagining it. You know when your phone's in your pocket and you feel it, you pull it out and there's actually nothing that's happened? It's
No.
a phantom buzz.
No, I don't have that at all.
Look.
Tell me you've had it, please.
No.
Have you seen the video? There is a bird. You see the bird behind me. You see it swoop right at my head. I react. Clearly, I'm reacting to the feeling of it behind me.
No.
It's not yet in front of me. I can't even see it.
Let's not rule out that you might have premonition ability.
Yeah, let's rule that out. You know what?
I
Let's
would like
rule
to
that
rule
out.
it out. Please throw that out.
Because she would have had a premonition that this would have went so bad for her and wouldn't have wanted to. She would have stayed home today.
And if I had a premonition, I would have ducked.
Here's John in Chicago.
Hey, Ronnie.
Yeah.
So, I think that you guys are not technically all eyewitnesses because you saw one point of view. Because, I think about it and from a certain point of view, when I'm watching a magic trick, it looks to me like a woman gets sawn in half. But that's not really what's happening. So I kind of feel like Gail might be telling the truth here.
First of all, the woman did get sawn in half. That's why the whole reason why you go to the show. If they fucking pulled it back, they're going, we can't pull these two things apart because the woman is one person. They don't have a show.
I would agree that perspective changes things.
You know
Even
what? This
you
would be
said-
better for you. Just be honest. You thought you got hit by a bird, but you didn't.
Look, I understand that if you look at the video, it might be a little confusing. It might be hard to make this assessment. But just like you guys both said, it looks like the bird is closer to Chris when we all know that it wasn't.
We
It
don't
flew
all know that. We have no way.
Vito.
Always see Vito.
You can't trust
Vito
his
did the
opinion.
second bird bit. He is already a damaged witness. It's a joke to him.
It's an opinion.
Hold on, I got to talk to Trish Auto Grill in New York. Trish.
He called me Otto's girl. It's Otto's girl.
Oh! He has you down as Trish Auto's Grill, New York. And I thought you were doing a commercial. How are you, Trish?
Otto grill, I guess.
We were talking about Otto yesterday.
I know. I heard. You're saying some very lovely things. Thank you so much. You guys always say such nice things about him.
Wheels felt the same way. Wheels thought he was the best of all time.
Yeah, everybody that knew him loved him.
Yeah.
I'm calling to testify as an expert witness for Gail as a video professional.
Oh.
My theory is that video can't be very good evidence because, let's say, for instance, standard video is 30 frames a second.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Periscope would probably be about 15 frames a second. The actual point of impact may not be recorded. So you guys are going frame by frame, and you're missing the bird actually hitting her head.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Gail.
I said, what we're saying here is we're going to believe Gail's hysteria over videotape. I now change my opinion of Otto and the Otto and George act.
Oh, no.
Let me get a hold of Wheels right now and have an argument with him. All right, so now we're saying the videotape itself doesn't do any justice.
I'm guessing that it's probably about 15 frames a second, maybe, and the actual point of impact is not recorded.
Now, Gail, for a change, this is an expert witness.
This is an expert witness.
Not like Vito,
I've
who
watched
you called
lots
in.
and lots of Law and Order.
Yeah, all right.
And I also am a video professional for almost 20 years.
By the way, when it comes to Law and Order, I've never made it to order. I find that show so horrendous.
I know. The Law's my favorite part, too. Lenny Briscoe.
All right. Thank you, Trish.
All right, take care, guys. Love you.
Bye. So he had Otto's Grill up there today, and then what was the other one?
Big Apple Books for Albert Brooks.
He is my man.
He is
my man.
He is the best.
Spencer, you couldn't write this. You honestly could not write this. Let's go over to Todd. Also says we're missing a piece of evidence. Todd.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but when you go to court and the actual bird, the defendant doesn't show up, generally the plaintiff gets the verdict. So, like, when you show up for a speeding ticket and the cop never shows up, the speeding never happened, you get away with it.
By the way, the best thing you said is I'm not a lawyer or anything. That's all you needed to say, and then you could have hung up right there.
Look, I agree that this video, it doesn't show the full story. I can see, I'm glad that it shows that I'm not just a mentally ill person who created a bird out of nowhere. There is a bird. And yeah, if you review it, it's questionable. But I know.
This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you. And it's sad. It's sad that you're still holding on like this.
I know what I felt.
The Unmasked in Montreal. Go over to the iBang, the interrobang.com for the tickets for the Unmasked in Montreal. We're going to be speaking with Andy Kindler, who this is his time of year. Montreal for the past, 29 years?
Yeah.
He does a speech to kick off this event. It's the State of Comedy. And what he normally does is rip whoever is doing really well at the time.
Yeah.
And everybody gets a big kick out of it. Everybody shows up for this. And we're getting a chance to have him on mass. Matter of fact, Andy Kindler also killing it on Marin this year. It's a very strange swerve year for Marin. And Kindler doing a great job. And then we're going to be talking to the super agent, Barry Katz, who has had some of the biggest names in the business. And it's going to be fantastic. Come see us in Montreal. Here is Jay in Connecticut. Jay.
Hey, buddies.
Yeah.
So I slowed down the video, and I read the bird's beak, and he sounds like he says, "Suck on this," and then spits on Gail's head.
You know what? It's good to joke about this because it is a joke.
No,
Mark in Texas.
It's not a joke.
Yes, Ron, I was watching the video, and
And what?
No.
All right. Grassy, no. You say it instead of no. John in California.
There was a second bird. This is John from California. John Doe from California. In Florida, Chris Stanley's maid. It flew and it got the hell out of there as fast as a game fish part.
God, do your impression, Chris.
California. John Doe's got the upper hand.
It's the worst impression.
John, and he didn't even tie it in with the bird thing. No. There's no connection to the bird. You're doing a parody of it, right? Well, you know what? This is a good thing for you to talk over with your shrink.
Can you play this clip, maybe?
You don't want to. No, you can't get enough things per second. And that. You don't want to quit everything at the same time. That's what he's going through.
You're depriving your body of things it was dependent on.
And his spirit. He gave up his friends. We don't see his girlfriend around anymore. He gave up drinking. He refuses to talk to his best friend in the world, Eastside Dave, which has got him on the what list?
The Shizer list.
He's on the Shizer list the second time.
Oh my gosh,
for
Chris.
being a piece of shiz.
Yeah, I'm a piece of
piece of dog shiz.
Again, on the Shizer list. I think I'm only one that got on there twice.
You've been shiz-bagged.
I want you to drive down to where Dave lives. I believe it's Sandy Oaks, New Jersey.
Okay.
I want you to go down into his mom's basement, and I want you to talk to him and get this thing straightened out.
I hate to see you on the Shizer list, Chris.
Living
That's
on
not what
that
I.
list right
You know
now.
why?
That's not what I want. for
Why
you.
don't you just admit why you won't do Dave's show?
I'm very busy. And
Why won't you admit what it is?
There is nothing to admit. I'm told him why I can't do the
He
show.
knows he's going to end up on the bad side of Wiki if he does that show. Why can't you just admit it? This is why you need to see a shrink. You're not eating. You're not drinking. You're not snorting. You're not smoking.
You're not sucking. You're not fucking.
I'm not sucking. I never even suck at anything.
But all the things she's saying is true for a chick. This isn't fucking bird talk.
for you.
You're not doing all this.
You were addicted to the suck.
Welcome to the suck, son. John.
What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
The argument they get is giving for her bird story sounds like something that Bill Cosby would say during a rape case. And he's just standing there, and he's like, "Well, I didn't fuck her. I just was standing in the room with her naked." And she's going, "I know what I felt, Bill." I can just see the argument.
First of all, that argument didn't even take place.
It didn't happen. And I'm not sure whose side you're on with this analogy.
I know. They both sound awful.
It looks like everyone sounds like shit.
Your Honor, can we put the attacker and the victim in jail? Thank you.
Everyone's guilty.
Here's somebody who's always ready to help. It's Janice from Chicago.
Janice!
Hello, my dear
Hey, sweetie.
friend. I'm just laughing because is Chris one of the eyewitnesses for the bird?
He is.
I am.
He's never seen a bird, I thought.
Thank you, Janice.
It's a pigeon, Janice. I've seen pigeons.
What a pile of shit he is. You're right,
Yo,
Janice.
I'm a truth teller. It's not like a robin or a blue jay or whatever, a hawk. What are the birds there are? I've seen seagulls.
He's struggling to even list birds.
I don't know a lot of birds.
Pelican, pterodactyl. What other birds are there?
Flamingo?
Dog? Is that a bird? I don't know.
Bird dog.
She's a bird dog.
Thanks,
And
Janice. Oh,
And how cool is that Fezzi's Christine Baskets?
Hi, Mrs. Baskets.
well, anyone who's taping Jeopardy for themselves and then texted me 11:30 at night. I just saw Robert Kelly on Jeopardy. I should go back and find this because I just write back immediately. Bullshit! Is this really happening? If you weren't listening early. Robert Kelly, longtime friend of Opie's and ours, and one of the greatest comedians working today. His career is going so great. He was a Jeopardy question last night.
It's just like the coolest honor. It's like one of those things like you didn't even know you wanted for yourself, but I would imagine once you found out that happened, you'd be like, that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. I know, was it? I know we were at my house. Was it your guy who looks up and saw on Letterman show when it said,
yeah.
So he's sitting there and going, wait, what just happened? And on the Letterman show, I guess the Stangles have put it up there. They're going to commercial and the announcer says, we'll be back with Ron and Fez taking your phone calls. And he goes, your name just came up on Letterman. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah. It was true. That was
But
a
we
crazy
didn't even have
thing.
the sound up. It fucking actually, as the announcer was saying it, they put it in writing. Oh,
Yeah. Like when they go to commercial break and they do those like funny little Yeah, he just happened to be looking at the screen, even though the sound was off.
And the Stangles sent us this lovely little present. All right, we got a break here.
Have a great vacation.
You have a great vacation. You have
I
a
love
great.
you all.
Remember, 4th of July is the sausages, peppers, and onions, all on a nice Chicago hard roll. You go down, see them shoot the fireworks. Isn't this when you do the air show in Chicago?
That's in August.
You have a celebrity jump out of a plane attached to an airman. I mean, Vince Vaughn looks stupid. He's got another guy connected to him. It looks like he's being dry humped all the way down.
Go solo.
To Lake Michigan. All right, talk to you later, Janice.
I love you.
We'll be back with more Day of the Dead. This is Bennington. Grateful Dead sitting in on the Bennington Show with us today. Way to kick off the summer. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
I'm Ron Bennington. I have to tell you, the Grateful Dead to me has always been a summer band. I just play them more in the summer than any other time, and more when I'm out west than at any other time.
Yeah, if you think of a winter of the Dead, it doesn't make sense.
Summer of the Dead.
It's Summer of the Dead.
There's certain bands that you play in certain seasons, and this is definitely a summer band.
And I think it's good road trip music, too.
It's perfect road trip music. God damn it, absolutely perfect. Well, it's jam music, and, that's what you're looking for, an extended jam. I wonder if we're still doing road trip radio here on Sirius XM. There's songs that are just for people in cars.
Just on
and
the
I'm
road?
like, isn't that every station? Did we make the announcement about the other news stations being at? We probably shouldn't be the ones to say that.
Yeah, I don't think the announcement has been made.
Well, it's all cat noises. That's what it is. But see, that's just a little clip of what we're going to be playing on all cat noises on Sirius XM. It's not a good station to listen to if you have the dog in the car. I found that out. They will start and tear the carpeting up. Here is Matt. Matt. Welcome, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Ronnie B?
Yeah.
What's going on? Hey, what's the name? We're taking a little road trip ourselves up to Saratoga for some fish this weekend. I want to know what the name of that barbecue joint is that Chris ate at for a week straight.
PJ's. It's PJ's up in Saratoga.
PJ's?
I believe they have their own kind of soda there, too.
Yeah, they have a, it's like a kind of berry. It's like lingonberry.
Yeah, I think it's lingonberry soda.
Dingleberry?
No.
No. Lingonberry.
I wouldn't thank you for that.
Delicious.
So good. I love that place.
What do you always order there?
I always do, I think they have, a pulled pork.
You're always a pulled pork person.
Yeah.
Chris?
I try to eat everything on the menu, but if I'm limited, ribs.
I feel the same way. I feel like if you're at a barbecue place, why are you getting chicken when there's ribs there?
Do you do a brisket?
I'll do the occasional brisket if it's the right kind of brisket.
Do you do the burnt ends? Is that brisket where you do the burnt ends?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the ends that are burnt. Yeah. Best part. I like to go to Spumani Gardens. You know what they do? They put the cheese underneath the sauce.
You
gotta try it. Look at this. It's a square. Get in that beef with yourself.
You gotta dunk it in the gravy.
We were just talking about this. The guy who, co-owner of that, was shot and killed with his family just inside. And immediately the paper leapt to the fact that they thought it was like old school Italian stuff. And I'm like, man, first of all, that seems so out of date.
It does.
And second, I would wait to find out.
Before you're just calling mob hit.
Yeah.
Immediate mob hit.
But everybody from Brooklyn loves that place so much. It's been around for 85 years. Pizza made the wrong way for 85 years is what I like to say.
People in Brooklyn don't shut the F up about it. They love it.
They do, but the cheese needs to be on the outside, in my opinion. Just try one that way. I bet you'll be happy with it. Try it once.
They're stubborn. They just don't want it.
Well, they think different is better, but it's just different, too. There you go.
That's different.
Different. Hey, we're doing New York this weekend on GPS. Deep Tracks, Channel 27. It's New York City in the 90s and early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. This has been a request from what I'm now going to consider our dear, dear friend Moby.
And we accepted.
Moby.
Oh, sweet, pretty Moby. Pretty Moby.
Chris, what's another summer band for you?
I feel like Parliament Funkadelic's a summer band.
What is?
Parliament Funkadelic.
I did not hear that at all.
Really? Is that bad?
I have Parliament Funkadelic. I'm like, what is he fucking saying? You consider P-Funk a summer thing? Because they're so locked in with college life,
yeah.
I never thought of them that way. I think of them as an autumn band. A freshman comes to college, and this has happened now for almost 40 years, and gets to hear P-Funk for the first time, because we don't play that in the radio where I live. You know, that's always the thing of those like fucking nerdy freshmen who never, you know, had any kind of non-mass appeal life before they went to school, and everything's so new. I have a roommate, and they're playing I'm going to say this right, Marley. You know, so I always think of that as an autumn band. I consider the band to be an autumn band.
Yeah, the band is definitely an autumn band.
What about for you, Vito? Summer band.
I always really like listening to Tribe Called Quest in the summer.
I love that call.
That's a very good call.
That is, we're opening up the fire plugs. Kids are running through it. Good call.
Perhaps it's a little on the nose, but the Beach Boys is a summer band.
Beach Boys is so ridiculously a summer band that when they're played in the winter, I feel queasy.
Yeah.
And be like, what are you doing?
It's like hearing Christmas music in the middle of July.
To me, even the day after Christmas, I hate Christmas music. I'm just like, stop it. It's like foreplay after sex. You don't want it.
To be honest, I'm fine with Christmas music even just on Christmas Eve. Even Christmas Day, I'm like, all right. We can chill out already.
You're done with it on Christmas?
Christmas Eve is like a great time. Like I would say the week leading up to Christmas, play all the Christmas music you want. But I don't want to hear that shit December 1st. That's too early.
Let's be honest about this. Christmas Eve is Christmas.
Yeah.
You don't have no one has the Christmas spirit on Christmas Day.
No.
That's fucking, all right, let's throw out the paper.
By 10 a.m., it's already an aftermath.
Well, so let's think of a major band. If you think of them as they belong to any season, Beatles.
Beatles.
I feel like spring to me.
But, you know, it's hard because they've had so many phases.
Right, so you're going to put a different phase in each time of the year?
Like in their early times, the spring to summer is definitely early Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
The poppiness and...
All right, Vito, you're a big Bruce Springsteen fan. What season do you put that music?
I'm going to go summer because when you're listening to like a song like Born to Run or like Thunder Road, feel like you want to be on the road.
Well, Thunder Road definitely makes you think of summer.
That's a summer song. But then there's also some stuff that's kind of wintry, I feel.
Oh, the Santa Claus is coming to town? Yeah. That definitely is a winter song.
Stinks of
like
Christmas.
The River album is pretty wintry.
All right, I'm going to guess. I'll just say what it says. Knowles wants to talk about JP's in Saratoga. Yes, Knowles.
Yo, buddies.
Yeah.
I was just up there for the Dead and Company shows up in SPAC. Had to call in because you guys are playing the Dead all day, and I had a delicious meal there. Also, while I was there, I went to Big Pink on your guys' suggestion.
Wow, how was it?
Cool.
Amazing. Amazing.
It looks exactly the same, right?
What's that?
It looks exactly the same.
Exactly the same. And you go down that private road, and it's just cool, and you can just imagine them being up there doing the basement tapes and whatnot. Amazing.
Now, we can go and do a show out of there. That's it's an Airbnb now.
I would
but you
love to
can't
do
go
that.
in the basement.
Why?
I don't know why. I'm not running it. I
they
guess
doing
they want
down
to
there?
save that later and make more money that way.
I would love to do a Bennington from Big Pink.
Yeah. That would be perfect. And we could pose for all those pictures.
Big Pinkerton.
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks for you guys' suggestion. You guys rule. Having a summer.
All right. Having a summer. Anthony, Staten Island.
Two summer bands, the Beastie Boys and Weezer.
Well, Beastie Boys, I'm going to agree with. They seem very summery. Weezer, to me, particularly like Pinkerton, you're like, this is too smart for summer music. I don't want to sit around and think about summer music.
By the time the Green album rolls around, they become very summery. The pop, the Island in the Sun era, if you will.
Right.
But
now they got that new song that they put together for NASA. This is where their fucking heads are at now. They're writing theme songs for NASA launches. That's up on the iBank today.
Weezer has gone bye-bye.
Dutch.
Good morning, Benningtons and Hicks.
Hey.
Hey, look, for the summer, you got Chicago, Kansas, and 38 Special because there's not a summer park that they won't play in. And you got the Smiths from November to February because they're so morbid and depressed.
Perfect.
All right, Smiths are definitely a winter band. So is Radiohead.
Joy Division.
Joy Division is a winter band. I definitely agree about Kansas and 38 Special being summer music. By the way, Gail, you gave me blueberries to eat today. They've given me heartburn.
Blueberries give you heartburn?
Yeah.
Really?
Those fucking cheap-ass blueberries do anyway.
They're not. They're organic.
Or everything that's grown is organic.
It's just the label,
Not if
Gail.
it's covered with pesticides. It's not.
No, they can call it organic if it's covered in pesticides.
I think natural, too.
And I
They
feel
throw it
like
around.
that's what's kicking my heart right now is the pesticides.
That's why I stood away from them.
Stood away?
You stood away because you won't eat food anymore. Here's our buddy Bill in Jersey. Bill,
Hey, buddy. Hey, happy 4th, Ronnie. Enjoy your vacation.
thank you.
Band of the summer, how could you not have the Diamond Dave era Van Halen? I'm just a seaside sitting, just a smoking and a drinking on ring.
I couldn't agree more. Definitely. This got sent in to us. Sublime is the ultimate summer band.
It's a great summer band.
With the genuine California vibe. That is a summer band. No doubt about it. I like the fact that Chris called the Beatles a spring band. Nice to hear. There are Allman Brothers, I think of as late summer, early autumn.
I would say The Doors, a summer band.
Yeah, Doors are a summer
Hot
band.
summer.
Yeah.
Hot summer.
Blood in the streets.
Yeah.
Right.
An intensely hot summer.
Okay, let's stop it with the heat.
Fire.
Global warming?
Fire on the mountain. That's the summer song that we're looking for. That dude knows over there, man. The guy shooting at me with little fingers. That's the intensity you meet. UCLA, Los Angeles, Lakeland, Portland Trailblazers. The whole time played with a burning desire, a fire on the mountain. Watch when I smile, you'll see 8 rows of teeth.
Hey Shane, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Ronnie B. Not really a band, but I gotta say, West Coast with Tupac, the whole All Eyes on Me album with little Snoop and Luke.
Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Summer. A lot of that gangster rap reminds you of summer.
Yeah.
Who wants to be gangster rapping in the winter? That's for depression music.
Yeah. You listen to like Eminem in the winter. But maybe I'm just thinking of his hoodie up and that's why.
Sure, he's chilly.
The Detroit sound.
He is
Lose yourself.
fucking freezing. What about your band White Stripes?
Ooh.
Listen to that. Ooh.
A summer band.
White Stripes?
Yeah. Summer band.
I find it
Here's the
uncomfortable
thing.
to see him kissing his own sister that
like
way.
it.
The way I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it. Is that catching on at all, Spencer? Is that happening?
I think it's happening. I hear everybody saying it. I think the catchphrase is
all I think about.
catching on.
Yes, it's happening.
Who else has been saying it around here?
No one that I know, pretty much just me, but like it was pretty much from a movie and then it became popular.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
Spencer is a summer guy because he wears his summer shirts every day.
Yeah, he's got a very good summer style.
Oh yeah, summer.
You
baby.
You know what I'd like to see you in is like a white suit with those shirts. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Like a Miami Vice kind of look?
No, it's more like that comfortable. What do you call that? It wrinkles.
A seersucker.
Well, seersucker, he would
Yeah.
look perfect in. I'd also like to see him in a straw cap with a banjo at all times.
Bennington, please. Bennington, please hold.
Wait, phone's going crazy. You hear Vito over there?
Yeah.
Bennington show, please hold. Bennington show, please hold. Adam, Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't know if this is good for everybody else, but every summer I always like to throw in on some Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. I do think that way. Texas flood.
Yeah.
Summer.
Yeah.
Good call on that. Here's our buddy Chuck in North Carolina. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Ronnie, how you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Listen, I think Sammy Hagar is a good summertime band, partying during the day, in the evening, and then late at night when you're hammered. I like a Crown Royal on the front porch, marijuana cigarette, and some easy large well.
All right. Good call, Chuck. I appreciate it. Peace. Frank in New Jersey.
Hey, Ronnie B., how are you, buddy?
Cool,
how about Margaritaville?
No, Buffett is an interesting call because that is like a winter vacation in the tropics. I don't know if you can enjoy the Buffett thing unless you think all your friends are home freezing.
Yeah, I kind of, having grown up in Florida, I kind of associate it with the high season for tourism, which is winter.
Yeah. So warm weather, winter. Mark.
In New Jersey, Steve Miller Band. Always a summer band for me, Ronnie B.
Summer with Steve Miller. What song in particular?
Everyone, Ronnie. Everyone is a summer song.
Fly Like an Eagle does not seem like a summer song to me. You know, that seems like winter. But Living in the USA, summer song.
Summer.
Jason, New York.
Hey, Ronnie. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Hey, great.
I was thinking like Jerry Lewis and those guys, but the $1 Million Quartet guys. But it makes me think of autumn, though. Now that I think about it, because I remember reading a bio of him, and in December they did the $1 Million Quartet. It's on record, and it makes me think of rockabilly and all that. It makes me think of fall.
I kind of agree with you that that's fall music, and I've never heard anybody call Jerry Lee Lewis Jerry Lewis. It kind of threw me off a little bit. You got to have a lay in there for me.
Well, I keep it short.
Yeah, keep it short.
Sure.
You could have called him JLL or the Killer. Here's Chris.
Hey, what's up, Bennington?
Hey, buddy.
Ronnie, Creedence, Clearwater, Revival.
Yeah, they seem like a summer hit band, you know?
Definitely. I definitely see Creedence as a summer band.
I will tell you something else. Summer, whether you like it or not, is a time for pop music. It's the only time of the year that you're like, oh, this is what the kids are listening to right now.
You welcome a summer hit.
It's the song of the summer, as they try to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if we got one this year.
So far, it seems like that the Justin Timberlake.
Who, that racist? That thing is not being heard everywhere, though. To me, a song of the summer is You Can't Get Away From It. I'm not saying it wasn't a hit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it doesn't have that crazy Star Wars type hit.
No, it's not blurred. There's no blurred lines yet this year.
I go by what song I hear the most in the bathroom here.
Okay, what do you got?
This year, there's not one song going on a lot.
You stepped on the joke. Do you notice? Doesn't have the timing down. You know Spencer. John in New York.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, what do you think about Neil Young, man? On the beach, never leaves my cost area.
It's a very good call. There is a summer feeling about Neil Young. John in Wyoming.
I'm thinking the Foo Fighters, Bennington.
Foo Fighters. Do you think of the Foo Fighters as a summer band?
Fall band.
I was thinking fall as well.
Fall forward? So far, there's only been one spring band.
And I would say that I rethought about the White Stripes because you said summer, and I would say fall for them, if only just because of the attire. You always feel like their style is so fall-like.
Can't dress that.
They're going to dress like that no matter what the
Too
temperature
thick.
is.
Then take the summer off. Sit in the fucking air conditioner like a sick fat kid. Every summer there was some kid that was something was wrong with him. He couldn't go out, and then everybody felt sorry for him, except for kids. Like adults would feel sorry for the kid that couldn't go out, and kids would be like, "What a dick!
What a loser!"
There's a hole in his lung or some fucking pussy thing. Jeff, Jacksonville.
Hey, hello guys. I want to say the Eagles, not only for their older stuff, but their newer stuff, and then on top of that, if you look at the solo work of Don Henley and Glenn Fry and Joe Walsh, it all sounds like summer band to me.
To me, Don Henley is summer, but Glenn Fry is autumn. Maybe because the Greeks don't want no freaks.
Right.
He just seems like a frat. Just seems like a frat boy sound.
Yeah.
That he's rocking.
Like he almost needs the sweater tied around his
he does.
shoulder.
Here is Joe in Phoenix. Joe, once, twice, 3 times a lady.
Jersey, Mr. Ronnie B.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing there? Year-round band, Pearl Jam.
You mean year-round not listen to? Hear me walking, class
I would say all the grunge bands are autumn bands.
I would agree with that. Autumn and soggy winter.
Am I saying because flannel? I don't know.
But it's a rainy.
Yeah.
It's a rainy autumn, rainy winter, and not snow.
No.
A rainy northwest winter. Oh, Daddy was dying, I didn't see him. Dad was old. He keeps his.
Gotta let a man go.
Guys, I don't know whether we're going to go back and look at this, but the vocals are really muddy, and it's not coming through here. I mean, you sing like you have mud in your mouth. You can't put this record out. Could you move your mouth when you sing? Seems like you're keeping your teeth and your jaw same place, and then your tongue just moves around inside. But the whole Jeremy, because it's about a school shooting and all that, you know.
Yeah.
By the way, did you know that there wasn't a single school shooting until that song came out? Oh. And then within 7 weeks of that song coming out, there was 35 school shootings.
Jesus Christ!
Life in the kid's heart.
Yeah, and half of them bit the teacher's tit. Take it directly from that song.
Uh-huh.
Is there a whale farting in a tub of butter, or are you struggling with the lyrics? You wrote them. You can change them if you want to. Bloop. Here's John. John, what's up?
Hey, Ron, Gail.
Yeah.
Centaur. How about Mungo Jerry?
Well, there's only the one song. Yes, that's very much a summer song. Mungo Jerry's in there. Adam, Babylon.
Going with either Sinatra on a hot summer night or Steels and Croft during the summer days.
All right. The Sinatra, to me, maybe it's because of the autumn wind. You know what I mean? I think
comes blowing in.
Yeah, but I feel like Sinatra, if you ever saw Sinatra in the summer, he also didn't look incredibly comfortable. There's a picture of him walking down the fucking boardwalk in Atlantic City in a Reservoir Dogs suit, you know?
Right.
He couldn't, you know, he's a suit guy.
Yeah, he had a style that was not fit for summer.
Here is James. James, what's up?
Hey, Ronnie B.
Hey, buddy.
So I always think the very start of summer I break out, well, I listen to them year round, but I started putting back in heavy rotation as Talking Heads. And then whenever fall comes around, I always start listening to old Jefferson Airplane for some reason.
Well, first
Not
of all,
Starship, Airplane.
I'm with you 100%. And I like the fact that you're seasonalizing your music. It makes sense. I see that you're not agreeing with Talking Heads.
I would go ahead and swap those two. I think I'd be more comfortable with Jefferson Airplane in the summer. To me, Talking Heads is a fall band.
Now, let me bring this up. As you move along later in their career, when they get that whole African drum sound, I think they summarize. Early talking heads, fall to winter.
Yeah.
So far, only one spring band, and that is
The Beatles.
The Beatles. Mike, what's up?
Hey, how about Will Smith? Summertime.
It's a little on the nose, though, don't you think? Jonathan, Texas.
Hello.
Yeah.
How about Red Hot Chili Peppers?
100% summer.
Yeah.
I remember when I graduated high school, you just play that one song.
I think that's the beginning of Sports Center. Rodney in Texas.
Hey, I got one for you. Robert Earl King, the Front Porch Song. Summer.
Yeah, that's very summer. Very, very summer. Tim, what's up? You're going to be my last call today, Tim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, good.
Now you're gone again.
He can't be the last call.
Yeah, this is the way it ends. This is the way it ends. It's all done because we got to make way for the next show, Chris.
Accelerated is coming up right after us.
Head on over to the iBang. There's a great video of Gail versus Bird. Also, the Unmasked that are going to be going on in Montreal. And my favorite thing today, Robert Kelly is a Jeopardy question. Robert Kelly, Jeopardy question today. GPS, New York City, airs Saturday at 3 p.m. What else we got to plug here?
The Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Town Hall is coming up today at 2 p.m. on Raw Dog.
Looking forward to that as well. Big story, though. Gail is found to be lying about her being hit by a bird.
I think that I'm getting a lot of support. I see people are hashtagging, I stand with Gail. I'm with her. So, I am getting a lot of support out there, and I thank you for it.
Is there any hashtag that say Gail lies or Gail made that up?
I haven't seen them.
Too bad. Because I'd want to retweet
and favorite it. Double up.
I don't know how to favorite. I don't know where it is on there.
Little heart.
Oh, is that what that heart's for?
Yeah.
I thought it was just for Valentine's. I was saving it. Here's one I do like. Hashtag Gail made that up.
I'm going to retweet that.
Retweet and then give it a heart. Account. It's just a favorite. By the way, Dennis Leary, his anti-Joni Mitchell rant that he goes on is not shared by me. That's summer music, Joni Mitchell.
Yeah. I love Joni.
It's very, very small amounts of music could drive me to hate, but some people, they hate certain artists and they hate certain music. All right. That's it for us. We're going to see you in another 2 hours. Over the course of the next 2 hours, we will be breakfasting
Nice.
ourselves.
And having a summer.
So that's it. Take care. We love you very much. And we kick off the vacation season when we come back noon on Raw Dog. See it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
The official start to the summer. It all just took place. This is the Bennington Show. Second show today. Let's play 2 doubleheader. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo!
And I'm Ron Bennington. During that Kerouac poem, the Jack Kerouac poem, I look over and Spencer Berger was talking in the microphone and he had memorized the entire thing and was performing it. It was very, very exciting.
The whole thing?
Yeah. He was saying it right into Vito's face.
Just right up there.
Yeah.
Go moan for man. Go moan. Go groan.
Go roll your bones.
Alone.
Now, in America, So that is the start of the summer. It's the first shark attack, the first near bird assault.
Yeah, or actual bird assault. Depends on whose side you're on.
Well, I'm on the side of truth and honesty, and we've seen the video, and you were not assaulted. Everyone agrees, 100%.
I agree.
I have
Thank you,
people
Chris.
who stand with me.
Well,
they've been tweeting to me. They're
Chris is a guy who
hashtagging.
normally stands with you when you're telling the truth.
Exactly, yeah, but this time you're a liar.
No, you have always been on the side of falseness.
Bullshit.
He's supportive of you.
And I believe,
I am Ron.
I believe that you obey false idols as well. That's all I'm going to say.
And then when I obey, goddamn screen caps of birds 2 feet away from your head. Because
Wow.
That's what I.
This is
obey.
actually getting personal.
Just saying, Ron. The false idols thing really pissed me off.
Look, I just want to say, Otto's girl called, or Otto's grill, depending on how you.
Autos.
Otto's grill.
Like an automobile.
And I got a text from my man that said the frames per second theory is absolutely true. And she comes up with a great point there.
How would he know so much about this? Is he frame master?
He works in the biz.
Oh, okay. By the biz, are you talking about the industry?
I'm talking about the business we call show.
I'll tell you this. I know the industry, and I'm doing a blog right now called Industry Notes, and I haven't gotten started yet, nor do I have the site. But my Industry Notes is just going to be what's inside, what's the hubbub, What's the chatter? What's everybody sounding down there at the fucking, water fountain?
Mm-hmm.
No, change that to cooler. Water fountain, no one hangs around and talks.
That'd be uncomfortable as you're all lapping up water and everyone's just standing around.
I'm telling you right now, Poland Springs has ruined the water cooler hubbub because everyone's got their own little workable thing to travel around. Hey, I want to have a spy report for you.
Spy report.
Thank
Spy
you.
report.
Johnny's wife was 1 minute late.
He told her ahead of time.
He's
he
fucking
wanted her
furious.
out there at, what was it, 10:50 exactly?
He screamed at her, this is important to me.
And then he screamed, "You've ruined the whole summer."
I have a chicken and a string, and I'm ready to check on it every half hour.
He's so excited. He's just got his chicken neck on the string, just driving down the road, whipping it out the window. Woo!
It's like a lasso with him.
It's crabbing season.
Seems a little early, actually, to get to crabs. You're going to get a lot of baby crabs. But, who am I to say?
What are you, Crab Master General?
I kind of feel like I am right now. Crabby Bill, ready to talk to everybody. Tommy in Tombstone, what's the story with the Earps? They going to stand up to the Cowboys or not?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I just read in the news that Donald Trump is saying he wants to replace all TSA agents who wear hijabs with U.S. veterans. And first of all, veterans aren't going to want that fucking job. It's got to be one of the worst jobs in the fucking world.
It's a terrible job.
Good salary to fucking possibly have bombs running by. It's fucking a horrible job. I don't understand. It's like, is he going to force veterans to take this job?
He's just saying stuff because he's, trying to get some heat. God bless him for it. The latest is Chris Christie is one of the people being vetted. And I'm going to say this, hashtag Christie for VP or hashtag dump Trump. I'm willing to give him my vote to have him and Chris, right boss, Christie together or nothing now.
I don't know.
Christie's been there for him since jump. He deserves it.
I'm just worried he's behind the Spumoni Gardens. It just seems like,
I don't like
the
that
Jersey.
joke.
That's not funny.
The Jersey people could be connected.
That's Italian racism 101. Speaking of 101, the young lady who caused quite a scene at Comedy 101 is stopping by to hang with us, Jessica Mears. She's a very sweet person, but she's been bumping around. She's had some Twitter battles.
Yeah, it seems
she had
like
battles that night. So we're all going to sit down and just hang regular.
Yeah, we didn't really get much a chance to talk to her after.
Well, we will now. Johnny also said that song is his second favorite of all the Grateful Dead songs. What do you think his first favorite is? I'm going to guess touch of gray since it's been on the radio, and he could have heard it.
I'm just trucking, going the same way.
Okay.
Trucking. I see Johnny singing a little Scarlet Begonias.
Well, I like that. I like that, Johnny. Good call. You pulled it off.
We just treated it as fact.
Great pick, Johnny.
Well, Gail has it.
Yeah. I think he loves the song Uncle Crab's Band as well.
It's all he cares
See if
about.
there's a nice crabbing song we can play for Johnny all summer.
Okay.
In the he spends the summer getting crabs. The winter, he ends up shooting train rats as they run up and down.
He's a sportsman, though, no matter what the season.
As long as he can sit in his chair and do the sport. Most of us think of that as video games.
There's a song called Crabbing by Zamudo.
What are we waiting for?
I'm pulling it up on YouTube.
Are we having a summer now?
Is this a summer or is it a summer?
We're going to have a summer.
Okay, good.
With Zamudo.
What's their big hit? What's Zamudo's big hit? Probably Crabbing.
All right. Here's Crabbing.
Okay. We're going into this blind and deaf.
You see? What did I tell you about people? You can't trust them. You can't even depend on them. They're leaving. Now, what do you think of the human race? They can't wait to get out of this place. They leave us when we're down. I knew they would. So if you're sorry, don't come crabbing to me.
Yeah, crabbing. Don't come crabbing to me.
I wouldn't call it radio friendly, but I think we could use it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a hit there. I'm going to tell you. I mean, I'm a big, crab sport fan myself, but that song, Johnny, you're out of your mind.
How could he love it? So?
Don't come crabbing to me. It's not even the same kind of crab. You know what I'm saying?
I know. What the fuck is Zamudo talking about?
All right, come on. Why do you got to curse?
What's Zamudo talking about?
Why can I go to Vito in a heartbeat and I don't have to hear the curse? Look at this big guy coming through.
What's going on with him?
I don't know. He's got this. He's got this happening and that happening.
Is that Viscera?
I don't know what that means.
For Man on a Mission, wrestler.
I knew exactly what it meant, and I wasn't gonna
make him struggle with it.
Passed away. That's insensitive.
And it's inappropriate on so many levels. Racist.
Don't come crabbing to me.
Crabby.
Crabby. It's good. It's good. Yeah. Sex and Drugs, Rock and Roll will air the town hall we're doing. Couple hours, Chris? Around 2 o'clock?
Right around 2 o'clock, yeah.
Good. And it's me with Dennis Leary, Bob Kelly, the wonderful Robert Kelly, who is known from his Jeopardy question, Liz Gillies, who is a fabulous young singer and actor, Elaine Hendricks, who's also a fantastic singer and actor, and a smoke show, as the kids say. She was really dressed as Rock Chick.
Yeah, she.
I loved her. And John Ailes, who I have the feeling is going to become our buddy. He wants to talk to us on Twitter.
I like that.
Because he's fresh to Twitter, so he wants to do that. And he said he'd come in and hang out one day. He's very, very cool. Johnny's calling from deep in the shore. Johnny.
Yeah, my wife was a minute late, and it's totally ruined the entire weekend. We were then 2 minutes late to get down here to crap.
Why don't you do what you always do when you're angry? Go to Times Square, take off your clothes, get up on the ticket booth, and dance around like a maniac.
Wag that dick around. Make yourself feel better.
I'm not an Asian man with a small penis.
Is she sitting there with a crab pot right now waiting for you to come in with a bushel?
No, she's actually sitting eating Roy Rogers because they opened a Roy Rogers down here.
Would she get the gold rush?
Wait a minute. Where are you guys? 1978?
Yeah, it's literally you can't even get in the place. So packed since they opened it.
Well, it's Turnpike food. Who wouldn't want it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had a Roy Rogers anywhere other than the Turnpike. And I always go for the gold rush.
There used to be one in Astoria. My family would go there all the time.
What happened?
It turned to a Burger King.
Hey, this girl, Jessica MIRS, is doing a show in Astoria tonight.
A QED.
Do me a favor, dude.
Yeah.
Drop in.
Yeah?
Yeah. Drop in, get your club soda, and enjoy yourself.
Club soda Chrissy.
I like that
They're
name.
only $4 a shot. Really annoying.
So, Johnny, how long are you down there for? 3 days?
Come back up Monday, probably Monday morning.
How many relatives are staying there? 150, 200?
Right now, we just have me, my wife, my mother's here, my two nieces, one of their friends, my brother, and everyone else is coming down later.
Okay, good. So how many bedrooms you got there? 90?
We got 5 bedrooms. And it's big
What do you do? Go to the mattresses? You throw mattresses down?
Sometimes you do have to go to the mattresses.
Johnny's just spitting there going like this, and then I pour a little sugar in, and that's my trick. This is what you got to do if you ever got to make food for 40, 50 guys' kids. And his nephew's on the phone, and Johnny's going like this. Oh, honey, I miss you so much. My heart is broken.
If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. Hey, you want to stop fucking around over there? This is serious. All right, Johnny, I love you, pal.
Love you guys too. Have a good 4th. See you guys enjoy your vacation.
One thing. What is your number one Grateful Dead song?
What you opened up today with in the morning. You guys hit number 1 and number 2 at the beginning of each show. It's amazing.
Wow. Fire on the Mountain.
Yeah.
You're just like Bill Walton. There's a fire. Fire on the mountain. Whether you're sitting there playing tough D or a fast break offense, you gotta have that fire. That fire on the mountain. All right, thanks, Johnny.
Later, guys.
Love you, kid. Up on the iBank today, topless pictures of Sarah Paulson, the lady that all the other ladies like. And I think Vito sent this story about the big woman getting naked and rolling around on a mattress in a department store. What was that all about, dude?
Yeah, no, so this chick was just getting all naked and rolling around.
What is this, a World Star thing?
Yeah, it's on World Star.
Yeah.
So this is his way of dealing with it. It's just like this. This chick gets naked and rolls around. That's the whole thing.
I mean,
but was she having a mental problem?
I think clearly when you look at the video, she's off the rails. I don't know what she's going through. I don't know if it's similar to the tickets booth guy.
It seems like a lot of people are fucking snapping.
But it is, yeah. This woman is lost.
Yeah, she's got problems.
And she's fully nude. She's on the bed in this department store. And she's spreading. She's touching herself. And she's laughing and grinning while she does it.
Is there even the slightest case that she's a foreigner and thinks she's rented a motel room?
She thinks she's at home.
I mean, that could be a situation. Maybe she thinks that's her place.
And then she sticks the ass up. She's wagging that around.
Turn the sound down, Chris, so we can do radio. It's insanity. It's Dave's insanity stuff.
It is. It absolutely is a big spoonful of Dave's insanity sauce.
Oh, yeah. Taken with no bread, no ice cream around. You're just going to feel the burn.
And after you experience that, go check out the Sarah Paulson pic. It'll make you feel a lot better.
I don't know.
I had a look at it.
I think Sarah Paulson.
I like it.
I wish I understood, first of all, A, how this I like it is supposed to catch on.
Spencer Berger put it out there. I've been loving it ever since.
Spencer Berger.
It's maybe one of the best catchphrases I've ever heard in my life.
Come on in, buddy. Grab a mic. Grab him. No, great. You can grab this mic. You're doing the thing with I like it, right?
That is correct. Yes, I am.
You got to get a Snapchat of that today.
Okay, I'll give you guys a Snapchat of it.
Hey, we were talking about summer bands. Do you have a band that you only want to hear in the summer more than all others?
Usually the Beach Boys would be a good band.
Yeah, perfect.
I like that. Yeah. What's the last concert you saw?
I went to the Dixie Chicks concert at Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, big show. Who'd you go with?
I went with my family, my sister, and both my parents.
Wait, your family goes out to concerts like that?
It depends. Not a lot of concerts.
That's great, though.
That's really nice that you have that together.
Yeah,
So you guys must be close.
Yeah.
The Dixie Chicks, biggest band in country until they said the thing about George Bush. and then their career was kind of down. But here they are playing Madison Square Garden and selling out. Big deal.
And I think they pulled some fans, maybe, of people who didn't think that they could be into country because their politics were different.
Well, they have that. It's almost like a West Coast rock thing with them.
Right.
Like it kind of, if you like the Eagles or something like that, you would like Dixie Chicks. But what's the lead singer's name? It's
Natalie Maines.
Okay. This is another woman that women are crazy about.
Yes.
Crazy about her.
Beautiful.
How good were your seats? Were your seats good?
Yeah, we had very good seats. We were close to the front row.
Sweet.
Oh, shit.
You're living the life out there with the Dixie Chicks. I love it, Spencer.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
See, he does it better than
Yes.
us.
Yeah.
Shit.
There she is.
Yeah. She's so foxy. It's crazy.
Is she?
Yeah.
She reminds me of that comic. I can't think of her name right now.
Cameron Esposito?
Thank you. Or is it Carmen? Yes.
I thought it was Cameron.
Which is it?
I think it's Carmen.
Oh, it's Carmen.
I don't know. I got to find out for sure.
Carmen
Nope.
Esposito.
Carmen Esposito.
Gail's right. It's Cameron Esposito.
So where did you get that?
Google autocorrected it to Carmen for me.
Yeah, but why don't you look at her name rather than what Google does?
Cameron Esposito.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah.
Stop following me down the fucking wrong street and help turn me around every once in a while. Here's the only people that will talk straight to me. Gail, Spencer,
Yep.
Coach.
Yeah.
These other two, thing one, thing two, they'll say anything to make me happy.
Yeah.
I just want the truth.
We're shooting straight.
I don't want the yes girls following me around.
I go for speed over accuracy.
That is nothing to be happy about.
I'm just explaining
Me
my
and
tactics.
me and Coach and Spencer Berger have been calling you guys the Yesies.
Really, I like it.
Whole bird crew.
I like it. I like it.
I like it.
I can't pull it off. I can't do that voice.
I like it.
See,
Good.
that's good. We need to get that as a drop. I know. That's got to be a drop for us. All right. This is in, and it says that this is up on the iBank today. Young, successful people like cocaine.
Really?
Now, where do you get this report at, Chris?
This is from This is the no shit report.
You mean that youth and excessive amounts of money come together and that equals cocaine?
That equals cocaine. Yeah, there was a big drug, like the New York City police busted a cocaine delivery service in Manhattan, and in all the New York papers, and it got picked up online. The Daily Mail picked it up because it was like producers for Fox. They were like Wall Street guys. Oh my God, buying cocaine.
What else is in the report? That women like cocaine?
There were some women.
Don't want to pay for it.
Don't need to.
I know. I know.
And then
true.
And finally, a Huffington Post blogger. This rounds out their list of people who are buying coke.
Women often discuss coke like this. You know what I love about coke is just how free it is. No other drug is free.
Every bit of this story pisses me off. You had some Leslie Jones story that she's taking on the fashion industry.
Yeah, so Leslie Jones had tweeted out that she was really disappointed that she's got her big premieres coming up for Ghostbusters.
Who's she going to call?
Well, she thought she could call most of these big fashion designers who always go running to women. Oh, you have a premiere. I'd love to provide the dress. I'd love to work with you. She's been reaching out to all these different designers and they keep on either not getting back to her or saying, sorry, we're too busy. And she feels like it's because she is not a normal size. She's not like the typical tiny blonde, whatever. And I believe that I can't read it from here, but there's one designer who immediately said, oh, we're totally with you. And she was so excited.
Christian Siriano?
Yeah, exactly. So he wrote, hello, we're here. Like, we'd love to work with you. And she was really excited.
We work with tall black women, so give us a call. So that's kind of a sad story, though, right?
It's really
I'm glad
sad.
it turned around for her, though.
And
'cause I really think that she's hilarious.
Her co-star McCarthy's had problems with this in the past as well, where
Why?
she
She's
said,
not tall.
No, but like if you're plus size,
if you don't fit into the one thing,
if you don't have a body that mimics what a hanger looks like, then a lot of times designers will be like, we don't want our clothes seen on a body type like that.
Okay, but what about hanger tits? Does that work at all? Because that's supposedly a good thing.
No.
Speaking of which, coming up a little later on in the show, Jessica MIRS is going to be here. And then we're going to be doing the entire cast of Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, which we did the other day and had a great time. But I know that hasn't Leslie been on like Elle magazine or something like that? There was some big magazine that she did.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of Grace Jones from the 80s. She was tall and seemed to be a fashion icon.
Yeah, I think it goes in phases just like anything, but I think look at how fantastic she looks. Why would you not want to work with her? She's so unique, she's so charismatic.
I guess because they do this, they just want to sell clothes, right?
Exactly.
And they don't want to look like they sell clothes to women who aren't models.
Exactly. And just like any, for these higher end companies, they don't put commercials out. So
right,
the celebrities the celebrities who wear their clothes, this is their commercial. So that's why they provide clothes for free for women to wear on the runway. So then people are like, oh, I have to have that dress, or I want to look into that designer.
Chris, who do you normally go to if you got a red carpet event?
Dollar store or JCPenney.
Okay.
I mean, high-end JCPenney.
Oh, I understand. High-end JCPenney.
Or as I call it, pennies.
Why?
They dropped the JC.
Those for us in the know.
I thought that they dropped the JCPenney. I did not know that JCPenney is still around.
Yeah.
JCPenney was the first company to give me a credit card.
You too?
Yes. That's what they were known for. Everybody gets a card when you're 17, 18 years old.
It upsets me that they take the JC out of JC Penney's. Like, let's bring it back. Because it stands for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it does. That's good stuff.
Jesus Christ pennies.
Boy, here's another, I don't know, everything keeps coming fast and furious about how the world seems to be spinning faster. Terminator 2, 25 years old.
Oh.
The new, what most people would consider the new Terminator. This was the last Terminator anyone liked. But I think that this is kind of the reason why we have franchise films, because
of the success of Terminator 2.
The massive success. I think it made something like, I don't know, 5 times more than the first one did.
I know that you have a problem with people who prefer Terminator 2 to 1, but Terminator 2, because of my age, was my first Terminator. And I was like, this is an excellent film.
Well, critics even like Terminator 2, but here's the thing about it. Here's the thing I guess that they did was smart from an entertainment point of view, but not the art point of view. They figured out that when Jaws came out, everybody was scared of Jaws. When Jaws 2 came out, people came and they clapped for Jaws, right?
Right.
Halloween, everybody was afraid. Halloween 2, they all clapped for him. They started to identify because he was the only really returning.
He's the through line. So
and so when they did Terminator 2, they were kind of smart enough to go, hey, we'll make the Terminator a good guy. He doesn't have to be the bad guy. And you would think that it didn't work, and everybody ended up loving it because you got to cheer for the Terminator. Which is kind of hilarious.
I remember when it came out that as a kid, all I would think about was Terminator 2, and John Connor, and fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was really a creepy obsession I had with Terminator 2.
What were you thinking about? Specifically? You just be like, I wonder what Terminator's doing?
And John Connor's pretty cool. As a youngster.
You thought the little kid was cool?
Yeah, I had a crush on him.
Did that kid have a bad end?
Yeah, he has some run-ins with drugs.
But he's still around, right?
Eddie Furlong, yeah.
I get him, there's some of those kid actors didn't even make it, I always get them confused. But they said at that time, Arnold made $15 million, which only a couple years before $2 or $3 million was a lot to make for a movie, but they locked it in that he had made more money per word, I think, than anyone ever has. He barely has many lines.
Speaks.
Even when you watch the first Terminator, he barely talks.
Yeah, it's mostly costume and like physicality.
All right, here's one for you: the bad Terminator, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who was supposed to play that part?
No.
No.
Do you know, Vito? Because you're a film guy.
No.
I'll tell you this: he didn't because he was hurt. He laid down a motorcycle, and he's a rock god. I'm just going to give it out now, since no one's jumping on it, and picture how perfect this would have been, Mr. Billy Idol. Billy Idol.
Oh, wow, that makes
was
a lot of
supposed
sense.
to do that. He was supposed to do that and then play the Michael Madsen role in the Doors movie, and laying down the bike kind of fucked up him having a scary acting career.
Wow, that would have been good. I could absolutely see him in that part.
You don't like the bad Terminator? You don't think he works?
No, he works for sure. I just think
I thought he was too tiny.
Too small? But isn't that, I thought that was really scary about him, is that he was like small and like severe. Yeah, he was very severe and then powerful, and I don't know, like sometimes, like now I'm sounding like you, like I just think about Terminator, but sometimes I think about that scene where where he's like, what's your dog's name? And then he's like, oh, Wolfie, how's Wolfie? And she's like, Wolfie's fine. And it's like, your stepmom's dead. Like, she's dead.
Yeah. Hey, it's our buddy Rich, the fireman. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Gail. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, last time I saw you guys, I was telling you about a show I was trying to get into in New York, and one of my paintings got in. It's at the Salmagundi Club on Fifth Avenue.
That's fantastic, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's great. I'm psyched. Maybe you guys can come down. It's from the show by 18th to the 29th, and the Salmagundi Club is like one of the oldest oil painting clubs in the country. It's a pretty prestigious show, and I looked up a bunch of artists. There's going to be some amazing stuff there, so it should be a good show.
So it's the 18th to what?
July 18th to July 29th.
We will definitely make it, my friend.
Absolutely.
I am excited for you.
Yeah, I texted Chris a picture of the painting. I don't know if he got it, but he could show you guys, and they said that if you got into the show, you had full run to the club. You can go to the bar, you can go to the restaurant. So if you guys are available and you want to go to dinner there, I've never been there. I hear it's off the hook beautiful. So it's a historic brownstone down in the village on Fifth Avenue.
That's fantastic. I am looking forward to this, Rich.
Yeah, me too. Hopefully we can get together.
And I'm really proud of you, dude. What a home run to hit. That's great.
Thanks, pal. I'm totally inspired by you and your show and all your good vibes. Hopefully
You didn't really even start painting like this until you retired from NYPD? I'm not PDFD.
Yeah. As soon as I got out of the fire department, I was probably out 3 or 4 years, and I met a really cool illustrator. His name is Alan Reingold. And I was actually designing a 9/11 memorial, and he got involved. And he's a pretty successful illustrator. And he said, dude, you got to come to my class. So I started going to his class at night, and I got hooked, and that's it. It's it for me from here on out.
That's so cool. It's so great. What a great second act. It's amazing. All right, Rich, we'll contact you as it gets closer. But fantastic. Way to go, pal.
Congratulations. It's so excellent.
Thanks. Looking forward to it. Happy summer.
You too. Have a great summer.
I can't wait for that. That's going to be so cool.
Yeah, I wonder if I can paint something real fast.
Try to get it in there.
Yeah.
What would you paint?
Well, I just do the drip paintings. I just drip all over it.
Yeah.
You know.
Maybe get one of those spin art machines.
Well, I feel like shape is so old school. I want to go beyond shape.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just hitting straight emotion, raw emotion.
That's cool. It sounds really heavy.
Yeah, I've got one painting out now. It's about my childhood, and it's called Nothing Bad Ever Happened to Me. And I just use nice, light colors. I think the critics are going to go crazy for it.
Well, that's really a cross to bear, so makes sense.
It's a cross to wear more than anything else. I just wore a nice little cross. Father, bless this for me. Thanks. What are you doing? So take the picture. He calls his painting.
The picture. Look at the picture.
Look at this. It's fantastic. You got everything. You know what? This looks like summer. You got the fire truck. Look how great that is. I'm going to tell you something. In my mind, I think I can draw, but I never can.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's really stunning.
I know. Wish I could just write my name on it.
Ask him if he can.
If I could have one of the ones he doesn't even like that much.
All I'm asking is just put a plaque next to it with my name.
Yeah. And then finally, I'm just going to put next to that, "You proud of me now, Mom and Dad?" Well, he's got something else to say. Is this enough for you? I painted a beautiful painting.
Happy?
Maybe now you can see me as I am. A beautiful artist with a heart of gold. I would love to be able to paint, though. I wouldn't do anything else but paint.
Yeah.
Be like I'm painting right now.
I can't. I'm busy. I got all this paint.
I love it. I love that the kind of painting people just stand around and stare at my painting. And they'll be going, fuck, there must be something about Bennington. It's just so, it's below the surface. I mean, he seems like an asshole, Seems like a little prick, like a wise ass. But this painting makes me feel like he might be an angel on earth. It's all in the painting. Don't listen to the shit that he says. That's what artists do. They go around and they say terrible things, but then they give us something beautiful like this. I call this painting Jesus' eyeball. It's beautiful. You stare at it too long, you'll start crying. I would love that.
Of God.
Hmm?
The eye of the Son of God.
Yeah, that's right. I have my eye on the sky. It would only be playing the Alan Parsons song the whole time I was in there. I don't know. I'll probably do it. I don't know. I think I'm going to anyway. I think it's going to happen. The Gail's bird video is up, and you can look at it and see that she wasn't hit by a bird. She's a goddamn liar.
I think that many people out there, and I thank them for their support, hashtagging I stand with Gail, consider Gail, hashtag I'm with her.
What about the hashtag Gail lies? And Gail's full of shit.
I haven't seen those, but I just want to thank the people who've come forward for me.
The people of Earth.
Queen Elizabeth, Brad Stinks, which was a big win for me. Kara.
Well, let me just say
Carla
something
Finch.
about Brad Stinks, right? I've had the reds, the blues, and the pinks, but one thing's for sure. Brad stinks. Brad stinks. Yeah. Chris, I was going to ask you about this. We're doing Unmasked up in Montreal. How do you go about getting tickets for the people of Canada?
You go to the interrobang.com, and there's a post right at the top, Unmasked is heading to Montreal. Click on that, and there's a form to fill out to get for your tickets.
You say what he said.
I heard Montreal. There's a what?
What'd you say leading up to Montreal?
Is Unmasked happening?
You honestly said there's an Unmasked happening?
No, I think, were you saying what's at the top of the page?
The top of the page, yeah. It'll be the top of the page of the Interrobang. You click on the link. You fill out the form. You get
Fill out
tickets
the
to
form.
Unmasked.
That's where we missed it.
That's if
Got
you're
it.
coming into Montreal for the comedy festival. It's going to be exciting night. Now, what's this other story? A massive brawl over the lack of salsa.
So there was this restaurant in Texas, and at night these people went in there and they just wanted their green salsa, and they threw a fit because they pay so much money for their salsa and chips, and there was no green salsa. So they started tossing chairs and beating the shit out of each other in this restaurant.
Is this a World Star?
This is a fight over salsa verde?
Yes, and it's a Facebook video, but it might as well be a World Star.
Let me
video.
see it.
So this is the rest. Oh shit!
Wow.
Oh, my
it's
God.
girl fights.
Yeah, they love salsa.
No, there's
huh?
men and women involved now. Oh my God.
It looks like the women are fighting and the men are attempting to break up. All right, now men are hitting men.
Okay, yeah.
And now men are pushing women.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
That dude's a thrower, though,
yeah,
man.
he's.
Now
You want to hope you're on that dude's
Yeah,
team.
but-
Oh!
All right,
shit.
as soon as he fell down, a dude tried to
Okay.
run at him and hit.
The chair situation is out of control.
All right, they cleaned him out of the place, though. You're not getting any fucking green salsa, dude. Get used to it. Oh, he's back for more.
Oh my God! See, it seems like the men have really finished.
Yeah, they've
the,
taken over this deal.
Women tapped out. They're like, wait, we were just gonna pull some hair.
But I'm telling you, none of those dudes want that guy.
Whoa, did you see him catch the
Yeah.
chair that just got chucked at him?
Throwing tables.
Oh.
I mean, it's one guy against four, and they still picking up chairs. Because this dude handles his own.
They just got him in the corner and they're hurling chairs at him.
No. And he ain't
up.
down. Chris, if you were a chick, would you be like, I gotta meet that dude?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
give me
he
some of
stood
that.
his ground.
Against the entire restaurant, pretty much.
Was that the guy who was throwing hands, like
Yeah.
really serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a badass.
It's got to be one of the craziest salsa fights I've ever seen in my life.
Look, can I understand the emotion? A salsa verde is superior. I would agree.
The exact quote from the eyewitnesses: "This is what happens when Paisanos charges you $5 for chips and salsa, and they bring out the salsa. Then they give you red sauce instead of green sauce."
This is
madness.
what happens.
I mean, they should have seen this a mile away.
To preface this with, this is what happens. No, I didn't know this is what happens. The insult of saying, you're going to charge me money, and it's not even green. It's not even the salsa verde.
Jerry says that fight reminds me of the beginning of F Troop with all the chair throwing. You got to be a gentleman of a certain age to get that reference. There's no way Coach is going to bring that out.
No.
Not going to happen that way. All right, it is the Bennington Show. Coming up in a little bit, we're going to have the entire cast of Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll, all except for one person, John Corbett, who he's a West Coast guy.
Yeah.
He lives, we've had him on the show. He lives in Santa Barbara with Bo Derek.
Yes, that's when I met him. He was in with the beautiful Bo Derek.
Now, let me ask you this, Chris. You're a guy who's been around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Derek or Bo Deedle? Which would you rather be with?
You know, Bo Derek's fine and all, but Bo Deedle's pretty cool.
You know that Bo Deedle goes around telling people that he was the bad lieutenant character?
Does he?
It was based on him, yeah. And I've never heard it from anyone but Bo Deedle. He was a retired NYPD detective, and he's on Fox News a lot. And he hangs at that Italian restaurant up in Harlem that's even difficult to get into.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's not Carmine's.
Rayo's,
thank you. So he's like the Jeffrey Gurian of, I don't know whether cops and political things, but then last year he was on Vinyl. He was the guy that helped kill Dice on Vinyl. So he's everywhere all the time, but he's a very interesting, kind of a strange character. You don't expect it out of him. So there you have it.
He was just in Page 6 talking about how pissed he was that Vinyl got canceled.
Yeah, even though his character was gone.
Let's get Bo's opinion on this.
Yeah.
Deedle or Derek?
Both.
Can't do that. That isn't the way to play the game. David, San Francisco.
Hey, Ronnie.
Yeah.
That car at the end, did you check that out? It looked like a superhero car. Anyway, it looks like that's the shit going to be going down at the Olympics, Ronnie.
Let me tell you something. I just watched our swimmers, male and female. I am so stoked for this Olympics. I'll just put it this way. I got a fever. And the only prescription is more Olympics. I wish they would open the Olympics that way. I know that even the mayor of Rio said it's going to be a terrible Olympics. He said most of these athletes are going to die down here, whether it's revolution, bad food, or mosquitoes.
Possibly kidnappings.
But I feel great. I haven't seen the track and field people, but I feel great about the gymnasts. I feel great about the divers. I feel great about the swimmers.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very good one.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
No, I
See,
don't.
you're
Yours
getting
is
even
too
lazy.
sexual.
Yeah.
Like he's like, I like it. It's very strange. I like it.
Just can't get it.
You're not trying though, dude.
All right.
That's
You
your
gotta
biggest thing.
Okay.
I can't get it, but I'm trying.
All right.
Vito's trying?
I like it.
I'll say.
I like it.
I like it. I like it.
Wait, somebody told me Spumoni Garden's packed today.
Really?
Yeah. That's what happens when there's a mob hit somewhere. Everybody,
very well for
all
itself.
the people come around. If you go to Sparks tonight, people are like, there was a hit out front. They fucking talk about it to this day. It's got to be 40 some years.
I didn't know it became a tourist attraction.
Oh,
after that.
yeah. Umberto's clams, same reason. Crazy. I think, was it Crazy Joe Gallo that got killed there?
And he got shot outside of it, right?
Yeah. I wonder if he liked the name Crazy. Or if he was like this. Crazy? What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah.
I'm just a guy trying to do a job.
Like, is it something that you say to his face, or was it like a behind the back nickname?
I know Bugsy, he didn't like it. If people say, Bugsy, good to see you. He goes, what the fuck did you say to me? A bug is an insect. Do I look like an insect to you? And people are like, I'm sorry, Ben. But you couldn't go around telling people, hey, guess who came in? Ben Siegel. People be like, Ben? Is he related to Bugsy? I mean, sometimes you just got to fucking give in. Jack in D.C.
Ronnie B.
Yeah.
Mayor of Rio needs to be more like our mayor in Amity and really market that product.
I'm not going to cut that mosquito open and have that kid fall out all over the dock. Now, Rio means friendship. We've got hookers.
Doesn't it mean river?
We've got drugs, HIV, AIDS, anything people want. Come to Rio. When my baby smiles at me, I go to Rio. You get your family and you get into that mosquito nest right now. Start to roll around in it. People have got to realize it's safe here.
I mean, they do need those Olympic dollars.
That's right. This Olympic money, we're counting on it, all of us. I love that fucking dude. The funniest thing to me is the shorts on the guy when they find the girl. He's just, I think he might have one line, but he's just wearing these tight fucking shorts that are up around his belly button and down at his balls. And it is the
guy who like blows the whistle when he sees.
No. It's the guy who comes up with him. He was walking along with Brody, and it's just the strange. It almost looks like Brody has a gay lover to me. Brody, what the fuck are you doing? I need a hetero share. It's summer. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, it's going to be our new friend, Jessica MIRS, sitting in with us. And then later on, the cast of Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. That's the town hall. And it was a hell of a time. Oh, by the way, Liz Sets Fire is fighting pollution right now.
Yes. Look into the website, sugar...
Bullsugar.
Bullsugar.org.
.org.
Yeah.
Oh, and also GPS premieres this Saturday on Deep Tracks, Channel 27 at 3 p.m. East. And that is going to be New York City in the late 90s, early aughts. Our most recent GPS.
Yeah. I'm reading some of the tweets here about your video. That's just one of the buzzards that circles Chris Stanley. It's no threat to Gail.
Not dying.
This is our Zapruder film. Instead of the grassy knoll, we have Pepper's gigantic head.
My head is large. I get it. But
At what age did you know that, though?
Oh, very young. My parents would tell me the doctor said you were going to have a giant head.
Why, though?
I don't know. I don't know why they would tell me these things. I mean, it's true. I wear a size 8 hat.
Most hats you can't put on.
Yeah, most are just look ridiculous.
You can't buy a hat from a store.
No, I have to
order. You
order.
have to go out and order it. Yeah. And they have to get more felt.
Exactly.
To make this hat.
Like, how big is this fucking guy's head? We're running out of felt over here. That's what
all right, so that's a better way of putting it. You're like, he's acting out what the people are going through.
This fucking guy over here.
Look at this guy over here. His fucking head looks like a melon. A melon head.
And don't have to call me that.
But you know what they say? People that have big heads do very well on television.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have a little pinhead.
Rosie O'Donnell is always known to have a large head. A lot of people who were on TV, the anchors, have large heads. I think it's Ben Affleck has a large head.
I've seen Ben Affleck in person, and I was shocked.
Freakishly big?
Yeah, like it was enormous.
The old rule of thumb was if you want to be on TV, have a head that's the size of a TV. And I'm not even making that up.
I'm on my way.
It's a major thing for you. I think it also makes your body look nice and small, you know?
Yeah, you're
'Cause
going to
your
look
head-
thinner.
Yeah.
All right.
And no matter who you are, your head's going to look like you're going to look like a sugar daddy. You know, you're just with that fucking Eastern Island head of yours, you ought to do very well for yourself. I from what I heard, ancient people used to pray to your head.
God damn it. It was done so well back in the day.
What's that?
It was done so well back in the day with his giant head.
I can't understand you. Giant head and a fucking tiny tongue just fucking flicking around. Nowhere to go. Look, they're saying they're a little disappointed. The tourists have all been around the ticket booth in Times Square, hoping a little Asian man will go up there naked.
Why did I think that was Pauly Shore?
Yeah, Pauly Shore's out, and he's just hanging around.
On the fucking airline.
Okay, no one can see you, Gail. You're pointing at a camera from MSNBC. Run over to MSNBC. It's the Weasel, and he's up on.
He's wheezing.
He's wheezing the jets.
Look at this, the first openly gay Miss America contestant. Congratulations to the openly gay lady. We cheer for you and we have a parade for you.
We did it.
We're moving ahead. Thanks, Obama. We're going to break here. Are we going to be back with our guests, Chris?
Yes, we are. Jessica Mears.
She's got a show tonight.
That's tonight. That's a transplant show at the QED in Astoria at 7 p.m. Go to QEDAstoria.com for tickets.
We'll break. We'll be back. This is Bennington.
Bennington is back, and we've got Jessica Mears in studio with us. The Transplants comedy show is produced by Jessica. It's happening tonight at QED in Astoria at 7 p.m. Go to QEDAstoria.com for tickets and more information.
Jessica, good to see you again. How's everything going?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Chris, are you close to QED?
Yeah, it's about 2 train stops away from me.
Oh, see, I didn't know Astoria was big enough to have 2 train stops.
It's a big...
I only pay attention to the part of Astoria where the first place that you get off.
That's Queensboro.
That's not even considered Astoria.
That's Long Island City.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Who's me of a... what was your line? I was trying to remember it.
The time I toured a college, I couldn't afford it.
Well, always just know this. This is somebody else's money being spent on this. But it's all flash, nothing else. Although we were talking about this, we have even better studios in D.C. There's 60 studios sitting basically with about 5 shows using it down there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
The last time we saw you was the big Comedy 101 show, but I hear since then you and Voss and Bonnie have gone around and around on Twitter.
I was wondering if you're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to offend them. I'm not like naturally a mean person or anything. So on the show, like I didn't get it. Like maybe I'm autistic or something. I don't know.
I think we had another guy who was.
Just dropped my phone. Yeah, I didn't get it. So afterwards, I was talking to Robert Kelly, and he was like, "Yeah, that's just what we do. Like we go back and forth, like busting each other's balls all day long. Like it's nothing, no harm, no foul or whatever. It's just what we do."
Yeah.
And then I didn't get a chance to talk to Rich, Voss, and Bonnie, but I like shook Rich's hand, and I was like, "Nice to meet you." And then Bonnie gave me a hug, and she was like, "It's all in good fun, girl." And then so I was like, oh, it'll be really fun, like, now that I get it, if I hit him back on Twitter and say some mean shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Twitter, you can't catch tone, though, right?
Yeah, it's a different medium.
Yeah.
I think that happens a lot of a lot of times with people, anytime they put something out on social media where they're just like, oh, I was doing it in this way, where people are they're going to read it whatever tone they think of it in their head.
So I said to Bonnie, I was like, sorry, I didn't recognize you. You've aged a bit since I've seen you do anything.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have taken that well either.
Yeah. I put a heart at the end of it. So I thought,
oh, okay.
Okay. Sometimes the emojis do help.
And she did just have a major book out that people were talking to her about even doing other stuff with. But that's the problem with Twitter.
Just jokes.
Here's the way that I treat Twitter. I don't use it. From a show, I'll read the feedback while I'm on the air, but I don't let myself thinking, hey, it's 9:30 at night. I wonder what people think of me. I wonder if they think I'm making all the right decisions.
Right.
Now, the best person I ever heard talk about Twitter was Michael Che, who said to me, hey, I just think that it's not real. So I just go in there and say whatever, because he would have these big battles.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't care. He doesn't think that it's real because it's not the real world. And I thought, well, that's an interesting thing. Don't be hurt. And don't get upset with what you said. Treat it like a video game.
I've always loved the way that Colin Quinn handles his
Hilarious.
Twitter. Because, first of all, the comedy is so different than even what he does on
it's
stage. But it's just like so purposeful the way it prods people. And like, honestly, I signed up for Twitter because of how funny Colin Quinn was on Twitter, and someone had showed me his tweets. Yeah, my man was like, "You got to look at these tweets; they're so funny."
Some of them, Chris. Let's do some of Colin Quinn's tweets.
It's the best. So I think he cracked the code on what is amazing about the medium.
Jessica Meir is sitting in with us today. She's at the Transplants comedy show tonight that she produces at QED in Astoria, 7:00. But see if you can just find some of the.
All right, here's one about July 4th.
Yeah.
Hope you all have a great 4th of Jew Laughs weekend.
That's annoying.
It's just entirely different. And then anytime he'll say something, ultimately somebody's going, dude, like that's not even funny, or like he'll say something that's overly sensitive, so they're like, you PC, you changed, like you didn't used to be like that.
My favorite that he's ever done is, don't you wish all the world's banks were comedy clubs and that laughs were currency? And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's annoying the shit out of me.
It's so funny. It's so good.
He has a picture of the West 4th cages, and he just says, I'll put a clinic on right now if someone hands me the rock.
You know what? I went by that. I never saw them wearing uniforms until I went by. I think it was the day before the gay parade. I don't know whether they did a gay tournament down there. I'll put a clinic on. Jessica, how long have you been doing comedy?
About 6 years.
So was this the original dream early on, or?
Not when I was really young. I started doing comedy when I got divorced, and I was real sad.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, that's a weird move to come out of it, right? To think, I'm going to go from the divorce to standing on stage.
Yeah, I was just like really not happy with anything that was in my life at the time. And I was like, I'm just going to quit everything. Like this marriage.
A do-over, as they say, yeah.
I'm going to do nothing and then figure out what I feel like doing.
A lot of times people just cut their hair. But
Yes.
Yeah.
I always think, it's funny, I know a guy that when the girl broke up with a few times, they would just shave their heads. Just like, I am not the person I was a couple days ago. Now, was the divorce your idea or someone else's?
It wasn't really my idea.
Yeah.
The plan was not to do that, but I mean, like, he did some terrible shit to me, and
What
then
did
I
he
was like,
do?
we're getting divorced.
What did he do? Come
Oh,
on.
geez, I don't know if I should say.
Well, just
I basically found out that he was cheating on me since before we were married, which is understandable because I was abstinent. So, like, I get it. But, like, you didn't have to marry me, you know?
Now, why no sex? Was it no sex, but was it for religious reasons?
Yeah, I don't know, I got real churchy in high school. My family wasn't religious at all. I feel like I always had like a sense that I was bad, or my family, they were bad because they weren't going to church. I don't know. I lived in the South, so it was like everyone goes to church. Your family doesn't go to church. Like,
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I should get into that. And then they get you into the abstinence. I told my mom, I like went to her and like came out as being abstinent. And she was like, Jessica, like, you know, it's okay to have sex before you're married. Like, that's not the reaction.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, my mom's a whore.
But Gail, I know that they had you do that stuff when you were a kid too. Like,
Oh yeah, and the worst thing is that we, me and a couple friends, signed up for this thing because they put your name on a wall, and we thought it was fucking hilarious to sign up for it. And we like, and then like we were all like, "Aren't you gonna think about this the day that you have sex?" We thought it was fucking hilarious.
when she came home and she said, "I joined this whatever you can't have sex here," and I'm like, "Oh, did you? Okay."
Yeah, we did it to be funny. Like
Right.
it was a joke to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I can't remember. I guess like my mom found out, and then I was like felt uncomfortable explaining the joke to you guys, and you're like, and they're like, "Why'd you do that?" And I'm just like, "Just for a laugh, I guess." It's hard to explain, really, but
I wish somebody would told
it's
me it was
funnier
all a
in the
joke.
moment.
Well, I thought that was a joke, and so was Dare. I'm like, okay, just go ahead,
I
sign
took
up.
that shit seriously.
Yeah, I'm like, sign up for all that stuff when you're 12.
Yeah.
We'll see when you're 15.
Oh my god! I wish you could have signed up for Dare. That shit was mandatory. It was a nightmare.
Was it?
Oh my god! It was so annoying, and I feel bad in retrospect because we gave old Deputy Norcom a hard time. I mean,
Sure.
she did not have it easy.
Well, for me, I remember they had it in health class, and it was like the drug thing was the only time I ever paid attention in school. I mean, I just leaned in, and I'm just like, so it's sold in grams, okay? Gotcha.
Okay, and
Can't wait.
Let's go over some more of this lingo again.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of things are they saying on the streets?
And what do you mean free the first time? They're literally going to give it to you free? Still hasn't happened yet.
What if you keep lying and saying it's your first time?
So, what took you from the South, this church girl, not having sex, not having to living in New York?
Well, when I got divorced, I was like, everything is bullshit.
So it took that long, huh? Till you got divorced.
I guess so. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was only I got married when I was 19,
Yeah.
and then like separated when I was 21.
Abstinence will do that to you.
Yeah.
You get married pretty young when you have to wait.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Catholic kids used to get married like right after prom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like, used to be pretty immediate.
I feel like we're in love and we should be married immediately.
Yes. Hurry.
It definitely like confuses you. You're like, if you're taught that love and sex always go together, you can't separate them. So if you're having like sex feelings for someone, you think that you love them.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you're like, I have to marry them because I already blew them.
That's what I thought. The first guy I blew, and we couldn't get married at the
See?
time. Yeah,
Now it's okay.
but it is a sex, love, friendship. It's really a lot more difficult than we think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And, when it comes to young people, they're so concerned about trying to explain that you shouldn't have sex that they don't go into the nuances of like what it feels like when you want someone and how to be safe. Because it's uncomfortable to say, we know you're going to have sex.
Well, why not just say this to the children? I'm 40 and still haven't figured it out.
Right.
I'm married, but saw a girl on the bus I wanted to fuck. And I'm not sure what to do with that, kids. I don't understand why I just can't take a weekend. But, the pagans used to do stuff like that. They would have the love and commitment and then these kind of Mardi Gras parties where they know, hey, if I can just hold on to this feast, I'll have a crazy orgy weekend. And then I'm back, and I'm going to be, a good person
Or
in the marriage.
if you think about in ancient Rome, in ancient Greece, not Rome, in Greece, they had different types of love. So you would have this like kind of marital love, and that would be the kind of person that you would raise your family with. Then you would have, a man would have a female lover. They would have a male lover, a young male lover, which they thought of as the purest form. Like that was like your soulmate.
that they would mentor.
And a lot of times women would have another woman on the side as well. So it was like they kind of, you understood that everyone was going to have a couple different types of relationships.
Yeah.
I feel like they were doing it better back then.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably, there's something to be said about that.
Yet they also wouldn't shave their backs. So, I mean, they had good things and bad things in ancient Greece. But I don't think, well, first of all, I know we fuck up with little girls and there's someone special for you.
Yeah.
And there's only one person on the planet, and you just happen to meet them at school or work. You're not meeting them on the other side of the world. You know, it's so weird.
And so many adults are afraid, I think, to accept that there are multiple people on planet Earth, and maybe even many people on planet Earth, that you could happily spend your life with.
Sure.
Why would that be a negative thing? Because if you tell people there's one person on planet Earth for you, they're always going to be second guessing wonderful relationships.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, but is it the best relationship that could ever happen? Instead of just thinking at any given time you're in a crowd full of people and you're like, how many of these people could I truly fall in love with? A couple. There could be a couple in a big crowd. I think that's a nice thing. It takes the pressure off.
Yeah. I was just going to say, or like, you don't have to be with anyone. You could just, be by yourself and be content.
They make that the worst thing in the world, right? That's the thing. The person who says, hey, I want to kind of have a single life. Everyone is freaked out about that person.
Yeah.
And this is just a choice. You know what I mean? We happily accept you're transgender or you're gay, but hey, I just want to be off doing nothing. No.
Yeah.
Not into that at all.
Or like, someone is divorced or they're a widow. The people are like, I can't rest until you're with someone, and then I know you're taken care of.
Yeah.
You experience a sadness in your life, and I'm ready to just pass you off to the next man or woman. So I don't have to worry. I don't have to lay in bed going, they have no one.
But have you ever done it to anyone? Because
yeah, and
a friend of mine has kind of recently broken up, and I've probably asked 3 times if they're ready to date again, and I'm like, why? Even as I'm saying it, what am I saying it for? What do I give a fuck?
It's something that I'm aware of, but it's hard to break yourself of that feeling of people are supposed to be partnered up in some way.
Yeah.
So when you care about someone, you're like, I want all the good things of life for you. And, you see relationships as a good thing of life. So it's very hard not to impose that feeling.
It's seriously stupid. I wish we would just say we don't know what the fuck any of us are talking about. If anything, if you're an American, you probably best just to hang yourself with a belt and the pain. That's what I would like to do.
That's your party.
That's what I keep saying. Vito is another guy. You're saying you're not interested in a relationship now.
Yeah, no, not at this moment.
You got to turn your mic up.
Not at this moment.
But you were in a very heavy relationship, right?
Yeah, we lived together.
Was it too much for you?
The relationship or just like
the breakup?
No, it wasn't too much. It was just I figured I lived with her and we literally we got really connected to each other, so I just wanted to have
be
some
unconnected.
me time.
What was the moment or was there a thing, a catalyst when you felt like, oh, now we really feel unconnected?
It was when we were living with each other. And she was like, let's go out and do stuff. And I was like, no, I want to just chill here. That's why we live together.
Isn't that but she was like a party girl, right? And you met the party girl, you met her at the club, but then you're like, now that I got you, let's just sit here.
Yeah, but it wasn't even just going out to bars and stuff. She'd be like, let's go out to eat. And I'd be like, we could make food here.
Yeah, I know. Jessica, you too chilly? I can
Oh, no, I'm
down.
okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Good.
I'm always freezing. I wear winter wear in the summer in here.
Here's what goes on with this room. It's colder exactly where you're sitting than where the rest of us are sitting.
This is the coldest seat, next coldest. And then by the time you get over to Chris, it's just boiling.
So you're basically in North Canada and he's somewhere down in the jungles of Mexico. But this happens all the time with that exact seat.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, what we should have is like blankets that we could just put around people.
I've been thinking about getting a studio snuggie and maybe some boots.
And then
Some booties.
we can have celebrities sign the snuggie when they're done with it.
This is great. The celebrity snuggie.
We can never wash it.
Why?
Just, I don't want to get any of the signatures.
Oh, I didn't think of that. I just thought you were going for gross purposes.
Jessica Mears is in studio with us. Check her out, the Transplants Comedy Show. It's produced by Jessica, and it's happening tonight at QED in Astoria at 7 p.m. Go to QEDAstoria.com for tickets and more information.
We met Jessica at Comedy 101. Dan Perlman is the guy that brought you in. Now, how do you know Dan?
From going to mics and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is he on stage?
He's funny.
Now, is he so funny that at his young age, he should be offered a cartoon on Fox that he not only writes and stars in, but produces?
Yeah.
That is an amazing, I still can't get my head around that.
It's the most wild thing that happened to him.
And less than a year ago, none of that was happening.
Yeah.
It happened when we went up to Montreal last year.
So it's coming up eventually by next month, late next month of a year ago. That's so weird. But in that amount of time, his life is completely different.
Here's who reacted to that. Me and Chris. Because he won the thing, and while we were doing another show, and then later he had Joe just say, oh, by the way, Dan won that thing. And they're just standing there. And me and Chris started going crazy. We're like, this is unbelievable. Your life is changing. And I'm grabbing him and he's just letting me shake him around. He's just not letting it in. And then like a little while later, he's like this, that thing that I won, I sold it to Fox. And then we went through it again, but he won't react.
His reaction, the most you can get out of him is like, thank you, man. That's it. That's all you get. Thank you, man.
Well, I think he had his own kind of strange childhood, like most of us do. But for some reason, he will never allow himself to be disappointed. Like, I am not going to accept anything good because then I don't want to feel bad if I lose that thing. So he just says, fuck it. It doesn't matter to me. It's kind of a smart thing, but you want to have a life where you can celebrate sometimes. What is that religion that doesn't even let you have a birthday? Is that the Christian Scientist or whoever?
Is it Christian?
Latter-day Saints?
Yeah, the Latter-day Saints, which
or
is...
maybe it's the Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Jehovah's Witness.
By the way, the Latter-day Saints is the coolest name of a band I've ever heard for.
Yeah.
And they don't use it for anything good.
Are they not the same thing?
No, the Latter-day Saints are Mormons.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Jehovah's Witness is its own other thing.
So one of them, I think, won't eat pork and the other one won't eat pussy. I can't remember which is which.
But none of them eat pussy.
I went to school with a Jehovah's Witness, and he was like any holiday thing or anything seemingly celebratory. Like he was exempt from
Christmas,
having to like make whatever arts and crafts thing that we were working on.
Because that was like a false idol.
Exactly. And then he had to just like work out of like a worksheet of some boring stuff. And I was like, man, that religion stinks. I mean, yeah, like he was just like doing some like extra credit math homework or something. We're like we're just like making like, like Easter bunnies and like gluing cotton balls to shit and just like, this is great.
When I was in like first grade, I looked forward to anything there was at all. Arbor Day was exciting to me. Like, yes!
Arbor Day's next week, guys.
Gotta do it.
We'll be planting the tree. The whole class is coming out planting the tree.
Because that is the only time that, like, when you're in the early part of elementary school, the only time that holidays are a major deal to you.
Until you start drinking.
Then, is there a holiday that isn't a drinking holiday? Like, I don't think Easter makes it into it, but any other Christian holiday is about getting hammered. I mean, Christmas has become a 2-week stumble bum for most people.
Yeah.
Chris, how much did you black out over
was what, three nights a week or something? Like, it was fucking terrible.
I mean, do you pretty much that Christmas vacation, because you periscoped most of that?
I think
and
the
I would
month-
see you on 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, guys. Live my life the wrong way, I think.
Chasing the wrong dream.
Why won't the sun come up? Why is it taking so long?
That's a dirty feeling, isn't it? When the sun comes up.
That's fucking, once you see that blue light through a window, and it's like, oh no, what have we done?
When that happens, your clothes feel immediately filthy.
Oh, Jesus.
As soon as the sun comes up. I remember one of the lowest nights in my life. I'm fucking coming back from wherever, all still fucking gack, but like a gack hangover, you know, I'd just been coked up for a while. And I just pull up and I'm at a fucking red light. And I look over and it's a bus stop with little beautiful children, all fresh faced and ready to go to school. And I'm just sitting there looking like the dirtiest, you know what I mean? Just like, oh, I was like that one time. And now look at me. And it was the lowest I ever fucking felt about. I felt like Aqualung. You know what I mean? Like just a dirty Jethro Tull Aqualung. That's disgusting. And I remember as I was putting the kids into the trunk, I'm like, there, I have got to change the way I'm living.
You're just crying, but still doing it like, God, what have I done? Get in there.
I was leaving a dude's house this morning, going home, and I got an Uber pool because I'm poor. And so other people were in the car.
The ride of shame.
And they're like, so where are you going? I was like, I'm going to do a radio show.
What?
And they drop me off. They're like, this is an apartment. I'm like, no, I'm doing a radio show.
Why are you wearing heels and a black dress? Shut up.
Now, this guy that you're with, you're not that serious about.
I don't want to. I travel a lot.
Yeah.
So I can't really get into anything with anyone. I just ended a 6-year relationship in December.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like pretty soon after the divorce that I started that. So like my entire life, I haven't fucked enough people.
Right.
So
how many more you got to go before you're finally done, Jessica?
I don't know, man. I'm soul searching, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if there is a number before a person can feel like, all right, I've seen it, I've done it, now I'll know if there's some, because believe it or not, there are certain people that you could meet and live with easily. And then other people, no matter how hard you worked at it or how you felt about that person, you couldn't live with them. You couldn't under any circumstances. Vito, you found out a girl that you were very, you were crazy about her.
Yeah.
But living with her disgusted you.
Yeah, well, and it's also like in her defense,
we don't. You don't have to defend her. We get it.
I know she's right.
We know she's got to be right.
Like moving in with a boyfriend who's going straight from living with his mother to living with you, probably fucking sucks. Like,
and then also you went back to living with your mother again,
and my mom is pumped.
Yes,
I knew you'd come back to me.
Vito, let me get you some kind of food here. But your mom, you're right about that. Your mom loves you too much.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah.
now she drops hints. She's like, so you are going to move back out at some point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after you're dead, Mom.
Is my name on the lease of this apartment?
That's how you got your place, right?
Yeah. Rent stabilized.
Who put you on the lease? Your mom?
No, I had to fight to get my name on the lease. I had to show to the landlord because they tried to kick me out when my mom passed away. So I had to show 2 years worth of bills from like Con Ed and fucking phone bills and shit.
That's so lucky, though.
Oh,
now
yeah.
he's got the place.
Yeah, it's cheap as fuck.
He's got a place in Astoria, a big place.
Yeah.
What are you paying a month?
$700 a month.
That's unbelievable.
It's crazy to me that people would try to do that though, like kick somebody out right after. Because it's just happened in my building where this guy had been living with his grandmother. You know, he's a little touched by God, as my friend would say. It's a little, there's a little something different about him. But he cared for his grandmother. She cared for him. That kind of situation. His grandmother just passed, and they're like, sorry, you're not on the lease. And I'm like, you're going to put this guy,
because it's worth a lot of money.
I mean, it's so messed up to me. People just do
tell
not
you,
care.
I should even be careful I say this. Guy 2 doors down from me died. His family said to us, don't say anything to the building because we want to take our time getting the stuff out. We don't want to be rushed out in a day or two. This is the fucking world that we live in.
It's horrible.
It's insane.
In fucking sane.
It's New York real estate. It's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Well, you had a chance to get Bernie Sanders, but you wouldn't do it, would you?
I kept,
right now, if you would have got Bernie Sanders, we'd be lighting money on fire down in fucking Wall Street and throwing fucking those guys on top of it.
Yeah. But you blew it.
The revolution's coming now with blood instead of votes. You had your chance, America. I'm just going to slink down. You had your chance, America.
I told you. I told you, dude.
No one has used the idea of the Uber ride of shame, though. And I kind of feel like that could be a movie. I really do. Just 4 people getting in this Uber, all feeling bad for different reasons, and then we flash back.
Dude, it was a 7-minute Uber ride. Like, there's so many times I've done Uber pool and I don't have to share it with anyone. Like, why are there 3 other people in here right now? Like, why are they all talking to me?
Chris, can you get her the Lyft thing that you're always trying to get
Oh,
out
yeah.
to
You
people?
want a Lyft code? Do you use Lyft?
You'll get free Lyft.
Sure.
All right. Lyft code then. You're going to get $50 free. Look,
$50.
It's good for you. It's good for me. Everything's going to fucking work out.
Incrementally, by the way, believe me.
Don't worry about
it doesn't work that way?
Oh, yeah.
It's
I
fine.
found that out the hard way.
You're going to get so many Lyft pools. It's going to be amazing.
So I thought you would get something like 7 or 8 rides for free.
No. It's like you get that amount over the course of a couple rides. Like they'll take like $5 off each ride or something.
That's nice. That's great. You want to
See,
get $5
the
off
way
a
you
ride.
sell it to people.
That's how they sell
way
it to me.
you're
It's the same way you sell Coke to people. Fucking stepped on.
Look how much there is.
Is there a male equivalent of a walk of shame, would you say? I mean, for me, it was always being seen with someone that you didn't think of as a public date. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
I think every guy has had several women that he was happy, you know, but she might be a little bit whatever.
Yeah.
They have your friends here about it.
And for most women, that's like 100% of like, you know, one night stand type things or like side pieces. Because their shame just is like even having that, even having a
having a side piece.
Yeah, like even if that guy's incredibly attractive, there's like this thing of like, oh, you're the type of girl to have a one night stand, or you're the type of girl to have a side piece.
Right.
That's already like they're just feeling full shame all the time.
We're very weird with the way we raise our girls and the way that we raise our boys. We do a kind of a bad job.
Yeah, we don't do a great job.
We don't do a fantastic job.
We pit them against each other, but then tell them they need to be together.
Right. And we tell the girls you can't be with anyone, and then we tell the boys be with a lot of them.
Yeah.
That we told can't be with you.
And then
Don't go.
later you're like, to the girls, you're like, "What? You're all alone."
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then like they want that. Look, the dancing the fucking line between don't be prudish and don't be a slut is enough to make any woman go insane. Is that you have this idea, you don't want to come off as a prudish person, but if you give even a tiny bit of an inch, it's like, oh God, why would she do that?
Yes.
Ooh, she's
disgusting. Did she
dirty.
enjoy herself? This young lady was on top.
And riding like a common whore.
First of all, young men are so awful at sex, all women should be on
Yeah.
top. Until they're at least 27, a woman should be on top.
We have a natural rhythm, maybe that a young man doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Chris, did you feel pressure when you were a kid to lose it, as they say?
In high school, yeah.
Yeah.
There was always pressure, yeah. But then when I lost my virginity, I was blacked out and had to be told that I had sex the night before.
It's that, like, that is insane that, like, young men have this pressure of
It's
to
terrible
lose it,
pressure,
and
too.
women are just like, wait, no, not that one, don't.
Yeah.
And you're just like, try to make it to at least this number, or
Yeah.
else it's going to look bad.
That was Jessica when she was younger. She just, you really waited until you were married. Like in the
Mostly.
movies. Well, all right. So you
Sure.
fucked around a little bit. Yeah. You would put your elbow on it, rub it back and forth.
Doesn't count.
You like that?
Like that.
The fine art of dry humping.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm like still like fucked up from that a little bit.
Sure.
I don't know. Like still have trouble. Like I commit to people way too easily, like people that are not worthwhile people. And it's really good actually that I'm traveling so much and I can't get into anything with anyone really. Like I'll start dating somebody and it's going great and I'm like, oh, I could marry them, sure. Like I don't know why.
That quickly.
And then I'm like, but I'm gonna go away for a month. And then they're like, all right, I'm gonna fuck other people. I'm like, cool.
Well, how many? Yeah. How are you comfortable on the road, or is the road?
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think the road is a great way to get out of a lot of things. But what happens if you've been doing comedy for a while, you forget to live any other way. And I know a lot of people have been doing comedy for 20, 25 years, and they have a life in each of those towns now. They've played Cleveland and Memphis so many times that they have friends in each of those places. So it isn't like, hey, I'm going to go out and discover America. It's like, I'm going to shift into this me. Right. It's really kind of fascinating.
Yeah. I guess I do feel like that kind of like whenever I am in a new town or whatever, like I go out and try to meet people and make friends and stuff. And I'm like, well, next time I come around, like I'll know people there.
Right.
I don't know.
See, what used to happen pre-internet is guys could be dating a girl in each town and never have it found out. But now because of Facebook, you can't live that way anymore.
We just liked your post.
Yeah. But normally a lot of comics would have a girl that they either met or the waitress at a club in Tampa, another girl in Birmingham. It didn't even have to be that far away.
Yeah.
And now anything you do anywhere is a known fact to everyone you know, family and friends.
Kind of. I think that you can be
kind of.
though. Like
in what way?
I don't put my relationship status online anymore or like post who I'm out with or what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I like to have the appearance of being single.
But that doesn't keep them from posting stuff, right? Other people can put pictures of you up.
Yeah, I guess I could, but I don't know. Nobody's done it so far.
So far. Vito, you're saying yes? Does that happen with you?
No, well, you can tag other people in a picture.
Yeah.
Like I've seen it happen to friends of mine. I knew a girl who was who was constantly cheating on a dude she like was engaged to, and she had a privacy setting just so nobody could tag her in pictures, partying with other dudes.
Somebody wrote this to me. The male thing is having to go to a wedding with your chick is their walk of shame. Being spotted holding her bags in the mall, which is really funny. But I remember one time I'm walking down First Avenue and I see Liam and his chick coming out of the Bed Bath & Beyond, and he was loaded up, and it had me laughing my ass off.
Yeah, when I was probably in high school when I would end up in either like big clothing stores or big department stores where they would have, the couches where men can sit and rest the bags while the woman does the shopping. And I was in high school and I remember just thinking, I'm never going to do that to a man. Like, I don't want to do that to anybody.
Well, this way you can come out and have him say, yes, the dress looks good.
I just can't. I don't even like shopping with friends. I've never enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I don't really. It's like, I like to be in the zone. I'm doing my own thing. I usually have a reason. I feel like an event. I have a dress in my mind. I don't really like. But I would never do that to a guy. I would never just be like, just stand here while I show you. Do you like this? Do you like this? And stand there with all my bags. It depresses me when I see it.
I'm embarrassed to say the last time I've walked into a store of any kind, and I walk through New York all the time, through some of the most fabulous fucking stores in history, and I think to myself, oh, I've never even opened that door.
Oh, yeah.
I walked into that.
I'll just walk. I just will go into places just because I'm like, oh, man, I got to see what they've got. Even if I have no intention of buying anything. I like to pop
I don't do that. Yeah.
A little pop in.
It should be.
Yeah.
It should be. I don't do it. Chris, do you?
I mean, the only store I go into is Dwayne Reed with any consistency. No, like fucking like.
And the dollar store.
And the
that
dollar,
you're going for your.
Just to browse.
Oh, I'm not buying today. Thank you. Beautiful items, though, that you have. This really gorgeous stuff. I'll be back, though. I'll be back. This place is great. I'm going to tell my friends about it.
What do you have in irregulars? I want to just give that a quick look because I don't care if one sleeve is a lot longer than the other.
Just before I leave, do you have a clearance bin or no? Okay.
Let me get your card. I was noticing this today when I got out of the cab. Cab drivers don't even turn around for you to take money anymore. It's happened to me 3 times this week that I had to go, sir, your fucking money, because they all assume that you're using a credit card.
Yep.
And I refuse to do it in a cab.
Don't do it.
Because of what happened with you.
Yeah. You can get your account compromised if they have a skimmer on the
and they all do.
Really?
A lot of them do.
And the way they put the skimmers on is crazy. They do it so quickly, and the skimmers look exactly like the reader. It's
And
fucked up.
I was burned once by it years ago. I stopped using cards in cabs from there. I do like Uber and stuff, which is like going to be protected, but actually swiping your card, I stopped. Then when my card, I got the new chip, you know how they're doing the chip now, and I was told, use the chip. It's protected in those things. The very first cab that I used it, my fucking account was compromised. Years in between. I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. I never do it.
I think they have them on like gas stations and stuff in Florida, and I got my account.
They got them at ATMs. They got, I was in a jury duty thing for that, and there was just one case after another.
I know somebody who had it in an ATM within a Bank of America, and they put a skimmer inside. You know how you can go into those like little vestibules, like not into the bank, but in the vestibule. Somebody got their account compromised there. That's bold to put a fucking skimmer in a bank.
Hey, my mom took my card out of my wallet when I was sleeping, ran it through.
Did they buy anything cool?
Did they live in a better life than you?
Yeah. Well, the first time it happened to me, they were like buying a lot of stuff at Target for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but this time they hit ATMs and we're just pulling money out. Like each ATM going, hitting another 200.
They could win that deep.
How do they know your like PIN number and stuff?
Because the skimmer is able to get that.
It reads all it.
It reads all that shit. Yeah.
This video's up on the iBang. It's a guy actually putting a skimmer onto a store like credit card reader, and this is how fast the guy's in the background.
So the guy in the hat in the background.
Yeah.
So he's.
While there's 3 all around him, and that's it. That's the skimmer.
And you just think that
fits right on top of it, doesn't look any different.
Anyone else using that thing for the rest of the day or however long it's
now when he's done, he's able to pull that thing off of there and then get all your information. He doesn't even need your physical card. And then they have machines
that will make
the cards. Yeah. It's crazy.
I'd rather do that than work, though. That guy's doing all right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got a nice day set up for himself.
Just one quick move.
You ever notice this, too? The bank won't tell you who got it, how they got it from you. They're like, this will fix it. And I like to know where it fucking came from.
Yeah. Like, can we find the person?
Yeah. Can I make sure it's not a brother-in-law?
Yeah.
Is that a problem?
I tracked this cab down because sometimes they have... they rent out their cab space that sometimes they own. So I was like, I can tell you the exact cab. I have all his information here if you want to look into it. And they're like,
what do we care?
We'll see.
What do we care? Jessica, thanks so much for stopping
Thanks
by
for
and
coming
seeing
in.
us.
Thanks.
You were a lot of fun today.
You can check her out at Transplants Comedy Show. It's produced by Jessica. It's happening tonight at QED in Astoria at 7 p.m. Go to QEDAstoria.com for tickets and more information.
Be right back. It's Bennington. It's the Bennington Show. Sex, Drugs, Rock and Roll airs Thursday, 10 p.m. on FX. First season available on Hulu. About to go to the town hall that we did for Sex, Drugs, Rock and Roll, and this was a real blast.
This was so much fun. Robert Kelly, who, we already love. I'm telling you, the way the audience was reacting to him is such a blast. He's so funny in this. But honestly, was it Liz Gillies who sang
Yes.
Yeah, she is fantastic, and some of her performances that she does a couple songs peppered throughout the interview. They're fantastic.
And then ends with this. Make sure you're there for the end of it to hear these impressions that she does.
She does one impression that I am so jealous.
Yeah.
How well she does it. I was like, damn, I want to be able to do that impression. It's so
Yeah,
good.
she could be in a cover band tomorrow. But the thing is, and she's tall and thin and gorgeous, and I believe, and unbelievably talented.
Yeah.
I believe she's younger than Vito.
Really?
Yes.
She's a year younger than me.
She's,
Wow.
Yeah, she's young. So this is the gang, Dennis Leary, who, just came off the big hit Rescue Me, and has put together somewhat of a complicated show because it's funny and it has drama, and then it has this musical thing. And I bring this up to him in the town hall. If the music doesn't work, your show's really in trouble when you're doing a thing about a rock and roll band. But so Robert Kelly does more this year than I saw him doing last year. He's really great. And then he has this amazing chemistry with this guy, John Ailes, who, for whatever reason, those guys, they play the rhythm section, but they just have this perfect play off of each other. We're talking about Liz Gilly and the really beautiful, also talented, she doesn't sing during this, but does on the show, Elaine Hendricks.
Yeah, I loved her. And, the two women clearly have such an important role on the show, but you can see they have a really important role within the cast. Like off screen, you see how important their dynamic is with the rest of the guys.
That's the thing that I think is kind of interesting about this is Leary put this together like a band. And they kind of react like a band more than a cast. You know what I mean? Like I felt the same way. I've done one of these town halls with Aerosmith, and there's always dynamics to the band. There's always somebody kind of taking over that you didn't expect to take over the interview and stuff like that.
I think it's always cool to see a cast that just like whatever that thing is, that chemical attraction they have with each other. You see that, and honestly, if you either watch the show or you haven't watched the show yet, I think listening to the interview will make you really want to because of how fun they are together.
Well, I've seen the first 4 episodes. The first one ran this week, but it's I kind of feel like it's a real step up year for them. But also, when you check this out, it's like Dennis Leary seems to be at a point in his life where he's very satisfied with the way things have turned out. And I don't always meet people like that, but he was very giving to his cast. He was very paternal. It just seemed like he was in a good place, where normally, no matter where a comic is in their career, they're still like, hey, look over here, I got a line here.
Yeah.
Everybody does it, But I noticed how easy he could laugh at Robert Kelly, who is now a Jeopardy question. Check that out on the iBang. Check out a lot of stuff on the iBang today. There's a lot of great stuff up there, including Sarah Paulson, who's been in here before. The big lady rolling around on the bed is also an exciting story. Oh, yeah. A lot of stuff happening on the iBank today. But let's throw it to this town hall. It's Sex, Drugs, Rock and Roll airs Thursdays at 10 o'clock on FX. Season 1 is available on Hulu if you want to keep up with it. But let's welcome Dennis Leary, Robert Kelly, Liz Gillies, Elaine Hendricks, and John Ailes. This is the cast and the town hall, Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll.
Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll is a hilarious tale about a dysfunctional family and a dysfunctional band.
Here's to Gigi and our dysfunctional rock and roll family.
Cheers! Sex and drugs and rock and roll. Gotta save my dirty soul.
It's the Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll Town Hall. Here's your host, Ron Bennington.
It's the cast of Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. Here live. How you guys doing today?
We're doing good.
Hot.
Now, we're going into season second now, right? Mm-hmm. How is this? Does this feel like a different vibe from the first season, Dennis, or is it all?
Yeah, it's different. It's always, for me anyways, as a viewer and as a writer or a creator, whatever you want to call it, I feel like a second season of a television show is generally better than the first season because the actors get more comfortable with each other and the writers get more comfortable with the actors. So I always go back to like The Sopranos, which was one of my favorite television show of all time. The first season was terrific. The second season, I remember like 2 episodes in going like, wow, this thing's even better. And then I felt the same way on Rescue Me as a person creating a show and co-writing it. Because now, going into this year, I was much more comfortable myself as a writer, and all of us were more comfortable with each other. I also had this great, terrific writer, Julianne Smolinski, who's some of you may know as @Boobs Radley on Twitter. She won the funniest woman on Twitter thing a few years ago. She's hysterically funny, and I got her to work on this season with us, which helped open up Ava and Gigi's characters, as well as Kat, Gigi's mom, and gave us a really strong female point of view. And you know, the story of this show, no matter where we end up going, the true story of who's in charge, it's always Gigi and Ava.
Yeah.
I might think I'm in charge, Flash might think he's in charge, but really underneath it all, these 2 chicks are running the show. So that really comes to the forefront in the course of this year, and really fucking funny ways and some very touching ways.
Sure. I was very surprised, especially if I saw the first 4 episodes, and it really is, for a rock and roll show, a really female-driven show, which I don't think people thought maybe necessarily you had in you.
I don't have it in me. That's the thing. I don't know. I got to be honest with you. Like, my wife is a novelist, and she's highly capable of writing men and making them interesting and funny, and I find it hard, without great actresses or another, a female point of view in the writing staff, to write women. Because I always feel like I know where I want to go, but I don't write them well. So I look to these 2 to give me a lot of input about what they would say or feel or do. And Julianne certainly helped. She wrote episode 2 and 5 this year, but her fingerprints are all over all 10 episodes.
Yeah, but I don't know if I agree with you on that, because the one thing that you do that is amazing, that especially a lot of male creators don't do, is that you want your women to be strong and funny and sexy, and you champion that.
I am. I'm so great. Elaine's right.
So great.
Elaine's.
And does everybody know he's a doctor too?
I am. I'm a doctor of arts and letters at my alma mater, Emerson
You never
College.
mentioned this.
Congratulations. Never heard that before.
What's a letter? What do you mean a letter?
It's pretend.
ABC.
Of one letter? Is it letters or words?
Next season, Bam Bam
No. Come on.
is struck mute in episode 1. He continues to play the drums but has no more lines.
Well, there is this kind of storyline about your rhythm section. I feel like they're tighter together on the show, which is the way it normally is in a band as well, right? So was that done on purpose? Was that done where these 2 guys...
It was done, it's done on purpose because those 2 are so great together, John and Bobby, and they make all the scenes better. They improvise around what we have and make it better. But also, we knew going in we wanted to do this story of Campbell Scott, the actor Campbell Scott, playing the actor Campbell Scott, buying the rights to the Irish Potato Famine song cycle that Rehab wrote last year, because Campbell Scott feels like it could be his Hamilton, a hip-hop musical about the potato famine, and that he could win a Tony. So we knew that Campbell Scott and these 2 were going to be locked into that production, and it runs like through the whole, from episode 2 until 8. And we actually, in episode 8, it's like a Birdman episode. We spend the entire episode at the opening night of Feast, off Broadway, starring Campbell Scott. And they were fucking great when we were shooting those scenes. There's a lot of my favorite stuff this year is the stuff they did as they were arguing with Campbell or arguing with each other about the show.
Well, Campbell lets himself be shown as a lunatic, which is always hilarious to me.
Does.
He's not playing a character, he's playing Campbell Scott, and he's just out of his mind.
I know. It's you know what? The thing is, I know him very well, and I was like, listen, here's the idea. So if you want us to write the hip hop lyrics for you, about the Potato Family, we can do that because the music's already written. But and also you can, because I trust him. I'm like, feel free to play with the scenes, which of course I didn't have to say to him. So you've seen the first 4. Yeah. I mean, he's so fucking method.
Yeah.
And method comedy to me is like impossible to do, but he does it, and you really are convinced he's going to kill you at certain moments.
Every moment.
Yeah, he's terrific, and he went into the studio with the tracks, and he had some basic ideas of where he wanted to go with the lyrics, and he just improvised his own hip hop lyrics to this Familton, as he calls it. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So
it's madness. It really is. But that's another thing is that you've got. Really, it's about a band, but almost no matter who's leading the band, it's like the band itself changes, right? So if you're the lead singer, it changes. And the amount of music that comes in and out of this in different genres is kind of amazing. You had country music.
Yeah.
You've got almost punk, garage rock.
We have a lot of talented people. The guys that were just in here playing the Assassins, they are actually the Assassins in the recording studio. They're guys that have played in my comedy band when I do concerts for years. They're very experienced, well-known musicians in the music industry. They can play anything. I tell you, the Feast numbers I had nothing to do with those. I sent Chris Phillips and the guys in the band and my son Jack, who works on the music, into the studio and said, we need 7 songs. Probably at least 3 need to be dead fucking serious. Mm-hmm. And then 4 probably need to be kind of funny. One of them needs to be an 11 o'clock finale number for a fucking Tony Award-winning hip-hop musical. Liz brought in a couple songs of her own this year, which is great. So it's very collaborative. Also, I feel like when we go in, Liz is in charge of so much of the singing on this show that when we go in there, everybody's song ideas get thrown in the middle of the room. And then with her in the band, I mean, it doesn't matter if you wrote the song. The band and Liz make it better. So the songs don't come alive till you get in there with the band, and she sings, and Chris Phillips, who's our producer, tells everybody what he likes and what he doesn't like. But it's like a month. We spend like a month before we start shooting in a recording studio.
Well, if the music drops out at any time, you're in real trouble. I don't care whether it's supposed to be a funny song or a serious song. The song has to work.
Yes.
Or you could lose a comedy audience. It's a tightrope.
That's why I can't wait for everybody to see Campbell's closing number of Hamilton. It's so fucking hilarious.
It's so good.
And there's like 30 dancers on stage for them. It's just like giant production. He better win an Emmy for it. If he can't win a Tony, he should win an Emmy. I'm starting Campbell Scott's Emmy campaign right here.
Very nice idea.
I think it's true.
Also, you're going to mount the show eventually. Feast.
Imagine if it got so big that we could actually do Feast, like a Book of Mormon type, like Spam-A-Lot thing.
I'm going to do one right after this. I'm going to have a nice feast.
How's that different from breakfast, Bobby? How's that different from breakfast?
Deli meats and mayonnaise.
Yeah.
What did you have for breakfast?
Deli meats and mayonnaise.
I had a bagel.
Yeah, what kind?
And I had a muffin.
Nice.
And a baguette.
And a banana. And he guilted me into having some fruit. I was about to open a bag of chips. He goes, you had one already. They're this big, first of all. There's 4 chips in it. And he goes, you had one. It's a kid's lunch snack treat chip bag. And then he made me eat fruit, which I wasn't satisfying.
But now look how healthy you look. You just have a glow around you. You have a beautiful glow.
That's what you. That's
all right, this is the Town Hall for Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. It airs Thursdays at 10 p.m. on FX. Season 1 is available. Dennis Leary is here. He plays Johnny Rock. Liz Gillies plays Gigi. Bobby Kelly is Bam Bam. Elaine Hendricks is Ava. John Ailes is Rehab. And as I say, this is there's always like at least 3 people who could end up being the lead singer on any given song. The music changes, but I think that's even picked up this year. We're going to let some of these folks ask questions over here.
Yay.
Who do we got?
This is Adam.
If you can visit any time and place in rock history, when and where would you go?
That is a tough one. For
Mick Jagger's bedroom.
Mick Jagger's bedroom.
What year?
What year? It's really important.
Anytime.
Well, you grew up in Boston.
Mick Jagger's bedroom.
Mick Jagger's bedroom.
1975, motherfucker.
All right, some girls, Mick Jagger. That's where you're going. But the time that you grew up, there was especially in Boston, there was so many bands. And then that was like the height of touring. You must have seen an incredible amount of music at that time.
Dude, I saw some crazy fucking gigs
Yeah.
in Boston and at CBGB's here in New York. I saw the fucking Police when they first came over before their hair was dyed blonde at the Rat. And it's a bunch of bands broke up the night that the fucking Police played their first gig. Because the guitar player is way older than the rest of us in that generation. He was like 10 years older, fucking amazing guitar player. And the drummer. And they fucking came out, and it was a three-piece, and everybody, at the end of the night, there was a bunch of my friends who were in bands who were like, dude, these guys can actually play their instruments. We're fucked. And, but I saw a lot of fucking great gigs, man. My brother had tickets to the fucking Who at Boston, the old Boston Garden, the night that, it's a famous story, it's in the documentary about them. They played two songs. He passed out, Keith, into the drums at the beginning of the third song, and they fucking left with him to try to fix him, and then came out and said, we can't play, and the fucking place went nuts, and they tore up the fucking seats, and it was awesome. So I saw a lot of great gigs. I saw The Clash fucking like 6 times in Boston, small clubs, and then eventually the biggest theater I ever saw him in was Harvard Square, which is like, I think was like 1,200 seats,
Yeah, so that's basically, I think, that runs through the whole show. Is like, you don't apologize for sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Because like when we grew up, Dennis, it was a given. This was the perfect way to live your life. Whether you were playing or a fan, that was it.
Yeah.
So this has almost become like people are looking back on it with a sense of like strange nostalgia because of how that entire generation just dropped the hammer.
Yeah,
for at least 10 years.
The weird thing on this show, well, it's not weird, it's just a true part of the fabric, is because of Liz's character, she's dragging us into the fucking present over and over again. And there's no question if you're saying what's going to win eventually, the modern or the present. It's gonna be modern day, right? But the weird dichotomy in real life for us is I still, like my son and my daughter and just myself sometime driving around listening to the radio, I'm very into a lot of new bands. She loves fucking rock and roll from the 70s and the 60s. So a lot of that I fucking hate.
You hate all of it. He'll send me new songs and be like, do you have any new songs you've been listening to? Then I'll send you back like Moonshadow by Cat Stevens.
Yeah.
Like, this actually isn't what I was talking about. And you're very hip. You know a lot of good songs, new songs. You have a great taste in new music.
Those fucking singer-songwriter guys in the 70s, man, and the chicks too, equality, I fucking hated them all.
But don't you love James Taylor?
I hated James Taylor. It was like taking heroin. I know he was on heroin when he was fucking singing the songs. I fucking hated it. Bread, fucking,
Yum.
fucking Joni Mitchell. I know she's fantastic, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's not my fucking thing. My favorite Joni Mitchell song is the fake Joni Mitchell song Tina Fey recorded for fucking 30 Rock.
But Liz, your generation can access music a lot more than our generation could.
For free.
They can just get out, and if you suddenly find out about somebody finds out about the Velvet Underground, they can listen to the entire catalog by Saturday. So there's an amazing amount of music that you know, and your sound, I think, is more soulful than a lot of younger singers. There's a real soul to it.
Thank you.
Where does that come from?
I have a low voice. I sound like never mind. I have a low voice. I sometimes sound like a man. But I listen to old music, and I listen to soulful singers, and I spend my time and my energy kind of listening to the best people. And I don't know. I think maybe you listen to good music, some of it absorbs into you, some of it doesn't. Maybe that's why.
For her audition, when she came in live after we saw some videotape, we gave her a list of easy songs and some hard songs because we figured nobody's going to pick the fucking really hard songs. She came in and sang, what's Aretha's song?
I Ain't Never Loved a Man Like
Yeah,
You.
she came in and sang that, and we were like probably fucking 3 lines into the song when we went like, fuck, this chick's fucking crazy good. I mean, what girl her age? It's a great song, but that's a tough song to sing.
I wanted to get the gig, Dennis.
Well, in the pilot too. In the pilot, she came out and played the song live. Like we're all faking our instruments. Like,
no.
No, you know what? In his defense, he's a great drum player now.
Yeah.
Great drum player now.
But in the
And
pilot, she
bass.
came out and sang for real, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, she's really good. I mean, even listen to her now, it's like, every time I hear her sing, I feel like, oh, shit, I have such shitty genetics. Like, I can make people giggle. But
Bobby,
she's funny.
I just said drum player. It's drummer. It took me that long to figure out what it was called.
You know what? We didn't want to correct you.
Drum player.
Drum player.
Oh, she's not the smartest one of the bunch.
By the way,
I just love rock.
drum player is a reference probably that was used by Bread when they spoke to their fucking drummer. Hey, drum player, could you play a little lighter? You're overpowering our fucking melodies.
It does sound like a character in a folk song. Like drum
I know.
player.
That was perfect.
Hey, there's Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
This Carl Burnett.
Oh.
Wow, that was
Yeah, they're all here.
In here?
I thought
Yes,
it was tripping.
it's all Sirius XM. Everybody.
Liz does my favorite. She does a Jersey Girl character. That's my favorite thing in the world.
All right, let's hear it. Let's
Please do
hear Jersey
it.
Girl.
Bobby, what's up? You look so cute today. what are we doing after this? You look so cute.
He loves it. I think it's so awful.
Because it's been every fan of his for the last 15 years.
Oh my god.
Hey, John, I also wanted to ask you about this, and it's when Bobby's drumming, what happens to his mouth? There's something.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Is it drummer mouth?
It's pretend chewing.
It's drum player mouth.
It's drum player mouth.
Oh my god, I'll never let it down.
My wife. We were at the premiere last night, and she nudged me. She goes, "What are you doing with your mouth?" I go, "I did it. I'm not doing it now. I can't change it." I'm probably just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's a lot of counting to himself.
I really suck. I got to work on that next. I got to work because I was watching Charlie. He's just. That's my new drum face.
Scary.
And then when I hit a cymbal,
Cacao. Well, that is when you were putting this together. If it doesn't work with Ava and if it doesn't work with Gigi, the show's over, right? That casting has to be done perfectly for the show to work.
Yep.
So, what kind of stress did that bring to you early on?
I was stressed out about. I was starting with her first, right?
Yeah.
I wrote. I'd worked with Bobby before, obviously known him for a long time. Loved him as an actor, so I wrote the part, the drum part for him, the drum player. I wrote for him, and then I wanted to start. I sent Corbett the script because I figured he was never going to do it. So then we focused on Liz. So we're asking for somebody to sing live, be able to sing great, and also willing to sing live, so I can get live vocals during club appearances and maybe rehearsal space scenes. Do comedy, do drama, and be able to improv. So we're like, this is going to fucking take forever, blah, blah. Who the fuck is out there, age 21, 20, 22? So Serpico, Jim Serpico, my producing partner, has 3 teenage boys. He overhears his dad complaining to his wife that they're not going to be able to find this girl who can do all these things. And they go, we know a girl, Liz Gillies from Victorious. And literally, he came into the office the next day, he's like, all right, listen. There's a chick on Nickelodeon, and I'm like, dude, I am not fucking going to John Landgraf and saying, oh, we have this Nickelodeon girl we're going to put on fucking FX. And then he showed me some videotape of her singing live, her doing some comedy on the show, and I was like, let's get her in here. Let's bring her in. So, and she fucking slayed it. And then Corbett called up and said yes. Ale sent in a home-made video of himself.
Self-tape, so I can make fun of you now. Self-tape.
What did I say?
Homemade video.
Did I say homemade video?
Self-tape.
Like it was 1978. We have homemade video of my grandfather and the boys playing wiffle ball with the Kennedys.
Oh my God! Fuck! Oh,
what the fuck's happening to us?
I don't know.
Are we fighting?
So listen, it was my pretend doing tape.
It was 8mm.
I forgot what we were fucking talking about.
Ailes' tape. It was really good, if I remember.
What?
Ailes' amazing tape.
His homemade videotape.
I put
His
myself
homemade
on tape.
videotape.
Yeah, he made a homemade videotape, and it was very good.
Well, he definitely looks like he's in every band that we've ever loved in our life.
He looked
right?
immediately like a fucking bass player.
Yeah.
He was doing something I had never thought of for the guy. You know, I don't know how many scenes we sent you or if we sent you the whole script, but he was immediately we went, this fucking guy is interesting. What's going on with this guy? And then Elaine had just done an episode of Marin, and Serpico was like, fucking Elaine Hendricks. And I was like, fuck, dude, you know, that's kind of crazy. And then you think, something's going to fall apart. Once you think everybody said yes, something's not going to work. Because usually it doesn't. Usually, like, Corbett ends up, you know, getting offered something else, and maybe Elaine has, you know what I mean? Like, you never get all those people you want.
I was very available. I was coming off a Nickelodeon show. I was ready to go.
What the fuck was I going to say? I was at Bananas in Hasbrook Heights.
Yeah, then you were middling.
Realizing his travel.
I don't think I even called Bobby back. I just sent him the script and said, show up on March 27th at the corner of Bond Street and 2nd Avenue.
He never called me, and he never asked me if I knew how to play drums. He fucking assumed I would learn.
Yeah, well, what the fuck else would I?
It's the drums!
I don't give a fuck. You want a job or not?
All right.
Cocksucker.
All right, well, there you go.
Fuck.
This is the
and you had nothing but time, so, you know, it was wide open for you.
Actually, you know what? The truth was, I didn't want to get into his head, and if he didn't learn how to play the fucking drums, it was okay. I knew cinematically I could cover him. So, but I knew also that he was going to be able to do improv, drama, comedy, all that shit.
Sure.
So that was really, I didn't worry about that part at all once he was in.
The thing about everyone knows Robert Kelly is one of the funniest people on the planet Earth.
That is the truth.
But the heartbreak scenes that he has, the scenes that he looks sad because you guys are fighting about something, there's that thread runs through the show constantly. It's really, really great.
Dude, this is the kind of acting thing that he does. Like, there's a scene in that first episode this year where Johnny's, without giving too much away, he's at the fucking rehearsal space bummed out and drinking. You know, he doesn't want to fucking talk to anybody. And Bobby, you know, the storyline in that scene is Bobby knows that he's there and wants to come over and have a talk with him. But I didn't write this. Bobby opens the door, and so I'm like, out of the corner of my eye, I know he's entering the scene. And then he puts down his jacket, and then he goes, how you doing? And I fucking have to bite my tongue because it's so sweet.
Yeah, it is.
And so, you know what I mean? It was something I would never think to say.
Right.
You know, so those little touches, everybody's doing that now.
Yeah.
You know, these characters, these actors are making the characters and the writing so much better than it has a right to be, you know?
Yeah, you can definitely feel it in the second season that everything is lifted way up. All right, we got another question over here. Who's this?
This is Lori.
Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Hi. For Dennis Leary, who is your biggest musical influence for the show?
Wow. Huh?
Joni Mitchell.
Joni Mitchell.
Joan Armatrading.
I like Joan Armatrading. See, that's a weird one. It's a weird one. It's not. I know why. I know what the fuck.
You don't make any sense.
I'm not against Jones. Just so we all know. Well, the stuff, the theme song, and a couple of the early Heathens songs that we used for flashbacks. You know, Greg Dooley's a friend of mine, and the Afghan Wigs were back together by the time we were doing the pilot, and I wanted to go in the studio and have those guys play that shit as if they were the Heathens in 1990, 91, you know, 89, whatever. They're great fucking musicians, and I knew that they could pull it off, and we brought in this guy, Joe Arthur, to play on that and also to sing backup. So that was like, that was that early shit was the stuff I was worried about. Once we got the actors together, I knew, you know, my band and the guys connected to that part of the music would handle everything else, you know.
But that's that feel, that thing of the band that should have been better, and there's tons, or bigger, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's just tons of great players, great writers that just didn't get over that one.
A lot of them, dude.
Yeah, man.
A lot of them.
Yeah, and occasionally it'll get like the Replacements just went back and did a tour that
dude, you
people
know,
respect
like
it. You
the
know.
Del Fuegos, Adam Roth,
Unbelievable band.
who was our, you know, guitar tech on season 1. He was my old guitar player, very legendary New York City guitar player. Adam was in the Del Fuegos, replacing the lead singer's brother, who he fired. I mean, that band was very dysfunctional, and then the band just blew up. I think they were doing a giant European tour, and the band just fucking imploded, and they all hated each other. They did a reunion tour a couple years ago, and I remember they Dan Zanes called Adam and said, do you want in? We're playing 2 gigs in Boston, and then we're coming to New York, and if they all go well, we're going to go on the road. Adam was like, I'm going to wait a little bit and see how the shows in Boston go. They did like the 8 o'clock show at the Paradise in Boston. They got in a fight. They started the 10 o'clock show. Fucking whole tour canceled.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the part of rock and roll I love, is like, we fucking can't get there because we fucking all have these giant egos.
Right.
That's, to me, that's the thing that's always going to be the story here is she going to be able to make it in spite of us?
Yeah.
Because our egos are all so fucking gigantic.
Or will I start taking after you, which is, we see maybe, there's like
a little
glimpse.
bit, yeah, this year, right?
There's a little thing.
I hope not. I hope you don't take after me.
It's up to you, you're the writer.
I know.
Dennis is like, I'm crossing my fingers.
I don't want her to
whatever you want.
I don't want her character to get all fucked up, but you never know.
All right, we're gonna have Gigi do a song with the Assassins here. What's the song that we're gonna? Yeah, the song one.
Already in Love.
Already in Love.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit. This is written by you, Dennis, or who wrote this one?
I don't remember.
You're one of the
Okay,
writers, for
I
sure.
think this was something I wrote, brought in, the band made way better. Chris Phillips certainly probably is my co-writer on this and made it much better. I think it's episode
9.
Is it 9? It's episode 9.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It's a real sort of big, dramatic, angry number. She sings her fucking balls off.
All right, let's go to that. This is was Gigi and the Assassins.
Wow.
That was good.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite songs.
Oh, well.
How about that bass line, though?
What about those drums?
They can't see, it was you.
Did that guy have his mouth open the whole time doing weird things?
I know, I gotta stop, Ron. God damn.
That was that soulful, sexy sound that I was talking about. That sound could have been in just about any era of rock and roll. That's really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
And again, in Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, and you can check this out Thursdays, 10 o'clock on FX. There is drama, there's sex, there's comedy, but the music has to be there every single episode. And you got to pull that off. That sounded fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Let's go back to the audience for another question. Who do we have here?
This is Dennis.
Ooh.
Hey, Dennis.
Two ends?
Two ends or one?
All right.
2 ends, 1 end.
Nice.
I know.
I love the mustache, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
It's great.
Normally,
Fucking great mustache.
You're nailing it.
I like the hair.
That's next year. That's season 3
We love
rehab
you.
right there.
Come in.
I'm available.
Come in here. It's rehabs.
On the way. For Robert Kelly, when did you first meet Dennis Leary, and did you run into each other at the Boston comedy scene?
No, he was way famous before I even thought of doing comedy. He was one of the guys I saw on TV and was like, oh shit, that's what I want. And then I worked, the first time I ever met Dennis, I booked a show through an audition called The Job. His first, awesome, was amazing show. I think it was on ABC, right?
Yeah.
And it was awesome, and I booked it, and I was a Spanish guy. And I remember
Can I just say something?
What?
At the time, we were looking for funny, actor, in shape, good looking, full head of hair type of. That's what we were looking for, like a good looking Spanish guy. And that's when that was the original Bobby.
I call him Sexy Bob.
Yeah.
And you can still see it right here.
Oh, there it is.
He is using his hands to frame the delicious part of his face.
I have pillow lips, which are still beautiful.
You too, they are.
I had beautiful hair.
He had fantastic hair.
My hair was ridiculous.
Full head of curly hair.
I mean, yeah, it was
He
unbelievable.
had nice Ailes hair.
I had abs. I had a six-pack. I was gorgeous.
I
I
never
wore a
had those.
peach suit in the show. I mean, I looked good in peach. You got to be fucking gorgeous to wear peach. I remember I showed up, and this is when I learned every line. I knew everything. I just wanted to be professional. We show up, we do the first scene. He rolls in smoking a cigarette, and yeah, what the fuck, blah, blah. And I'm all nervous. And then they go action, and I fucking start doing stuff. And then he says a line that's not in the script. He just starts fucking improv in the scene, and I'm looking at him. I go, that's not in the script. He goes, well, fucking make it up. Go with me. And I was like, okay, I didn't know I could do that. And I panicked. But
Is this
it was
on film?
This is on film.
I
yeah,
must see it.
I had to
Do you
call
have
him,
outtakes?
I had to call him Luis. No, he kept calling me Lou, and he's going, Lou. I'm like, it's Luis. That was my line. I said over and over. I would say it in the mirror. Luis, Luis, Luis.
Somebody was Peter Tolan was directing. He was my co-creator on that. He was supposed to tell Bobby, listen, we often throw scenes out the window, and we just get the main plot points, and then we improvise, and we shoot 2 cameras at the same time, so everybody's in the scene. And I thought he'd been told that, so when he came in, we called action, roll the cameras, let's go. I thought he was ready to start fucking improv, and I could see the fear in his fucking pretty boy eyes. I was like, oh, this kid's fucking stuck. What the fuck is this kid? Fuck this guy. And then, but he was fucking great. And from that moment on, I was like, all right, so this guy's a guy we can drop a dime on whenever we need.
Yeah, well, I mean, not really, because you did a whole 9 seasons of Rescue Me. You didn't call me one fucking time. I thought Luis was going to come back for Rescue Me. Hey, look, Mr. Leary, my house is on fire. Fucking nothing. Nothing. Not one fucking, not even a walk-on as Luis.
Well, here's what happened, Bobby. I remember saying to Peter Tolan, shouldn't Luis be like working at a hotel like downtown? Maybe there's a fire, and he's like, I don't think he really looks like Luis anymore.
Well, look, there was a middle stage.
What was the middle stage, by the way?
It was a bad stage.
Was it really?
Oh, it was a bad stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, it was like, I looked like a fat vampire.
Oh, boy. That would have been a fucking great show. Fat Vampire. By the way, we can still pitch that.
Yeah.
Fat Vampire.
This summer after Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll.
That could be your spin-off band.
Bobby Kelly is vampire.
A fat vampire.
And that could be your group. And they're all vampires, and they're all heavyset.
What do they
drink
do?
They drink a lot of fucking blood. They drink a lot of blood.
It's a working comedy. It's a workplace comedy.
So, Dennis, I hope that answered your question. Did it? Did you get
Sorry.
to?
I don't know what
on
he's
the
saying.
job. I was on the job. I met him on the job.
What was the year?
And he was the best. It was actually, I'll tell you this. It was the craziest thing ever. The first day we started shooting was September 11th.
Oh, really?
And we were out on the Jersey
Which
Shore.
year, though? Which year?
The year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes all the difference.
No, it was the,
Right, not
that
Benghazi, but
yeah, we were actually shooting, and it all
You were
happened.
where I was, and I was in town still. I was
he
coming out later that day.
We were stuck out in Jersey Shore.
We were using the Jersey Shore for Miami Beach as a location. They were already out there. We were shooting. A bunch of us were shooting in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And those guys were shooting some of the beach stuff that morning.
stuff,
I think when it happened.
Yeah, they made the Jersey Shore look like Miami.
Yeah.
They stuck like 2 palm trees.
But listen, this guy. I'm just telling you. I whenever I get a chance to talk about these actors, but he's fucking great, and I really want to write him a bad guy gangster role because I think he'd be terrific in like a drama, as a scary fucking gangster. It's not his personality.
What the fuck are you saying? I'm fucking scary?
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm fucking scary?
Exactly.
Scary how?
Now he's scary.
Scary fucking
That's what I'm talking about.
Scary fucking vampire. The fucking guy.
Wait, is it a gangster vampire?
He's fucking, what the fucking hell you doing?
It's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Elaine, I want to ask you something, and that's what is Ava, as this plays out, a lot of times her life has kind of been brought down by Johnny. He doesn't give her opportunities in the past. What is she still seeing him? What's keeping her hanging around with him?
That's a really good question.
I thought there was going to be some great answer.
No, I think with women like that, and I believe with Ava, it really is. It's the whole package. It's not just Johnny. It's the lifestyle, and it's also what could have been. And there's something in the pilot of the first season where I talk about I start saying how I didn't think that my life would end up this way, but she still sees in him this hope and this dream. And I whether it's, I think if we're getting real about it, I think it's kind of like an addiction. I think they're a little addicted to each other. But I think they just are really cut from the same cloth, and they really are soulmates.
She's as committed to this dream as he is.
She is committed. She's committed to the dream. She's committed to the lifestyle. She's committed to him. And up until this season, and it's not given away to say she has a little bit of an identity crisis, a midlife crisis, and up until this point, she would have followed him off the cliff, as she has many, many times, and then picks him back up, and then off on the journey we go to fall off the cliff again.
Yeah, so there's a I can't remember which episode it is. I think it's basically by the end of 4, which you saw, there's things already, wheels are turning in Ava's head. And then in 5's like fucking mind blower.
Yeah.
Ava story.
Because she does have at least as much as talent
as he does. But
as we come to find out, maybe more.
Yeah.
Certainly, on stage, we've heard her sing, but once she comes alive,
that's the thing, though.
Amazing.
Yeah, and there's so many bands that are talented don't make it, but some bands just have that drive. There's always a person or two who is going to will that to stardom. You know what I mean? So you can look at some bands and you're like, that's just 3 chords that they're playing, but there's 7 hits at the end of it, and big tours. This show, Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, airs Thursday nights, 10 o'clock on FX, and the whole season 1 is available on Hulu. Let's go for the next question out here.
This is Leslie.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Leslie.
So to the cast, how quickly do you know when a cast has chemistry?
God, we knew right away.
Yeah, so instant. It was instant.
Day one. Yeah,
we
day
walked
one.
into that rehearsal room. Remember, it really, it was such a. It felt like we were joining a band. I mean,
me and him were talking. I was goofing with them. They were being set. They were. Then he yelled at me about something. We were a band like from the second. And then John Corbett, sexy Corbett, came in.
Big, tall, strapping Corbett, hunk of delicious.
Yeah, whatever.
America's
John
boyfriend.
Dude, John face.
Aiden.
My John face.
It's good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
It's good.
That's Aiden. I'm on the corner of happy and healthy. I'm the Applebee's.
Well, this is the thing about Corbett. Yes, he's tall, he's good looking.
Yeah.
He looks perfect as a guitar player, like he could have been in any band. His career has been great, but where he pushes it too far is he's the guy that ended up with Bo Derek, and that I can't stand. I can't live knowing that has happened.
The only thing I'll say about that is I was very happy to have John Corbett play Flash, but even happier to meet Bo Derek.
It's unbelievable.
I'm not saying I wrote the role for John so that I could meet Bo Derek.
Yeah.
But it certainly didn't hurt.
No. There's no time that you're in a room with Bo Derek that you're not thinking, there's Bo Derek right there. You just never.
Yeah. And you know when she's around.
Yeah.
You feel it. You like you feel like weird and you like soft, like and then you smell butterflies and pancakes.
Smell Bo Derek?
And then all of a sudden it's like, is Bo here? And then she's like, hi.
Yeah.
She's just right there. She's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, while we're talking about that, all you guys were being very inappropriate about Liz's mom when she couldn't hear you on the other side. Yeah. Everybody is very excited that Liz's mom is here.
Well, when you see Liz's mom, it's always like, who's that? Oh, it's Liz's mom.
Well, no, Dennis went for my grandma even harder.
Is that right?
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
What?
Listen.
He also went for my mom. I got a message on Mother's Day. Your mom's hot.
Can I just
say, he didn't even want my mom. What's about my mom?
My mom looks more like his mom than my mom.
Yeah, your mom actually is like, I think, a member of my family. I just want to say this, you fuckers. Yeah, I thought your mom is extremely attractive. Your grandmother is extremely attractive. It's like her grandmother came to the set, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I want you to bang my mom.
Okay, listen.
Bang my mom, too.
Here's where I'm backed up.
Next season?
I'm backed up. I have her grandmother. I have Elaine's mom. I have John's mom. You know, I'm a busy man.
There's only so much Viagra.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus. I got a show to write, Bobby. Jesus Christ.
We're treading some very odd age lines, too. Liz happens to be half my age, so all this stuff overlaps.
That's the funniest thing ever said. I got her grandmother first.
Yeah.
I did. I promised myself to her first.
She's hot.
For you, Dennis.
Well, these kind of storylines play with the band as well. You know, somebody has been with somebody and back and forth, and there's I don't want to give away the three-way stuff, but most families don't talk this way. You know, but there's an open-ended sexuality within the band, right?
Yeah, well, and that's always been that way with Johnny and Ava.
Yeah, it certainly is that way with some people I know in real life connected to the music business.
Yeah.
You know, especially from that generation.
Sure.
You know. And then they kind of don't want their kids to do it, but they don't want their kids to not experience life. And
right.
It's if you can't deny your behavior, especially if your kids are aware of it, and they want to experiment or push the boundaries.
Right.
You can only give advice.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's the only kind of parenting to say, hey, I did this, I regret it, rather than never
and
do
if you're
this.
going to do it, do it this way at
Right.
this time under these circumstances.
I'd say Gigi's like heavily encouraged to do the more taboo topic of I mean, right? You guys are like, go do it, but
do it. But don't take mushrooms while you're doing it. You know what I mean? Make that.
That's
don't have a
fair.
threesome while you're on mushrooms.
But have the threesome and then take
and then do the mushrooms later.
Yeah, don't do heroin, do mescaline.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Very good advice.
Exactly.
Next question.
This is Camilla.
Hi, this is for Liz. Who's your favorite rock chick?
Oh my God. I mean,
Joni Mitchell.
Joni Mitchell.
It is. Oh no. I mean, Joan Jett was on our show, and that was pretty extreme.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. She was so cool. It's kind of like the Bo Derek thing, but in a different way. It's like it's a different energy and a different thing, but you turn and she's so cool and powerful and strong, and she was so funny when we were doing the whole thing. She was like, "What's up, man? Let's do that." She was so chill.
Yeah.
Oh, it was really cool to have her around.
And the Runaways are the perfect band that could have been this gigantic band, but all these other things happened to.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, she was part of that exact thing.
You know what I love about her is like her fucking speech at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was kick ass, right? The speech alone. You know, I was never a fan of the song Crimson and Clover, going back to the 60s and
Bobby
70s.
sang it at our first rap party. I'm just going to say that.
But I just want to say, but Joan's cover that I always loved. So watching her fucking do that speech and then play that song with the original guy on fucking stage, I mean, that was astonishing. But the thing I love about her is she's force of nature, you know? She came, she signed stuff for everybody, she took pictures with everybody, she was totally into it.
Gave us gift bags.
Gave us gift bags, you know.
I didn't get a gift bag.
What?
Yeah.
T-shirts, swag.
Tote bag.
Once again, you were getting a bagel.
CDs. What bagel?
The cast photo too. I'm not in.
Yeah,
He's
not
getting
my fault.
pastries. Swear to God.
It happens all the time with Bobby. We're at the ATX Festival. There's a party, a Rescue Me 5-year reunion there, and the SDRR cast, and they want to do a group shot with everybody.
You're never going to
Where is he? He was at the Entertainment Weekly party. He left to get donuts, so he's not in the fucking pictures.
Were they good?
Okay. Only in Austin they have this donut shop.
Voodoo.
But it's in Portland too. I was just there. Sorry.
Everybody loved the fucking donuts.
He shows up with a white box written on the top of it says "Holy shit."
Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. That was the name of the donuts.
Oh, then never mind.
Holy shit donuts. You know, we could go to the White House to meet President Obama, and they'd be like, "We got to take the picture. Where's Bobby? Oh, he's down in the kitchen with one of the cooks trying the cookies." Fucker. We're not waiting for him.
You know, Bobby's wearing the Bowie shirt today. This season, whether it's meant to be or not, there's kind of this back shadow of death because of the kind of year that we've had.
Yes.
Losing rock and roll people.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know that Bowie was important to you. Obviously, Prince is, you know, one of the iconics of all time. But we are in this strange point of rock history with guys like me and you. Our heroes are either, you know, heading out.
Dude, it was rough for us. All the guys in the band, you know, Adam Roth, our guitar player, his brother Charlie Roth is the drummer and one of the composers on the show. And we lost Adam very quickly in the fall, right before Christmas, and in a weird way. So that story really was a great thing for us to have, to play with the idea of death on the show, both dramatically and comedically. And the weird thing about Bowie was, it was after Christmas when that Lazarus video came out on a Friday, and I'm a huge Bowie freak. And I was still thinking of Bowie, like maybe writing something for him on the show. And I saw the video on a Friday, and I was like, wow, that's a really cool video. And then Sunday, I woke up, and they announced that he was dead. And then I realized what the video was. And he made the video knowing that he was dying, leaving a message for his fans. That's fucking insanity in terms of being an artist. Like, the only two things I could think of that reflect that to me are The Rising, which is that Bruce Springsteen song he wrote about 9/11, about 6 months after 9/11, which to this day, firefighters around the country still cry when they hear that song. I still choke up. That Lazarus song, as I was watching the video, when I knew that he was dead on Sunday, it was the first time I felt like I was starting to recover from losing Adam Roth, because there was a spirituality to it. So it was really interesting how that, comically and dramatically, that death in the episode 1 of our old backup singer Mickey kind of affects all of us, and some parts of it are funny, and some parts of it are like, you know, kind of heavy. So I can't describe, like, how do you make a song knowing that that's about to happen to you, or it's happening? It's crazy.
And that's
you know?
what we were talking about, you know, when you make that commitment as a young person, like Bowie did. He committed to the music, and if you look at it, it played out his entire life, you know? It's kind of exactly what we were saying earlier.
And to the end.
Yeah. To the last moments. Stunning. All right, we're going to do another song. What's this?
By the way, I want to mention something about that.
Yeah.
We had I know people haven't seen the episodes yet, but, you know, we wanted to reference Bowie's death in episode 1, and we wanted to comically have a twist about it in episode 2, and this is just a lack of sense of humor that I think exists in a lot of you know, rock and roll. Mm-hmm. I think even our show has been smashed a couple of times by some rock journalists who think that we shouldn't be making fun of certain artists, and maybe we're making fun of rock and roll too much, which is, you know, fucking bullshit. But we asked Bowie's. We wanted to get a piece of Bowie as Aladdin Sane in documentary form to use on a TV screen at the end of episode 2, and they cleared it. We called the Rolling Stones and said, we want to use your logo for this piece of jewelry. That happens, I think, in episode 4, right? 3. And they were like, yeah, all you guys can use it, no problem. You know, they didn't even charge us. We called the Grammys and go, we want to do this gag about the Grammys. You're not fucking making fun of the Grammys. If you do it, we're going to sue your fucking balls off.
Yeah.
We're like, but the Rolling Stones and Bowie gave us the right to we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. That's
all
true.
right, whatever. That's why the Grammys are the Grammys. We call MTV. They're like, how many Moon Men you want?
Yeah.
They sent them over.
They sent them over.
We were
called
playing with them.
Yeah, we called the Billboard Awards. They're like, how many you guys want? You know, it's like fucking whatever.
But it is true, like Bowie, Jagger, they all always knew that some of it was camp. You know what I mean? The theatrical part of it. Yeah, was always.
And Bowie was a huge comedy fan.
And he was hilarious himself. He had great timing.
And fucking Jagger is hilarious. He's a very charming, funny guy when you see him interviewed. And if those guys aren't taking it all that fucking serious, what are the, you know, fuck you.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Go fuck yourself. All right?
All right, this next song, Liz, what are we looking at?
So Many Miles. And it kind of really goes off of what we were just talking about, right?
Yeah, this is a song that we wrote about, it actually, in the show, it's referencing Mickey's death, but it's also kind of a breakup song, a love song. The band hasn't decided which it's going to be yet. But in fact, we wrote it about Adam shortly after his death and after Bowie died. And she sings the shit out of it.
All right, so from Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, this is Gigi and the Assassins.
All right.
That's great. So, you know, you're saying you wrote that about Adam. Here's a guy that had a very interesting career, although not a household word, but, you know, played with people like Jim Carroll. And, you know, that's the kind of amazing life.
That's an amazing life when you think back on it. I mean, Adam went to Emerson College with us. He was in a fucking great band in Boston called the Marshalls, who were a new wave pop punk band. They were fucking great. It was 3 Irish brothers from fucking Southie and Adam, you know, playing vicious lead guitar. And the whole band was talented, and they were great singers, all 3 of them, but they literally got into a fight every fucking gig they played. They would, the oldest brother was the drummer and the leader of the band, so he would throw fucking drumsticks at his bass player brother Kenny and get into fights with his lead singer brother Kevin, and Adam would just be like, fucking, I can't take this anymore. And then he was in the Jim Carroll band.
And they're amazing.
Jim Carroll band was great. You know, those are people who died, if you remember that song. But that was another fucking crazy band that blew up. Then he was in the Del Fuegos. He had a very long and storied career. At the same time, while he's touring with these guys, he's also doing gigs with me every once in a while, playing the Asshole song and whatever else we have. So he had a great perspective and a great sense of humor. And a lot of, especially because he was one of our tech advisors last year, you know, it's just, forget about how to hold the guitar, how to hold the mic. He ran our rock star boot camp for the band before we shot the pilot. He was like Vince Lombardi, man. When we were doing that rock star boot camp, he was like, you guys fucking suck. You look like shit. Let's go. Do it again. Do it again.
Mock Chow.
Yeah. It was a very talented guy.
And
great fucking sense of humor.
Yeah. And the first episode dedicated to him. And,
yes.
you know, like you said, this plays through it because this is part of our lives now. This is where rock and roll is at this part of our lives. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll every Thursday night, 10 o'clock on FX Now. If you didn't see the first season, you can catch up on Hulu. It's all there for you. Thank you guys so much for coming out here. Dennis Leary, everybody.
Thank you.
Liz Geely, Bobby Kelly, John Ailes, Elaine Hendricks, and
Ron Bennington.
Oh, no, stop it. Stop it. Liz, you're going to show us a little something on the way out here. This is something that
There's a little weird little something.
Yeah.
It's something we came up with, right? Dennis?
No, you came up with it.
Well, how did it come up? Oh, you said who can you kind of maybe impersonate singer-wise?
Everyone.
A contrast though.
She
I'm like, I can anyone
does
folk
a great
from 70s.
she does a great Adele, and she also does a great Stevie Nicks. And I just called her up and said, listen, a couple of fucking things. You know, last year I did that Radiohead to Morrissey thing. I have this U2 to Coldplay thing. I think that comes up later in the season. I said, why don't you just sit down at your piano and record fucking Stevie Nicks and Adele singing a duet together? And that's where she came up with this.
One voice, so I had to just make it like alternating because I couldn't go harmony with myself.
I guarantee you, Lorne Michaels is kicking his ass that you got her first because this is amazing. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
You guys.
Yes, and fizz and fading fast. Crystals never last. Hello, who's this? Don't even worry about it. I'll sail a mountain, mountains, crystals never last. I need to know how you got this number. I got it from a friend of 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 a friend, a friend of a friend. I need to go now, I'm so sorry. Hello, bye-bye.
Yep. That's our first single.